scheduled a little bit from now. A lot coming up here in the next couple of hours aboard the International Space Station. Chris Cassidy just completed his workouts for the day, completing his resistive exercise on the ARED that simulates sort of weightlifting, and also completing his exercise on the treadmill. One of the requirements for Dragon docking is for the cupola shutters to be closed. That has been completed, and he's scheduled for a conference with some flight controllers here in Mission Control Houston to go over the rendezvous procedures coming up here shortly. Within the next 2 hours, he's got a couple of items to take care of. One of them will be opening the hatch to the pressurized mating adapter. Just a little bit earlier today, the pressurized mating adapter itself has been equalized. And the cabin air has been introduced into pressurized mating adapter. The hatch is still closed. It'll be opened by Chris Cassidy a little bit later today. He'll set up some cameras and start venting the pressurized mating adapter once it's open. A lot's happening in just under 2 hours, though. Right now we have a good connection one way from the International Space Station to Dragon through the C2V2 common communication for visiting vehicles that establishes a link, a communication link between ISS and Dragon. Right now, just going one way. We got a radio S-band connection one way from the International Space Station to Dragon established. That's looking good.
Teraz powinno być mnie słychać. Siemano wszystkim.
So a lot's going to happen
Siema
once
Mori,
that's
hello
established here in
Starlight.
just a little under 2 hours. We'll establish something called the Big Loop that'll combine
Dzisiaj...
Dragon to ground.
Nie, Mori, nie jestem zły. Naprawdę nie jestem zły. Dzisiaj oglądamy dokowanie kapsuły Dragon z załogą Ilona Muska. Tutaj teraz jest. Myszką zaznaczam. To jest teraz załoga razem z Dragonem. Starlight, this is live. This is live now. There is Dragon capsule. And we're watching this online. Oh my god, on live. So I think 3 or 4 hours and the Dragon be docked to ESS station. So I watch this. This is for me a very big stuff. Sorry for my English. My English is terrible. I don't speak English very well. Siema Piotr, siema. Ja wszystkich usunąłem z whitelisty, więc tak. Czekajcie, bo ja miałem coś zrobić. Ja w międzyczasie będę sobie ogarniał odcineczek, który powinien być wczoraj. Tylko muszę sobie zrobić jakiś mały porządek. Muszę podłączyć lapka. Bo się zdenerwowałem na to, jak serwer wyglądał. Mniejsza o to, będzie troszeczkę nowo. Jest, mamy widok z ISS. Teraz przelatują, jeśli dobrze kojarzę, nad Oceanem Spokojnym. Tak. Nad Oceanem Spokojnym właśnie wlatują. I Dragon jest tuż, nie wiem gdzie jest dokładnie, ale jest 34-33 km od ISS. Zaraz posłuchamy, co oni gadają. Dajcie mi sekundę, biorę lapka i zrobię ten odcinek.
So excited to see that getting closer and closer. Right now, Dragon about 33 kilometers from the station, about 428 kilometers above the Earth's surface, making its way slowly towards the space station.
And as Shiva was just saying, still a couple of steps. One of the steps that not necessarily for the rendezvous, but we're going to be looking forward to in just about 20 minutes from now, or actually about 15 minutes from now, 20.
Prawie żyjemy, prawie bym wypieprzył laptopa na ziemię. Dobra. Yeah, I know Starlight. This is historical moment.
So pretty cool. We were as part of our nets, we can hear
muszę sobie wrzucić tylko do renderowania odcinek. Mam nadzieję, że się zrenderował, będzie mi łatwiej.
with their just with their eyes, without a telescope or anything.
Możemy sobie obejrzeć start, jeśli był gdzieś tu... O, dobra, bo tu się na razie mało dzieje, nie? Tutaj jest... A, tu jest cały lunch chyba. W ogóle skąd to jest widok? Z ISS-a? Bardzo ładny, muszę przyznać. Mamy na HD? Mamy na HD, tylko że tak troszeczkę ta jakość nie jest ich ładna. Tu jeszcze 255 km od Dragona byli. Od ISS-a. Zobaczmy sobie launch jeszcze raz. Yeah, I know, but this launch is beautiful, so I want to see this again.
There's actually waffles to their suits. As you can see, the suit techs are there to help
Tego nie widziałem.
get buckled and settled into those seats.
And we can see the seats slowly start to rotate. Again, they're in this down position
Wow,
to make it easier to
so
climb
beautiful.
in and out of Dragon. They'll rotate to this launch position to put their backs a little bit more parallel to the ground. It makes taking the G-force a little bit easier for the crew on the way uphill, but most importantly, positions those touchscreens directly in front of them, which is just their gateway into Dragon.
Dragon
Nie wiem,
SpaceX
gdzie
seats are in the
zrenderowałem ten
launch
odcinek,
position.
cholera.
We copy. And launch control clear to retract the access arm on time.
SpaceX Dragon displays are configured for launch.
Copy. Bob, Doug, on behalf of the entire SpaceX team, it's been a huge honor to help you get ready for today's historic mission. Know that
Siema Diego.
have an amazing
Oglądałeś Dragona?
and enjoy those views of our beautiful planet.
30 sekund do startu i to było piękne. Ja to na żywo widziałem. Boże, szkoda, że na komórce, ale... Genialne. Dajmy troszkę głośniej, bo nie słyszałem wtedy dźwięku.
Tanks pressing for flight.
T-minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Liftoff of the Falcon
Wow.
9 and Crew Dragon. Go NASA. Go
Piękne.
SpaceX. Godspeed, Bob and Doug.
America
Zajebiście pięknie.
And so rises a new era of American spaceflight, and with it the ambitions of a new generation continuing the dream. 20 seconds into flight, stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
T plus 30 seconds into this historic mission. Flying crew on board Dragon and Falcon 9, and look at them go!
Muszę sobie znaleźć, gdzie ja renderowałem ten...
M1D throttle down.
We're throttling down to get ready for the period of maximum dynamic pressure. We're in the throttle bucket. Reports say all systems are go.
Vehicle is supersonic.
Do perełek
Exceeded
leciał.
Mach 1 on the Falcon 9.
Będę grał w Terrarię, Diego, miałem to napisać zaraz na Discordzie i napiszę. Ale najpierw chcę zobaczyć dokowanie Dragona do ISS-a.
Copy 1 Bravo.
And we heard that 1 Bravo call out. That's just the second abort zone that they're in. They'll continue to be on this until
To jak oni sobie tam siedzą, nie? Zobaczcie, jak oni sobie tam siedzą. Ha, to jest piękne.
About 2.3 Gs, 2.3 times the Earth's gravity, already moving at over 1,500 miles per hour.
We've heard the call out for MVAC engine chill. That's getting the MVAC engine ready to light. That'll come at about 2:44 into flight. Right now, everything continuing to look good. Next major event coming up is going to be the triple. We'll have main engine cutoff of the 9 first stage engines. Stage
Jak ja
separation,
doceniam tą erę, w której żyjemy, że mamy takie kamery. Można to tak to oglądać. Jest piękne.
astronauts into orbit.
Ja
Coming up in
pierdzielę.
about 20 seconds.
M1D throttle down.
17, 18, zobaczymy kiedy zadokują. Mają jeszcze 30 km do ISS-a.
Throttling down the Merlin engines on the first stage.
I pierwszy stage.
And we have Miko.
Miko.
2 Alpha.
Falcon stage separation. Copy 2 Alpha.
Szacun.
MVAC ignition.
To jak oni sobie tam siedzą, to jest przepiękne, nie? Jak ja chciałbym być w ich miejscu. To jest niesamowite. Dalej się już tak nic za bardzo nie dzieje. Nie jem obiadu, bo na żywo teraz mamy tutaj Dragona, tu mamy ISS-a. Dokowanie. Zresztą jeszcze obiadu nie mam gotowego i muszę odcinek opublikować w ogóle. Zaraz sobie zerknę, gdzie mam ten...
happen with the spacecraft. They wanted to make sure it was on their displays, and they wanted that feedback fed to them
perełki tu się zapisały,
from the
tak.
core. And it's been pretty quiet. We haven't had any major systems issues with the Dragon spacecraft that we've tracked the whole way uphill.
Yeah, honestly, I hope it's been a little bit boring for them. Just a quick little ride up to the space station. I know it's super exciting for all of us here at SpaceX and for everyone who's watching live. But ideally, we want the flight test to be pretty boring.
Chociaż nie, wyślę to przez laptopa, żeby tu nie mieszać. A tu będziemy oglądać.
You're just joining us live on your screen right now. The left-hand screen is a view of the Earth from the International Space Station. Camera aboard that. On the right-hand screen is actually a view from the space station. Oh, well, there was a view there on of the Dragon spacecraft from the space station. Hopefully we'll get that back.
Starlight, I don't know. So I don't research this mission very much, so
right now,
I only watch this epic epic part
from
of
the space
history.
And just wow, when you look at it like a speck like that, it just really puts into perspective how vast distances in space are. Both the ISS and Dragon are going about 17,500-ish miles an hour. Going really fast, zipping around the Earth.
Dobra, bo trzeba wysłać odcinek, ja się nie skupię, nie?
I think when we looked that up earlier, it's about a 9-minute trip from LA to New York, which I would love.
I would definitely get on that airline. And just a reminder, so that view on the right, that is from a camera outside the International Space Station. Those are being pointed by a person on the ground.
Dragon SpaceX for upcoming media event configuration.
Dobra, wysyła się.
Yes, we have some early ground station coverage, and thus we
Dajcie
have
mi
several
sekundę, muszę się
requests for
przelogować.
you. The first is just a reminder to please turn off the lower task lights as well.
Okay, and I do not think we turned them on.
Copy. Secondly, we would like you to do the sync test at this point. And for that, we ask that you please use the cabin mic and count verbally to 15, 1-5, with mouth visible to the camera.
Okay, if you're ready for that, we are.
And we are ready.
Czekajcie, czy oni będą pokazywać...
2, 3,
nie ogarniam, co oni robią.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Dobra, dajcie mi sekundę, ja się przeloguję na mój kanał.
Thank you for that. We've gotten confirmation of a good sync. And finally, during the first media...
Wybaczcie, muszę to zrobić. Nie to konto, to konto. Tak. Dobra, wracamy z powrotem. To jest NASA, ja chcę SpaceXa.
It's something. It's something that almost seems a little bit mundane.
It's you know, it's interesting. I think we've all had that moment of putting on like wireless headphones, trying to watch a movie, and then everything's a little bit out of sync. That's what the test that we were just doing, make sure that the mic feed is in sync. And really, we need the ground stations to get high quality video footage. So we have you may have heard Anna mention, we have good ground station coverage, so we wanted to do a couple of tests there before this, which makes me really excited because that means we're getting pretty close to getting back on board the spacecraft.
Co to znaczy dokładnie? No, to wam zostawię, będę sobie operował przeglądarką na drugim
Sounds like
monitorze.
they'll have a slew or an attitude change shortly after we come on board, which we should be in about 7 minutes. We said this a little bit earlier, even the behind-the-scenes technical checkouts, all that stuff, that it still feels pretty surreal that we're doing this on board an entirely new spacecraft with humans. So we're going to get to go on board with Bob and Doug in just about 6 minutes. The sun is up, so we'll get a much better view out of the windows on board the Dragon spacecraft.
Yeah, you mentioned how surreal it is. I think
I don't know Dragon very good, so I only watch.
Where it was just
and my English is not perfect, so I can not understand
I think that was the
everything.
moment when it really hit me that, oh my God, we're flying people.
It didn't really hit me until we saw blue skies. I was definitely holding out for the weather. We had that scrub about 17 minutes before flight on Wednesday, and things weren't looking super great on Saturday, but we kind of managed to shoot the gap. And as we saw from those images from the space station, it almost looks like we had a corridor of clouds that were just on either side of our ascent trajectory. So the weather did cooperate. We were able to get them on orbit. And I mean, right now they're over planet Earth, orbiting at about 270 miles over. They're actually right over the Democratic Republic of the Congo, so flying over Central Africa. And they're on a northeasterly trajectory, so they're going to cross over Sudan, the Red Sea, and the Arabian Peninsula before swinging out over Central Asia.
Yeah, and Dan, you mentioned the weather. I mean, I think a lot of people may look at how the weather is directly at the Cape and say, hey, it looks great, like, why don't you launch? But really, it's all about weather along the entire ascent trajectory. The Dragon vehicle does have
Czemu oni tak bujają się, nie? W sensie, prawdopodobnie to jest drżenie na ASS-ie, ale jest duże, chociaż mają duże przybliżenie, nie? Może jakieś... To są naprawdę mikrowstrząsy. W końcu mają 30 km do tego, więc...
So when we're considering weather, it's really a check all along that ascent corridor to make sure that the sea state and the wave heights and the clouds...
Tu nie ma time warpa, tu trzeba patrzeć i czekać, nie?
Recovery operations if we did have that unlikely abort scenario. So luckily, things worked out for us. We were able to launch. I think launch time was 3:22 p.m. Eastern time yesterday. Now we're about, I want to say 15 hours into the mission.
Yeah, we could pull up our clock real quick. We are 50, you're right on, 15 hours, 19 minutes and counting into our mission since we launched from Cape Canaveral. We are just about 4 minutes away from Bob and Doug bringing us once more on board the Dragon capsule.
Faza wrzucił odcinek.
Called Dragon Ship Endeavor.
No tu masz kerbale, to są kurde kerbale teraz. Masakra. Ja jestem podjarany.
Two things really, both of them obviously flying on the Space Shuttle Endeavor, which itself also pulled its name from a famous exploring ship.
Yeah, and actually they had some really cool words there for the endeavor here between
Wow, po 65
SpaceX and
wyświetleń
NASA
na te
for
filmy.
this venture into commercial vehicles taking people to orbit.
Skopiuję sobie
Dragon
to.
is the first commercial vehicle to take people into orbit, and hopefully will be the first commercial vehicle to take
Czwarty
people to the
odcinek.
International Space Station. So, you know, those docking steps happening about 7:20 a.m. The timing might adjust a little bit. Kind of depends on how well the approach steps go.
Yeah, we heard the approach initiation burn did move up about 18 minutes.
Niech się to przetworzy, nie?
12:09 GMT, which is just about 5:09 a.m. over here on the West Coast.
To już mogę.
While we are just a few minutes away from getting back on board with Bob and Doug, some behind-the-scenes tests are still happening.
Szkoda, że nie ma żadnych tych wskaźników, ile mają kilometrów.
C2V2 connection between Dragon and the space station itself. That's the common communications for visiting vehicles, and that's going to establish a data and a command link between the Dragon spacecraft and the station on board. Just gives another path for data to flow back down to the ground, again coming from those teaser satellites that both Dragon and the space station are communicating with. And when we're over some of the SpaceX ground stations, as we are now, we're able to get data down, also able to get video down.
Troszkę śmiesznie te ich ubrania wyglądają, muszę przyznać. Są dosyć ciekawe. W ogóle takie porównanie mogę wam pokazać do Sojuza.
On the right, Dragon getting bigger and bigger. We're continuing to close.
Czekajcie, tak się lata w Rosji, nie?
28.5 kilometers away, or about 17.8 miles from the International Space Station.
Tak się lata w Rosji. Tak się lata w Rosji.
Yeah, the International Space Station is on a slightly elliptical orbit.
Jeszcze tu były jakieś foty fajne z Sojuza. Ta, to są rosyjskie Sojuzy. Ja tu nie wiem jakie, bo ja się tak tam mocno nie interesuję. To jest Dragon, nie? To jest w ogóle coś niesamowitego. Ale brakuje mi jeszcze takich fot z Sojuza. O, coś takiego. Coś takiego. Tak się cholera lata w Rosji, nie? Mogę wam to przybliżyć. A teraz Dragon. Porównamy sobie to. Jak ja tam to patrzę, to po prostu to jest no troszkę śmieszne, aż że weźmy sobie tą fotę.
And as Shiva, I think, talked about, there's a couple of steps for the crew that they'll get into once they're complete with our look inside Dragon.
No zobaczcie tylko, nie? Wiem, że te foty nie są, może ta będzie, no ta jest troszeczkę lepszej rozdzielczości, nie? Ale to jak to wygląda w porównaniu z tym, to jest niesamowite. To jest po prostu jakiś kosmos. Inny świat po prostu. Co się dzieje na YouTubach? Już duże zbliżenie. Powoli widać coraz większe szczegóły Dragona. Ciekawe, co to za teraz kontynenty lecą, bo podejrzewam, że one są odwrócone i ciężko je rozpoznać. No cóż, nie dowiem się. Mam nadzieję, że tylko dokowanie będzie po jasnej stronie. Nie, bo jak będzie po ciemnej, to słabo. Ale myślę, że oni też tak to wyliczyli, żeby jednak dokować po jasnej stronie, chociaż pewnie lampy mają, ale no wiadomo, wolelibyśmy to widzieć dokładnie i wyraźnie.
Last night, got to get a little sleep, and as you can see from the video, we are just passing over Saudi Arabia in the Middle East. Beautiful day pass right now. And heading northeast up towards Central Asia, and then we'll work our way out the western part of the Himalayas there, and work our way all the way out over, looks like Japan, out into the Pacific for this particular pass.
Ja pierdzielę, nie palę mi się to nie mieści. Mimo, że to jest tylko lot na orbitę, a człowiek stanął na Księżycu.
If you look closely in the video, you can see just a sliver of moon
A to jest
kind of
Księżyc.
halfway between the surface of the Earth and the window pane as we're flying at about 17,500 miles an hour around the planet. Getting pretty close to ISS. When we were in the night part of this orbit, we actually got to see ISS out the window, which was pretty neat to see it for the first time on this trip.
O, widzimy Dragona, teraz widzimy Dragona. To jest Dragon, to jest niesamowite.
Bob's panning the camera back now, just kind of taking a look at around the cabin, just to see how things look after a cruise
Ja
lived in
pierdzielę.
Dragon for an evening. We last night, the way things went, we had our normal activation, got out of our suits, had some a little bit of dinner, then reconfigured the cabin for orbit ops. Did a couple other events, including the media event last night, and then we proceeded to get ready for bed, which in space takes a little bit longer than I think on planet Earth. We had to pull out sleeping bags and sleeping clothes and all those kinds of things. Got kind of cleaned up, and then we ended up sleeping just like we are right now, right in our chairs, which was actually a pretty comfortable night's sleep.
Czyli się wyspali. Miejmy
One of
taką
the
nadzieję.
things we did yesterday was actually manually fly Crew Dragon for the first time, and I want to compliment the teams at Hawthorne. Just a spectacular job with the simulator, as the vehicle flew exactly like the simulators out in Hawthorne. So just want to thank the teams that did all the work on that particular training device, as well as all the modeling in the GNC. It really worked out well and was a joy to fly. And I'm guessing it was the first time a space vehicle was flown with a touchscreen before. So we got that going
Tak,
for us.
tutaj też mówię ciekawą rzecz, że po raz pierwszy mają dotykowe panele w kosmosie. Nie?
Hand the mic over to
To
Bob.
jest niesamowite.
Well, hello, folks. Welcome aboard the Dragon Capsule Endeavor. Doug and I had a good night's sleep last night. We were surprised, I think, at how well we actually slept aboard the vehicle. A little bit quieter than Space Shuttle, a little bit more, I guess, environmentally controlled. So we had didn't have CO2 pockets or things like that building up, giving us congestion, which was super awesome. He talked a little bit about the changing and going back and forth between our suits and our sleepwear and the clothes we're in now, and managing all those things. But we've managed to keep the ship pretty tidy at this point as we went through the night's activities and then got into our preparation for today. We did get our suits dried out, get them packed away into the black bags that are stowed in the outboard seats. You can, if you look closely, you can see we've got them strapped in with the regular straps that you'd use for riding into orbit, and then over against kind of that former window location, there is a you can see Doug's sleep bag there next to his crew notebook, and so that's how we're keeping all of our laundry constrained floating all around today. Doug mentioned the manual flying and how well the simulator matched that. I'll tell you that for the ride uphill on Ascent, they just are never able to capture that at the simulator. And so I think Doug and I were talking about all the observations that we had all the way uphill. While it was an exciting ride, I think we got a couple of minor surprises just in terms of the way the vehicle is kind of moving and shaking and taking you into orbit. You can tell that it's fighting against the Earth as it makes its way into space, and that's just something a simulator can never truly simulate. We do have a friend on board with us. We introduced you to Trimmer yesterday when we did our little activity with the camera. Trimmer also had a good night's sleep. I know that both of our sons are pretty happy about that with their pet dinosaur making it into orbit and having a good night in zero gravity. We plan, once we get on board the space station, to reunite Trimmer with Earthy and plan to bring both of them back to Earth. I know that we'll get Trimmer through the safety brief and get all the education that's required so that we'll have a safe operation while we're on board the space station should anything come up that we need to be prepared for. I know that Trimmer's also looking forward to helping us out with EVA preparations, just in case we need to do a spacewalk, and so we're looking forward to that as well.
2 minutes until LOS.
Let's see, I think we'll go ahead and bring the camera out a little bit and we'll show you what's going on underneath the seats on board the Dragon capsule Endeavour. We've got quite a bit of cargo that will be taken to the space station. We've got some hard racks as well.
Ja pierdzielę, jakie to musi być ciekawe poruszać się w Zero G. Zero grawitacji.
The hard stowage that we have can also be swapped, these hard containers here, for powered cargo, which lets us bring back refrigerated things from the International Space Station. And if you're super lucky, we don't have that this time, but I bet you some crew will take ice cream to the International Space Station with those. That'll be exciting for those crews to get to have that. We do have some emergency equipment labeled in red, which is nice to have and easy to see, as well as the other stowage bags that we have down here as well. I don't know if you were watching closely during our strap-in and insertion on the pad, but we did have the seats rotate at one point. We were down in an easier configuration to ingress the vehicle in, so when we climbed aboard, the seats were rotated down, and after we were strapped in, they rotated up our activities, and so those seats will rotate again in preparation for splashdown when we eventually come home. So if any of y'all know
Jestem ciekaw, czy oni to teraz na żywo mają, czy to są nagrane? Mi się wydaje, że to są nagrane, nie?
Coming home and make sure that he starts having a plan for us.
No, jesteś na stacji kosmicznej kilka miesięcy. Jesz tylko kosmiczne żarcie. Więc nie dziw się, że ludzie chcą po prostu zjeść coś normalnego. Tak za ile zaczną dokować? Jest teraz 13. Myślę, że tak 3 godziny, nie? 3 godziny do 4 godzin. Na pewno mnie słabo słychać, bo oni są głośno, więc muszę pamiętać, żeby ich ściszać. Więc tak no myślę, że za te 3-4 godziny będą dokować. Nie wiem teraz jak blisko są stacji. O, coś ich wywaliło. Stracili łączność.
Alright, it looks like
Dragon SpaceX, thank you so much. That was a great event.
Ale to chyba było na żywo, nie? Z ich tego kapsuły.
It looks like they wrapped up right as we went into.
We enjoyed it. Hopefully everybody else did too.
Tak, to było na żywo, lol.
Go ahead and put the floater cam back in the compartment and
przynajmniej teraz już tak wierzę i nie psujcie mi tego.
And Dragon SpaceX, thanks. We all really enjoyed it down here. And if you don't mind holding that floater camera out still until we confirm it is off, I will give you that go to return it once we have turned it off.
No response needed, but if you're ready, we're ready early on the Node 2 hatch, so you have a go at any time to open the Node 2 hatch. Reminder not to ingress.
Ty, będzie chyba szybciej dokowanie.
Because we will be ventilating it, but go to open.
Te banany na twarzach, jak to mi się podoba.
To get an inside look into the capsule a second time. Tremor looks like he's having a lot of fun. Bob and Doug also look like they're having a lot of fun. You know, can we just call them and ask for a few more views of Earth? They said they were going to keep that camera out for some stuff, right?
I definitely wish we could be in there the whole way, but we do have a couple of more major steps coming up as they are continuing to close in on the International Space Station. During that time with them inside the capsule, we passed the rendezvous complete stage, and so now we're just moving up on the approach initiation. In about 20 minutes, we're going to do something called the approach out of plane burn. And this was described to me by our lead flight director over in Houston, Zeb Scoville. As you're doing these approaches, you might have a little bit of margin that you need to clean up, and so they can do this out of plane burn just to get exactly where they want to be for that approach initiation, which we are targeting to come right at about, pull my time up again, right at about 5:09 a.m. Pacific, so in a little over an hour from now, 12:09 UTC or GMT. And that's the burn that's really going to begin putting us really close to the International Space Station.
Yeah, as we were talking about, out of plane versus in plane, if you imagine the International Space Station on sort of a flat sheet as it's going around the Earth, that's the plane of its orbit. And we're trying to make sure that the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station are on that same plane. Right now, the two are both co-elliptic, so they're should be pretty close. But this small out of plane burn will help us do any small corrections that we need to do so we can get that more or less perfect.
25 km do stacji. 15 godzin już lecą i 35 minut dokładnie. 36 nawet. I teraz są, tak, teraz są gdzieś tutaj blisko Rosji, gdzieś się zbliżają do Chin.
And the pressurized mating adapter, so Chris Cassidy's going to get the go to open that up. He's not going to go inside yet. They're going to install some ducting to begin circulating some air through the pressurized mating adapter itself.
Tutaj gdzieś będzie zaczynała granica nocy, mi się wydaje, gdzieś może tu.
He'll be able to get the 25 km, so the hatch on the station side configured, and that's exposed to the vacuum of space right now. And then once the Dragon docks, that will form what's called the vestibule. So two different sides of hatches normally exposed to the vacuum of space will form a tight link, and then they'll be able to pressurize that section before they actually get those hatches open.
Yeah, that's right. Dragon will be docking
Mogli byli tą wartość zostawić, kurde, żebyśmy widzieli, jak się zbliżają.
To that pressurized mating adapter, PMA, as you might hear it called, as we're listening into calls on the nets. The fun fact that both of the international docking adapters actually flew up on previous Dragon CRS missions. So the adapter on the V-bar, so that's, if you imagine the windward direction, as Dan had mentioned earlier, of the space station traveling through.
Ta biała kreska, zastanawiam, co to jest ta biała kreska. To czasem nie jest kreska, jak oni lecieli? Chyba tak, nie? Jak oni wylatywali, przelatywali bardzo blisko Polski i tu wchodzili powoli na orbitę. Ciekawe. Mi się wydaje, że to jest lot, który lecieli podczas palenia silników.
So if you're inside and just looking up away from planet Earth, you're looking zenith. And so we'll have two docking adapters available for any vehicles using these international docking standards. And that's obviously the Crew Dragon, which is also a version of it going to be carrying cargo up on SpaceX's resupply missions in the future. And then somewhere down the road, we'll have the Boeing Starliner. So, I mean, we'll be in a reality where we could have two brand new spacecraft docked to the International Space Station at the same time. Could even have two Dragons there at the exact same time. We haven't used that Zenith port yet. We will have to down the road inevitably, as one thing that we're going to be looking to do is something called direct handovers. And so right now we do a lot of indirect handovers on the International Space Station, where you have one group leave, and for a period of time you only have 3 people on board, and then until another group shows up. With direct handovers, you can have 2 vehicles docked at the same time, and so you don't have those long periods of only having about 3 crew members on board. We've only had 3 crew on board since Expedition 62 ended, with Chris Cassidy the only U.S. crew member on board right now.
Yeah, so I'm sure he's excited to have 2 more U.S. crew members join him. People I'm sure he's trained with, and people. He actually flew right with Doug on the last, not the last STS mission. You mentioned a mission he flew with him.
Yeah, Cassidy flew with Doug on STS 127. That was back in 2009.
Dragon SpaceX for 3 items.
Anna. Just give us 1 second up here, and we'll be right with you.
Copy. Sounds great.
So I think the core there giving Dragon a call, probably for that rendezvous completion, and then some words about what they'll be stepping into next.
Again, the core right now is Anna Manon. She's going to be the one on console here for all of our approach and docking maneuvers coming up over the next several hours. She's the one talking directly to the crew, Bob and Doug on board Crew Dragon, doing that from Hawthorne Mission Control right behind us. Core, a brand new position in human space flight. This is the first mission it's been used on, so we've had a couple cycle through already, just going through their different shifts with the different control teams as they shift around. As I mean, when we have humans in space, we're pretty much going around the clock.
Dobra, bo na razie się tak mało dzieje. Ogarnijmy sobie ten odcinek. A może coś będzie działo?
At this point, you are go to stow the floater camera, and I have the burn time for approach initiation when you are ready to copy.
So no 2 forward hatch open. Station, we copy. No 2 forward hatch open.
The floater, and we're ready to copy.
The burn time for approach initiation is 1209 UTC. Note that you will see approximately 1213 for the time in your displays, but we expect it to trend towards 1209.
SW się ogarnie, jak dzisiaj rozegramy, to się ustali kolejne te daty. Czemu mi to nie działa?
Okay, new time for AI, 12:09. We'll see 12:13 on the displays, but it'll trend back towards 09. How copy?
Good copy. And I thirdly have a request regarding the handheld gas detectors when you are ready to copy.
Josh, a couple days ago we had a question whether or not the hatch holding mechanism was in there, and it is. We had previously grabbed
We have a request for you to please turn on the fire detector.
Siema Blind, siema. Nie wiem, czy mi to nie działa. Myślę, że jeszcze się mogło nie... O, teraz się obrobiło. Będzie jakaś sensowna miniaturka? Może być to. Tu się nic nie dzieje. Jeszcze. Coś, co by nas interesowało. Czemu to mi nie działa? 1950.
Okay, we'll turn on detectors 1 and 2. We'll get CO, HCl, and HCN readings, and then we will turn them off.
Thank you so much.
What the fuck?
All right, so the core here in Hawthorne just running down a couple of items with Bob and Doug. One of the ones right at the top is that next big milestone that we're really looking out for, and that's that approach initiation burn. Before that happens, we'll get into the integrated operations between the team here in Hawthorne and the team out in Houston.
Yeah, that's right. The integrated operations really represents a close partnership between the operations
O, mamy ISS od środka.
sites. And that's because we're getting really close to space station. So we want both the teams in Hawthorne who are able to control the Dragon spacecraft and give real-time updates to how it's performing and how the systems are functioning. We want them to be completely synced up with the International Space Station. And the space station also needs to be ready to go to allow approach initiation to enter into the approach ellipsoid around the space station.
O rany, źle się zrobił.
Speaking of the space station, we're getting some live views inside of Node 2. We just saw him on screen. He's loading out to get some tools for the actual hatch operations for Dragon, but this is a live view.
Będzie trzeba jeszcze raz renderować odcinek.
Expedition 63 Commander Chris Cassidy in there, getting the hatchway open. You can see kind of at the very far end a space that looks like it kind of dips down and then goes to a small white hatch. That's the pressurized mating adapter. So that's the attachment point, really, along with the international docking adapter between Dragon and the International Space Station. So there's a small corridor that's now exposed. Chris opened up the hatchway on Node 2 to open that up and begin circulating air through it. And there we can see him floating once again into screen. Or actually, that looks like Russian cosmonaut Anatoly Ivanishin, who's just going to be assisting with some of the hatch opening ops. But Chris Cassidy is going to be our prime. He's been training for this on board and we're going to see him quite a bit once we get to that hatch opening in just a couple of hours.
Yeah, and you mentioned, circulating some air in there. I think that's something that here on Earth we take for granted.
Yeah.
The combination of convection on Earth and just fans moving air around, and also gravity and stratification of the density of fluids. So carbon dioxide being a little more dense than nitrogen and oxygen that primarily make up air. Really allows that carbon dioxide to sort of get out of the way. On space station, it is an enclosed space, so all of the carbon dioxide that the crew are breathing out.
Dragon SpaceX, there is an OOP burn coming up in 7 minutes.
Musimy to usunąć.
Dragon copies.
So core letting the crew there know about the upcoming out-of-plane burn. But as I was saying, the carbon dioxide will tend to build up unless there are fans and filters to capture that. So the circulation step here is to try to get some of that air circulating, make sure that there's no unexpected or sort of stale air in that hatch. And actually Dragon has similar measures on the spacecraft to make sure it's circulating air and cleaning up that cabin environment for Bob and Doug.
Sorry, I'm trying to hold it together for a minute. We heard them call it the OOP burn, and my colleague just said OOP. There it is. The OOP is the out-of-plane burn, as we described. As they've made all of these careful approach burns.
Dragon SpaceX, we are also less than 2.5 hours to the earliest docking time.
Dragon, detector readings if you're ready to copy, Anna.
I am ready to copy.
For the detector 1, L reading is 0.0. Detector 2, the CO is 8 parts per million, and the HCN reads negative 0.4 parts per million. How copy?
I copied HCl 0.0, CO 8 parts per million, HCN negative 0.4 parts per million.
O. 22 kilo?
Thank you so much.
Prawie 16 godzin misji. I lecą nad Japonią.
We will turn them off and then put them back in volume 14.
Perfect, thank you.
Jeszcze trochę. Otrzymuj kciuki. Równe 22 kilo do stacji. Dobra, i to renderuję już, bo to już powinno być wszystko ok. Tak. To jeszcze raz render.
The core, Anna, they're letting the crew know to do a quick functional test of the handheld gas detectors. We have a few of those on board Dragon if there were to be some kind of an anomaly on board the spacecraft. They help the crew diagnose whether there's any kind of an emergency situation, and just doing a quick check, making sure they're functioning as intended.
Yeah, we heard them checking for 3 different ones, and they were HCN, hydrogen cyanide, HCl, hydrogen chloride, and CO, carbon monoxide. And again, these are detectors. They are in a closed environment, so all of their atmosphere is in there with them. So onboard Dragon, and also once they're onboard station, there are always a number of detectors set up throughout, just looking for any trace contaminants, as we call them. So any very tiny bits of any of these substances that are used in spacecraft for anything from cooling the vehicles, being fuel, refrigerants, things like that, just to make sure we always have a safe breathing atmosphere through that life support system for our crew members on board. So yeah, they went through, we heard a confirmation just on our side from our life support officers in the control rooms, everything at the expected values, no concerns, and they were able to switch those detectors back off.
Yeah, and shortly here, actually, the crew, so once we get the go-ahead to do the approach initiation, the crew will also begin to don their suits. So those cool suits that they had on during the ascent portion, they'll put those back on, go through some leak checks on those suits, make sure that they're good to go, because they are getting pretty close to the space station. It's a relatively dynamic phase with a number of burns and attitude, thruster movements of the spacecraft to try to make sure you're completely centered and pointed relative to the International Space Station. So we just want the crew to be safe in their suits in case anything were to happen. They're safe and ready to go. And those suits can provide nitrox, which is a mixture of nitrogen and oxygen, or pure oxygen to the suits if the pressure were to get low enough in the cabin.
But meanwhile, we are counting down to another burn. This is going to be a really small adjustment coming up in about a minute. It's an out-of-plane burn just to really fine-tune their path and set them up for that approach initiation. Only going to be changing their velocity by about 0.66 meters per second. So again, just a really slight adjustment to the Dragon spacecraft's velocity as we get closer to that approach initiation burn, which is when things are really going to start to pick up. And again, we're tracking that in under an hour from now at about 5:09 a.m. Pacific, 12:09 GMT. So we'll stand by for one more burn. Again, we'll wait to hear out once it starts. This one's planned to be about 40 seconds in length. Again, firing those Draco thrusters to begin moving Dragon just a little bit closer, just fine-tuning its path right now before we get to approach initiation.
Yeah, and actually from we saw during the 5 sort of big burns that happened earlier in the mission that the Dragon spacecraft reoriented itself. So it did what we call a slew maneuver to try to get those forward bulkhead Draco thrusters, the ones that are underneath the nose cone, or rather protected by the nose cone during the ascent portion, to get those Draco thrusters to provide most of the momentum to the spacecraft. For most of the burns going from here on, we'll actually be using the service section thrusters. So there are 12 Draco engines that provide attitude control and small thruster corrections as we make these fine-tuned approaches to the space station.
And I mean, just watching the data, it's been all service section Dracos for this burn so far. So again, just a really slight burn, just to really fine-tune our path, put Dragon in the right position before that approach initiation.
Dragon SpaceX, OOP burn complete, nominal burn.
And once again, OOP, there it is.
Dragon copies, nominal OOP burn. Thanks, Anna.
So one more nominal burn in the books. We are now 53 minutes away from the planned approach initiation. So before we get there, they are going to do a go, no-go between the teams, both in Hawthorne Mission Control right behind us and with the teams over there in Mission Control Houston. So they'll do that about 20 or so minutes before they get to the actual burn itself, which we are still tracking for under an hour from now, 5:09 a.m. Pacific, 12:09 GMT.
Yeah, and it's really a chance for all of the subsystem area experts, so the folks who really understand the avionics and the guidance system and the propulsion system and their counterparts on the station side to really take a look at the data on both spacecraft, make sure that both vehicles look healthy before they start going into what are a little bit more risky operations because you're getting closer to the space station. Bob and Doug actually touched on it, and we've talked about it a few times. They're going about 17,500 miles an hour right now, which is just it's really, really fast, incredibly fast, especially when you put into perspective that most commercial airliners are around 500 miles an hour. So things happen very quickly unless you're very controlled about your approach maneuvers, and so these go-no-go polls serve as opportunities for the ground teams to feel confident that the spacecraft is going to perform as expected.
with that out-of-plane burn now in the books, the crew should be getting to go to start their suit donning in the next 15 or 20 minutes. And that'll be one of the go, no-go criteria we look for before they get to the approach initiation burn. And so we'll hear them. We saw they had the suits in bags just strapped into the seats next to them. As both seats 1 and 4 inside the spacecraft empty for this. So Bob and Doug able to store their suits in those seats. So it was pretty cool seeing them strapped in, almost like we saw Ripley strapped in last year on Demo 1. But they'll get into their suits and get strapped in, and then once again be monitoring those touchscreen controls, just watching Dragon systems as they start to move through the final approach.
Yeah, and the ground side and, of course, Bob and Doug on the vehicle will have some steps that they need to do here. We talked a little bit about suit donning. The ground side will actually give them a call, let them know that they're go to put on their spacesuits. Once they get into the spacesuits, there's a few checks that we need to do.
Dragon SpaceX for suit donning and pre-suit donning activities.
There it is.
Go ahead.
We are ready for you to step into suit donning a little early, and we have a couple of requests for you before you do so. Let me know when you're ready to copy.
Sit on 2. Hey, Josh, are you guys seeing what you need to see from the cupola SSC?
We're ready to copy, Anna.
We're checking.
The first is that we noticed that the carry-on bags are temp stowed in the cabin. We ask that as a part of your suit donning that you please re-stow those because the material that they are made out of is a flammability risk.
It all looks good, thanks. Okay, great.
Okay, we'll restow those.
Thanks so much. Secondly, a reminder to please power off and clean each of your displays using your comfort garment, and then power back on as a part of your suit donning.
Okay, we will power off via the push buttons each display and then clean them with a comfort garment and then power each back on. How copy?
That's a perfect copy. And we will be putting the external video configuration in work as we speak, and we'll let you know when that's ready for your suit donning.
Okay, sounds good.
So the core there letting the crew to do a few actions. They talked about cleaning up the displays a little bit, making sure that they're nice to go before they step into that manual piloting test later on. Also the suit donning and camera reconfiguration, so give Bob and Doug a little bit of privacy while they slip into those spacesuits. And they actually mentioned the comfort garment there. It's actually it's a layer that they wear underneath the suit. It's kind of like soft, comfy material. I kind of think of it like soft, comfy pajamas, but it's like athletic material that they can use for soft touch cleaning items.
Yeah, one of the most common questions we get when we see spacesuits is kind of what's underneath, because we know that there's a lot of layers built in. For the large EMUs that they'll wear once they're doing spacewalks on board, which Bob Benkin received some training for, and we might be seeing him go out the door with Station Commander Chris Cassidy, who we can see start to peek into view there on the International Space Station. They have an actual liquid cooling garment that's flowing cool water, but I know the SpaceX suits were just able to use some cool air flowing through those umbilicals to help keep them cool while they're inside those suits. Because, I mean, we've called them kind of mini spacecraft inside a spacecraft. You're in a sealed environment, essentially, when everything's zipped up. So it can get kind of warm if you're just sitting in there by yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, I think it's something important to make the distinction there that the SpaceX suits are what we call IVA suits, or intravehicular activity suits. If you're thinking about, you know, the EVA suits or extravehicular activity suits, they're a little bit different. The suits provide some protection. They've got that 3D printed helmet portion with the integrated mics. So of course that protects if the crew were to get a little bump or something during the ride or during some of those dynamic maneuvers. But more importantly, the suits provide protection if there were some kind of a depressurization event in the vehicle. If we were to somehow lose cabin pressure aboard, then those suits would inflate and keep pressure on Bob and Doug. Since we have about 14.7 psi depending on where you live on the ground, so the Dragon cabin's roughly about that as well. So it tries to keep them at an appropriate positive pressure differential to keep them safe. So the suit's important function for all the safety activities, for the ascent portion. They also actually have some restraints.
And Dragon SpaceX cameras are now external.
It sounds like we're getting a lot of camera configuration work right now for the ones on Dragon. They're external now for on station. We see Chris Cassidy. He's going to do his best.
Dragon copies. And with that, Anna, we'll take that as our cue to start transitioning into our undersuit garments.
You are go.
There we go. Bob and Doug getting the go to start their suit-up procedures from the Corps here in Hawthorne and in Manon. Meanwhile, though, again, on board the space station, Chris Cassidy getting some cameras set up, so we hopefully get a pretty good view down that PMA hatch. It's a bit of a tight squeeze. Again, just as a data point for you, when that A-Pass hatch is open, they only have a little over 30 inches between the attachment point of that hatch and the bottom of the pressurized mating adapter where they're going to be coming through. But definitely big enough for the crew and definitely big enough for cargo that this version of Dragon's going to be bringing up on future flights starting later this year. It'll be the first flight of a cargo variant of this spacecraft, which, I mean, even that in of itself is going to be really exciting. There have been over 20 cargo deliveries on the original cargo Dragon, which all went through this berthing procedure. To see one come up for cargo and dock, that's just going to be another first that we have. So 2020 is already being a year of a lot of firsts, and still a lot more to come.
Yeah, in fact, actually on those Cargo Dragon missions, a couple of the early Cargo Dragon missions actually brought the international docking adapters that both the Demo 1 vehicle and hopefully today's Demo 2 vehicle will attach to. And when we got that awesome look inside the Dragon spacecraft earlier with Bob and Doug, we got a little look at some of the cargo that they have underneath the seats. So they had a few cargo pallets and storage items down there. And, you know, this version of Dragon can also hold a decent amount of cargo in the pressurized section of the vehicle. So nice to see that all that is being taken advantage of on this test flight.
Yeah, and if you give me a few minutes, I could pull up the manifest for this flight. A lot of the cargo on the way uphill is things like vehicle spares, some hardware specific to Dragon itself that's going to stay on board station for future Dragon flights. They have some cold freezers on board, which are empty right now on the way up, but those are going to be packed full on the way back down. One thing that Dragon's always provided to the International Space Station is the ability to bring cargo home, as even the cargo version of Dragon had that heat shield and survived the heat of reentry to splash down in the ocean. And that's critical for bringing a lot of these science samples back down to Earth for analysis. A lot of the science gets done on the station, but you don't have an entire analysis laboratory, which are spread out all over planet Earth. So Dragon capsule has always been able to bring some of that cargo home, and when Bob and Doug come home in a couple of weeks or a couple of months, they're going to be bringing down a whole bunch of science samples. A lot of the stuff that goes into those cold sections and it gets a little gross, but it's a lot of the human research samples, so samples from the astronauts themselves. We don't like to call them guinea pigs, but they are the research subjects for a lot of the academic research being done on board the International Space Station.
Yeah, some of the crew members have been on, I mean, up to a year up there, and microgravity is definitely a different environment from Earth because you're constantly in a state of free fall. So subtle changes to the inner eye, subtle changes to your bone density, all kinds of things that I'm sure there's awesome research going on in the station.
Affirmative, copy that. I also want to check the cable routing for this camera. Roger.
So pretty cool that Dragon can bring those cargo samples back and enable better understanding of human physiology in space for, you know, some of those deeper exploration missions that are hopefully to come.
Yeah, we have a bit of a backlog still of just all of these cold samples, and these are samples that we have a number of freezers like the Melfi, the -80-degree laboratory freezer on board the International Space Station, that you have to keep them at these very cold temperatures just to preserve them for further analysis down here on the ground. And so Cargo Dragon, not only delivering crew, but also going to be delivering some of our science samples back down to planet Earth. So it'll come from a lot of those human research studies. There have also been a number of rodent research studies on board the space station, pharmaceutical companies doing research for drugs ranging from cancer treatment to a number of very specialized diseases like Duchenne's muscular dystrophy. So a lot of this work being done on board the International Space Station, not just to learn more about flying in space, but to benefit life back down here on Earth. But we're getting some cool views inside the space station right now. Let's go down to Gary in Houston, check in with the station team. They're doing some final work to get the station configured for this approach and docking. Over to you, Gary.
Thanks, Dan. That's right. A lot has already happened. We are right on the timeline, ready to receive Bob and Doug here at the International Space Station. You're getting a look from the inside of the space station at the forward end, right where Chris Cassidy is, down that hatchway. That's where Bob and Doug are going to be docking. That's called the pressurized mating adapter. Chris Cassidy opened the hatch to essentially ventilate that pressurized mating adapter. That hatch normally closed for day-to-day operations, but opening it up allows the air from inside the International Space Station to circulate inside and really get rid of some of those CO2 pockets. One of those things you got to worry about when you're in the microgravity environment. But now that the air is circulated in the pressurized mating adapter, we got good ventilation of that segment of the space station. Cassidy's prepping the pressurized mating adapter to close the hatch there. Just don't want anything floating in while we have a good mix. So just an extra precaution before we get towards the docking of Bob and Doug. He's also configuring some cameras. You're getting a view now. That's one view that we'll be able to get from the inside there. Should be a few more coming shortly. Chris Cassidy has also completed a rendezvous conference to go over the procedures, everything he has to look forward to for the monitoring of the approach and docking of Bob and Doug here shortly. The International Space Station itself is also being configured for Bob and Doug's arrival. Attitude has been switched to proximity operations, and the solar array joints, the solar alpha rotary joints, are being configured to be locked. This is, again, one of those precautions needed for Bob and Doug's arrival. Everything is on track. We're a little bit less than an hour from bidirectional communications with the C2V2, common communication for visiting vehicle. There's one on the space station, also one on Dragon. That bidirectional communication will allow some good solid video, audio, and telemetry data to be exchanged from between Dragon and International Space Station. Dragon at that time won't need to rely on TDRS satellites and the ground stations. Really, everything can be accomplished through that C2V2 link. That's coming up here in just a little bit less than an hour. Also about that time will be the go, no-go for approach initiation, joint operations coming up on the space station very shortly, and of course the Attitude will be configured for docking, those thrusters on the U.S. side being shifted over to the Russian side. Don't want any of those plumes interfering with Dragon's docking. Everything's going according to the timeline here from Mission Control Houston. We'll send it back over to you at Hawthorne for some of these next few steps.
Awesome. Thanks, Gary. That's a cool update to hear about all the cool research and the next steps coming from your perspective, too.
All right. Well, yeah, just another time check in. We should be getting the go, no-go for that approach initiation within the next 15 minutes. That's something that's going to be on internal loops and nets with the SpaceX and NASA team. We'll be able to report to you once we get a go or a no-go, but everything's still trending towards the go. We've not had any issues with Dragon on the whole way uphill until this point. All of our burns have been nominal. We had those 5 major ones to get us in this close proximity to the International Space Station. Right now, they're only 16 kilometers away, just about 10 miles. They're going to continue to close in until they're about 7.5 kilometers, and then we'll be able to begin that approach initiation.
Yeah, currently Bob and Doug are getting into their suits. As they get into their comfort garments and then eventually get into the entire suit, then they'll let the ground team know. And then there's a couple of pressurized leak checks that we'll do on them, just to make sure that the suits are leak tight, and if there was any reason why they would need to pressurize those suits during the approach portion, then they'll be ready to go for that. They also stowed a few items in the cabin, getting it cleaned up. We like to keep the cabin relatively clean just as an operational control anytime we're doing any kind of burn or maneuver. Of course, as the spacecraft accelerates, anything that's not locked down or Velcroed down will move around the cabin until it sort of gets pushed along by the spacecraft. So we try to keep those things stowed away for most of the flight, and Bob and Doug actually talking about that a little bit after their crew sleep period, where they said, hey, the spacecraft's relatively clean after a couple people have lived in it for a day. So nice to see that they're getting ready for the approach initiation maneuver.
All right, well, we'll hear that go, no-go internally in a little while. We are tracking to about a little under 38 minutes from that approach initiation burn. At that point, we're going to start getting into some of the different waypoints. Again, there's 3 waypoints on our final approach, waypoint 0, 1, and 2. There's going to be a couple where we might pause. We might go right through waypoint 0 and waypoint 1. And then right after we get past waypoint 1, we're going to
Czy ktoś tu żyje na streamie? Siema.
hold at 220 meters away from station.
Yeah, the 220 meters is actually pretty
Hello, Max. Hello, hello.
If you can see on your screen now, there's something called the Keep Out Sphere. That's a 200-meter radius imaginary sphere around the space station. And that's really to protect the crew, both aboard the space station and the visiting spacecraft. It's really intended to be a control so that if the ground teams in Hawthorne and Johnson Space Center see anything wrong with the vehicle, then they can troubleshoot those issues before
Już mamy 16,5 kilometra. Już jest bliziutko.
Docking. When they get to that 220-meter hole, which the crew are going to command, then the crew aboard are going to do a quick manual piloting test. They actually did one of these in the far field, which just refers to being relatively far away from station. In this case, Bob and Doug will issue some commands using those touchscreen displays in the Dragon spacecraft, do a few quick bursts of translational thruster fire. So what that means is if you imagine Dragon pointed at the space station, they're going to go left, go right, go up and down a little bit. And then once they've confirmed that they're able to issue those commands, they'll switch it back over to Dragon for final approach. There'll also be a go, no-go poll there from the joint operations team, Hawthorne and Johnson, before that happens.
Yeah, and we'll have that final hold once we get into waypoint 2, and Dragon will only be 20 meters away from the space station. So it'll be lined up perfectly in front of that docking adapter at the very forward port of Node 2, the Harmony module. It'll hold at that 20 meters. Shiva said we'll do a go, no-go poll, and then they'll get to go to press in. Dragon will approach extremely slowly, and it's going to slow all the way down to about 1/10 of a meter per second or even slower as it does this final approach. At one point, we may hear something called CHOP, or crew hands-off point, and this is just a call out for the crew to know that they should not be sending any commands, because at that point, The Dragon vehicle would be the only one able to make any aborts out of that zone, and that's literally when we're just about 2 meters away from the space station, so when we're really close. We'll get that initial contact and capture, which we were tracking for about 7:30 a.m. Pacific time, or a little under 3 hours from now. And then they'll wait for the relative motion to damp out, and then they'll begin to retract that soft capture device and get a hard mate, and we'll get the docking complete call. Meanwhile, though, we're getting some views back inside of station. Chris Cassidy getting everything ready for his crewmates, Bob and Doug, who are about to be arriving on board, hopefully in the next 3 hours.
Yeah, and we were talking a little bit about the docking maneuvers there. When we get to the actual stage of docking the vehicle, Dragon has a docking structure on the top of the vehicle that's normally protected by the nose cone during the ascent portion. Now, of course, the nose cone is open, and those the sensors and the docking system underneath it are exposed to space. And so on that docking ring, there's actually 3 pedals that'll interface with the international docking adapter. They've got a ton of sensors and switches on them that'll detect whether we've made good contact with the space station. And then, of course, both the spacecraft, they're going, really fast. They may have small relative motions in between them. So the docking system for that first soft capture will actually damp out some of that relative motion. And once that motion is damped out and both the space station and Dragon are stable dynamically, then we'll actually retract the soft capture hooks. Dragon will get pulled in towards the IDA, and then a set of 12 hard capture hooks on the ring will interface with the docking system and confirm that good hard seal. And that'll create something called a vestibule between the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station.
All right, we are coming up on 6 minutes from our anticipated go, no-go poll for the teams. We can hear the lead flight director for Demo 2 for NASA, Zeb Scoville, pulling his teams in Mission Control Houston, getting them ready. So we'll report on the results of that poll as it completes. We are about 31 minutes away from the planned start time of the approach initiation burn. Again, we're tracking to right at about 5:09 a.m. over here on the West Coast, and that's 12:09 GMT for those of you around the world. And that's going to be the major burn that's going to be bringing us in really close to Dragon. We're going to go from several kilometers away to being only 500 or 400 meters away from Dragon at the end of it. The approach initiation burn planned to be about 90 seconds, so about 1.5 minutes firing of those thrusters on the Dragon spacecraft. Just, again, swinging it up. We're at an orbit roughly co-elliptic still with the International Space Station, about 2.5 kilometers below, and just continuing to close in. As of this moment, the Dragon spacecraft just about 14 kilometers or 9 miles away from the space station.
On 2, I put the spare 8-pass hatch standoff assembly back in its kit in PMM P2D.
Copy, Chris. PMM P2 Bravo.
Delta P2 Delta.
P2 Delta.
Anything I can get ahead on in stuff? I guess the only thing that appears on the Optimus is the I6 Experience camera. Other than that, it's just kind of waiting for stuff to happen, I think.
That's the affirmative from our vantage right now, Chris. We are going to be doing a bunch of big loop comm checks here. That's kind of next on the agenda. It's not on your timeline, but I'll give you a heads up on it.
Okay. About what's the ish time frame on that? Like an hour, 2 hours, less, more?
We're inside of the 5-minute window on it, and this will just be Cor and myself talking between you and Dragon and making sure all the elements of the big loop are in place.
Copy that. We're using Space to Ground 1 for the big loop, correct?
It'll be Space to Ground 2.
Glad I asked. Thanks.
And that was just a quick conversation between Chris Cassidy, the commander on board the space station right now, and Josh Kutrick. He's a Canadian Space Agency astronaut who's serving as the Capcom right now in the flight control room over there in Houston. You heard him talk about the big loop coming up. And so this is what we talked about a little bit earlier, where they're going to now be mixing the communication between the team here in Hawthorne and Dragon, which is done over Dragon to ground loops, and the team in Houston.
Dragon SpaceX on Dragon to ground. The 144K bidirectional link has been established. Please change your push-to-talk destination to ISS and then initiate a comm check.
So we're hearing a bidirectional communication link between Dragon and the station has been established. And we're going to be coming up on a series of communication checks, kind of similar to what we heard.
Okay, Anna, we'll put that
Similar to what we heard pre-launch, where several parties went around and did communications checks with each other. Pretty soon we're going to have all of the audio tied in. So from the core here in Hawthorne to the crew on Dragon.
Dragon, this is Houston. We have you loud and clear on the big loop. Stand by 1. I'll try to get SpaceX up.
Okay, Houston, we copy you also on the big loop. Great to talk to you guys from a brand new spaceship.
Yeah, likewise, a bunch of smiling faces here. It's good to talk to you, Doug. From SpaceX, they did return your call on the big loop. So I just want to make sure you did not hear from SpaceX. Is that correct?
Correct, Houston. We did not copy SpaceX. We have heard your comm minutes on the big loop, so we have been hearing both you and the station, but I don't believe we've heard SpaceX on.
Okay, Bob, we copy, and let us just have a look at that.
13 kilometrów, 13,5 kilo, jak blisko. O!
Doug promises he'll make it up for you next weekend.
Sounds good. Really looking forward to it, gentlemen. Have a great dock.
And we've started some communications checks. So on the big loop, so again, we're now tying together communications from the core here in Hawthorne to the crew on Dragon, so they can also talk to the crew on station and also talk to the team there in Houston all simultaneously. So it's called the big loop. It's just tying everybody together. We got that first exchange between Bob and Doug and Chris on the space station, so they're going to be able to talk directly to each other. Everyone's just going to be tied in as we get closer to these integrated operations.
Yeah, a lot of what we've been hearing on the way is what we refer to as Dragon to ground, and in some cases space to ground. So the big loop really just tying all of those different nets together so everyone is communicating at the same time. And in the operations room, really any time that the crew aboard station or on a vehicle speak up, the ground team really wants to be listening. So having everyone on the same loop helps us make sure that we're listening for anything that they may have any sort of urgent communications.
And so they did have one issue that they're going to troubleshoot. The crew not able to hear the core here in Hawthorne on the big loop, so they're going to get that figured out and get that integrated in. Right now, though, we're standing by for everyone to finish their go, no go for approach initiation. So that should be coming up any time now. We're about 22.5 minutes from the planned start of that approach initiation burn. And again, this is going to bring us from about 7.5 kilometers behind and 2.5 kilometers below the station, all the way up to 400 meters directly below the International Space Station. And we should hopefully be coming up on some daylight pretty soon. And we might be getting some more views from the station of the Dragon capsule.
Tak, teraz są po ciemnej stronie, dlatego nie pokazują ujęć z zewnątrz.
I believe about 22 minutes or so away. Definitely about 20 minutes away. But of course, have to get through that go, no-go poll. Have to make sure that everyone on the ground teams feel comfortable with spacecraft health, that everything that can be stacked up for success is successful.
Sounds like we're getting another comm check. So still just troubleshooting, trying to get the core in the mix to be able to talk on the big loops with the team.
While they're working that issue, I mean, this is pretty much been very few issues this flight. It's been very, very clean, pretty much since ascent. There was a couple of small questions about a thermal imaging camera where the crew noticed a flicker, and that turned out to be nominal as the camera is doing some calibration steps. So for the most part, it's been pretty clean. I'm sure the ground team's pretty happy to see good performance both out of Dragon, and Bob and Doug probably pretty happy too to see everything pretty much going as they've trained it.
Dragon SpaceX, comm check on Big Loop.
SpaceX Dragon, loud and clear now on the Big Loop. How us?
Wonderful to hear. I have you loud and clear as well. Station SpaceX, comm check on Big Loop.
SpaceX International Space Station from Expedition 63. Wonderful to hear all of your voices there in Hawthorne. Congratulations and good luck to everybody today.
Thank you so much. Great to hear your voice as well, and I hear you loud and clear. And with that, we have actually verified all of the other comm paths already, and so that completes our Big Loop comm checks.
All right, so with the core now in the mix, all four of our parties, the core here in Hawthorne, the Capcom in Mission Control Houston, the crew on board Dragon, and the crew on board the space station now all in the mix. In the meantime, the SpaceX team has reported that they are go for that approach initiation burn that's set to come up in just a little over 18 minutes from now. And so we're just waiting on everyone for the final go, and we should be able to do that burn on time. Again, it's targeted at about 5:09 a.m. Pacific, 12:09 GMT.
And you heard the core there, Anna, mention that we had gone through a number of other comm checks to make sure all the other parties were involved. We also did a checkout of the Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles, or C2V2 system. So that's communication between the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station. There's Dragon, and I think we can make out, that looks like the nose cone at the top left corner of it. Right now, Dragon is about, if I can pull up some data, just about 11.5 kilometers from the space station.
Approach initiation. We will be enabling the maneuver shortly, and our updated expected maneuver start time is 12:11 UTC.
So Dragon getting really close. It's getting really exciting now.
We just heard we have the go for the approach initiation burn.
Dragon SpaceX, how copy?
That's coming up in about, let's see here.
We got an updated time. We're expecting that to start at about 5:11 now a.m. Pacific, 12:11 UTC.
Yeah, so less than 20 minutes away.
Again, SpaceX on the big loop. We copied 12:11. How do you hear?
I hear you loud and clear. Good copy.
We tried you twice on Dragon to ground with no response. That's why we called you on the big loop.
Copy. I did not hear you on Dragon to ground. We will look into that. Thanks.
All right, so Dragon really starting to come into view. Right now we're just about 10.7 kilometers away, 6.7 miles. And we should be just about 15 minutes away from the start of this approach initiation burn. We are waiting to hear confirmation the crew is getting through their suit up steps. But moving closer to this approach initiation burn, it's going to be about a 90-second firing of the thrusters just to bring Dragon well inside of that approach ellipsoid. They're going to be only 400 meters directly below the space station, so we'll start getting some pretty spectacular views as it begins to close in on the station.
Yeah, and at this point we are well within integrated operations. I mean, that's why both Johnson Space Center and Hawthorne Mission Control are coordinating so closely.
Dragon SpaceX on big loop.
And the approach ellipsoid that we mentioned earlier.
Dragon to ground, please change your cabin mic, push to talk, destination to ground, and meet me on Dragon to ground for a comm check.
Okay, we'll try it again.
There's a view. This is a camera overlooking the exposed facility, so that's one of our fun facts. Both Chris Cassidy and Doug Hurley flew on STS-127, which delivered that facility to the International Space Station. They're just going to continue to close in, though, so this will be their second time flying together. Chris hasn't flown with Bob Behnken before, but the two did transition the leadership role in the astronaut office, with Chris taking over from Bob once he was assigned to go off and begin training for these commercial crew flights.
Your screen now is a view of Dragon. You're starting to be able to distinguish the features a little bit more. The left side there, that semicircle, is actually the nose cone, and you can start to see the aerodynamic fins on the service section. Those small little blips at the top and bottom of the spacecraft. I'm sure these features are all going to get much, much better as we get closer and closer to station. We definitely had some spectacular views on the Demo 1 mission.
Yeah, we've been pretty fortunate, the outboard cameras catching Dragon when it was still several hundred kilometers away, which is pretty unusual for visiting spacecraft. But right now it's continuing to close in. We're less than 10 kilometers from station, so just a little over 6 miles away, continuing to move towards that approach initiation burn. The target time that was just radioed up to the crew is about 5:11 a.m. Pacific, 12:11 Universal Time. And so we're going to be looking for that. And as Shiva said, we are inside integrated operations now. The teams here in Hawthorne working extremely closely with the teams in Houston. We heard all of those communications checks to establish the big loop. So all 4 of our major players in this operation, the ground teams both here in Hawthorne and in Houston, and our crew up in space, both on Dragon and the space station, all able to talk to each other and listen in simultaneously. So all of those bidirectional links have been established. The Dragon spacecraft communicating directly with the International Space Station at this point, and we are just coming up on a couple of minutes away, a little over 10 minutes away from that approach initiation burn. Cameras from station continuing to track Dragon. We are waiting for the confirmation from the crew on that suit of activity. They did start that a couple of minutes ago. And at this point, we're about 7.5 minutes, or a little bit closer to 8 minutes at this point, away from that approach initiation burn.
Yeah, right now Dragon's flying actually over the South Atlantic, in between sort of South America and Africa, sort of over the ocean.
It looks like we're getting it in focus now. You can see the nose cone pointed to the bottom left corner. You can see it exposed right in the center, the smaller dark circle of Dragon. That's the docking ring that is going to be used to attach Dragon to that international docking adapter once it begins that final approach and initial contact.
And if you're trying to get your sense of bearings here, the nose cone actually opens away from the side hatch. So the hatch that Bob and Doug entered the spacecraft through on the crew access arm, and if you've had a chance to tune in to our live events with them on the capsule, they've shown that side hatch. That's on the opposite side of that nose cone. So you can imagine Bob and Doug and their seats are facing towards that side hatch. And so that's where they would be sitting once they're complete with suit donning and once they've stepped into those leak jets of their suits. The very top in that ring that Dan had mentioned, so along that ring are the 4 forward Draco thrusters. That's what we were using for those 5 burns that happened earlier over the past 16 hours of this mission. And right in the center there is the forward hatch. So hopefully only a few hours away from seeing Bob and Doug climb through that and aboard the International Space Station to meet their colleague Chris Cassidy aboard.
Yeah, just a couple of steps coming up after this approach initiation burn. They'll do what's called a mid-course burn, so just kind of a mid-course correction that's already programmed in. That comes about 25 minutes following the actual approach initiation burn itself. And then prior to them getting to waypoint 0, which is about 400 meters directly below the station, the teams will go ahead and do a go, no-go to enter the keep-out sphere. And again, that's that imaginary sphere with a radius of 200 meters around the station. They won't cross into that keep-out sphere until after their manual flight test when they're moving into waypoint number 2, but they'll do that go, no-go just before they're even at waypoint 0. And again, waypoint 0 could be a hold point, or if everything looks good with Dragon, they'll continue right on past it. So they'll swing up initially to that spot just 400 meters directly below station, and then they'll conduct another maneuver to go right out in front of station. So they'll go right up in front and line Dragon pointed directly back at the station itself and lined up with that hatch.
Yeah, and once they get to that 220 meter point, you'd mentioned the manual flight test that they're going to do. The Dragon spacecraft can approach completely autonomously, but of course the crew aboard, and actually the crew aboard the crew aboard Dragon can issue manual piloting commands and control the translation if they needed to step in, or issue commands to have Dragon retreat or break out from its approach. And the crew aboard station as well can issue commands to Dragon. That's part of what Chris Cassidy aboard station will be monitoring as they approach. If you want to give your chance at trying to fly the spacecraft, we actually have a cool simulation on our website. It's iss-sim.spacex.com, and you can actually fly pretty much the display that Bob and Doug will be flying when they do that translational test. It's a little bit difficult. I definitely didn't dock the first time I tried it. I don't know if you had better luck, Dan.
No, I could lie and tell you I did, but it did take me 3 tries. I think I made the same mistake as everybody. That first try just ended up going in way too fast. That second try tried to over-adjust, and all of a sudden I was spinning backwards. And you really learn that just the tiniest adjustments when you're in a spacecraft and you're flying in microgravity can have a really big effect on the vehicle. And you just kind of have, if you start to turn left, you need to turn right just to make sure you kind of null it out or stop that motion. Otherwise, you're just going to keep on going. Same thing as when you're doing that approach. You have to slow down. There are very slow speeds that are acceptable for the docking. They'll be going right around 1/10 of a meter per second when they make that initial contact and capture, so extremely slow. If you're doing the simulator, you can pick up speed pretty quick, and then you have to start slowing down pretty quick because you'll move in, and you have to constantly be thinking about all of the different...
SpaceX Dragon, com check from the CDR in suit.
And this is SpaceX on Big Loop. I hear CDR loud and clear. Help me.
Dragon on the Big Loop, com check suited. We've got you loud and clear on the Big Loop.
Great to hear your voice.
All right, that was Doug Hurley. It sounds like they're in their suits. You heard him refer to CDR, Doug Hurley, the spacecraft commander for this mission. Bob Behnken's in the pilot seat. He's also the Joint Operations Commander. And so this is actually one of the main areas of his concern is when we're doing these joint operations with the space station. So we're doing joint operations here on the ground. That obviously just means that the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station, close proximity and about to be linked up. Bob Behnken, the one kind of overseeing all of the operations while Dragon is attached.
Wow. That is a very pretty view.
Yeah, getting a view of Dragon. We're coming up pretty soon on that approach initiation burn. Dragon itself is inside that 7.5 kilometer range that we're expecting it to be away from the space station before this starts. And we did hear confirmation that the AI burn, the approach initiation burn, is in progress. Again, this is about a 90-second firing of those thrusters on the Dragon spacecraft.
Dragon SpaceX on Big Loop, burn complete, nominal burn. Reminder to review your impulsive retreat recovery cue cards if desired.
Copy nominal burn on the Big Loop. We will review our cue cards.
So Anna Menon, the core there, giving the crew some insight that the burn was completed nominally. As Dan had mentioned, there is that mid-course correction. And Anna had mentioned impulsive retreat cue cards. Bob and Doug have the ability to issue commands to Dragon if they see anything that's unsafe. So of course on those 3 displays that they have between the 2 of them, they can see the rate of the vehicle, how quickly they're closing, and they have a set of criteria that they're looking for to make sure that they're safely approaching the station. So Anna just giving them a heads up that they should review that criteria if they so desire, so they feel fully confident before the mid-course.
Czy ktoś jest na streamie, czy wy to widzicie? Ja, widać nawet obraz ten, już stacji.
A view from that camera, that thermal camera on Dragon looking back at station.
Ale czad, 6,5 kilometra.
6.5 kilometers, or just over 4 miles away. That AI burn, that approach initiation burn, was done successfully, reported up to the crew and the teams down here on the ground. They're going to do a mid-course burn, so just about midway through their track, up to 400 meters below the space station. That'll come in about 23 minutes from now, and then we're waiting until we get to waypoint 0. It should take about 43 minutes for this kind of gentle glide from 2.5 kilometers below to just 400 meters below. That'll take about 43 minutes until they arrive there.
Yeah, and if we hopefully have a good video of Dragon during that mid-course correction, you may see some small plumes coming off of the sides of the vehicle. That's those 12 service section Draco thrusters doing small attitude adjustments, just to make sure that we're coming to station as expected. Really small, minute corrections at this point. Kind of fun to see the
Dragon SpaceX on Dragon to ground.
Ja pierdziele, jaki to jest widok. Niesamowite. Ale miazga. Mają mori już 6 km do stacji. I to co widzimy to jest kapsuła Dragona w tym momencie. Przed chwilą pokazywali też kapsuły, stacje. Jakie to jest niepojęte. Jakby planeta jest teraz tak dla nas troszeczkę do góry nogami. To dlatego to tak troszkę dziwnie wygląda.
At this point in their procedure, they will be seated in their suits.
6 km równo. 6 km równo do stacji. 17 godzin misji. Czyli jeśli będzie zgodnie z planem, misja niby miałaby potrwać jeszcze 2 godziny, ale nie wydaje mi się, że tak długo będzie trwała. Siema Max, siema. Już pięknie widać Dragona za ISS-a. Ja pierdzielę, a jestem zajarany.
And cool thing actually about the suit, so that the helmet is 3D printed and the mics
Wow,
that they're
po
doing
raz miliardy powtarzają, że hełmy mają wydrukowane w 3D.
The body of the helmet. So all part of
Mogę też wspomnieć, bo mam troszkę informacji, że to co widzimy na górze to jest po prostu otwarty, nie wiem jak to nazwać, otwarta klapa po prostu docking portu. Dlatego tak to wygląda w ten sposób. I widać, że to chyba jakieś po prostu światełko Ameryka na tym docking porcie? Coś w tym stylu? Podejrzewam, że nie wiem za ile wlecą na ciemną stronę planety, ale po ciemnej stronie planety, no nie wiem, będą tyle samo chyba, więc kurde, fajnie jakby no zdążyli jeszcze teraz, ale to się teraz nie zdarzy. Będziemy musieli jeszcze jeden obrót dookoła planety zrobić, po połowy planety, żeby wylecieć z tego, znaczy oni muszą zrobić, nie ja, oni muszą zrobić, żeby wylecieć na jasną stronę. Chociaż nie wiem czy po ciemnej stronie też będą mogli dokować, nie znam się. Jak to zajebiście wygląda.
We're still about 40 minutes away from the arrival at waypoint 0. So at that point, Dragon will be exactly 400 meters directly beneath the International Space Station. On the way uphill, we're going to listen in for the teams in mission control.
Dragon SpaceX on Dragon to ground. Friendly reminder to please unlatch the toilet button before you get back in your seat.
Coś tam było guziku do kibla, ale nie ogarnąłem o co, żeby jakoś odblokowali.
Thank you.
Bo to jest zrozumienie tylko inteligentnej istoty Mori.
Earlier, it is a lived-in spacecraft. So, of course, as part of the life support system, you have to take care of those things about being human.
Oni bodajże teraz przelatują nad Afryką, jeśli się nie mylę. Tylko że my widzimy to pod kątem, dlatego widzimy bodajże Ocean Spokojny. Ale podejrzewam, że twój chomik nie ogarnia lotów kosmicznych. Jego rasa nie ogarnęła jak latać w kosmosy, więc nie będzie go to interesować.
For now, we're just keeping our eye on Dragon during this approach. It's in the approach initiation. Our next thing coming up is going to be that mid-course burn coming in just a little over 18 minutes. We're a little under 38.5 minutes away from the arrival at waypoint 0. That's going to be the first of 3 waypoints on our way to a docking today. Again, we were targeting about 7:30 a.m. over here on the west coast for that docking. We might get there a little bit early as they have been moving through a couple of these
chyba oni
steps.
mówią, że
We were able to
będą
do that approach
odrobinę
initiation
wcześniej niż
about 16
planowane
minutes
to
ahead of
było,
the
że
original
jakoś tam...
timeline. So we might get a little bit early on the
Tak,
docking
że-
today. We do
tak,
have
że
a
będą
number of
szybciej
different
dokować.
steps, including
Zarobiście.
a manual flight test, so it'll all depend on how that goes. But progressing smoothly, we may pause at waypoint
Dużo
0,
chmur jest nad
may
ziemią
continue
niestety,
right
a
along,
szkoda, bo
everything's looking
widoki
good with
byłyby
Dragon,
lepsze.
and then they'll be able to
Ale w
move
sumie
over
tu
to
nie o
waypoint
widoki
1,
ziemi chodzi w
which
tym
will place
momencie,
them
one
just
są
220
urozmaicenia.
meters away from the station.
Muszę ciągle widzę korygować kamerę, bo Dragon względem ich leci troszeczkę szybszą trajektorią, znaczy tą inną trajektorią. Nie wiem jak to wytłumaczyć sensownie, brakuje mi po prostu technicznych słów, bo nie znam się, ale wiem mniej więcej jak to wszystko działa, nie? Kurde, mówią czemu będą w kombinezonach, ale nie załapałem momentu. Dlaczego?
We are expecting Bob and Doug to exercise the hold functionality just outside waypoint 1 to do the manual piloting test.
And after that test is complete, they'll hand control back over to the
Ile macie
Dragon
do stacji, ja chcę to
spacecraft.
wiedzieć.
It will
Podejrzewam, że oni musieli zwolnić teraz bodajże, więc może jeszcze 5 coś kilometra. Właśnie oni mówią też o tych waypointach. Pierwszy waypoint, do którego mają dotrzeć, to będzie 400 metrów przed stacją samą i ostatni waypoint będzie 20 metrów przed stacją, przed docking portem, do którego mają zadokować. Mają być w tych dwóch, mają się ustawić w tych dwóch waypointach, zanim zadokują, jeśli dobrze rozumiem.
A little less than 30 seconds before we may hear the call out for CHOP, that stands for the crew hands off point. And this is literally just the point where the crew will not be sending any commands to the vehicle. It's all over to Dragon if any aborts need to be called, just due to the latency with the flight computer responding to crew actions at that point. And then we'll stand by for the contact and capture. Again, we were tracking
SpaceX Dragon from the PLT comm check. Dragon to ground.
I hear you loud and clear. Help me.
Loud and clear, Anna and Doug and I have a good intercom check as well.
Copy. Good intercom checks. Let us know when you are done with that full suit donning procedure, and we'll bring you into suit leak checks.
So Bob Benkin hopping on the comms there. He used the acronym, or I guess the letters PLT for pilot.
Okay, we're donning our gloves at this time.
We copy.
So for ISS missions for NASA, there are 4
Ty, ale to są chmury, że to jest po prostu pustynia, nad którą teraz lecą, nie? W sensie ten żółty odcień. To są oczywiście też różne warstwy tych chmur, ale ciekawi mnie to.
So it would be
Nie, zobaczcie na cienie. To musi być powierzchnia. Cienie odpowiadają chmurom. Ja pierdzielę. Czyli to jest Afryka.
Unless you're in the cruise point of view, and then it makes sense because you're going left to right, 1 to 4.
And Bob Benkin in the pilot seat right next to him, second from the left, and in front of them are those 3 displays and the button panel that we got a chance to see earlier that they'll be monitoring telemetry on and using to exercise that manual piloting test.
And it looks like the crew just has a couple of steps left until they're done getting into their suits, and then they'll go ahead and do another leak check. This will be the 3rd leak check they've done in these suits since their day started yesterday. They did an initial one when they got suited
Akurat
up in the
interesowało mnie, czy
operations and
to
checkout
ta
facility
cała
down on
powierzchnia
the
jest w
ground in
chmurach,
Kennedy Space Center.
ale nie, po prostu to jest...
Dragon to ground, we're complete 4.010.
Ale to nie są chmury, to jest po prostu ziemia. Chmury widzimy teraz po lewej. Oczywiście oni mają też fokus zrobiony na Dragona, nie? Dlatego też powierzchni Ziemi też tak widzimy trochę, myślę, inaczej. Że nie jest do końca sfokusowana.
So with that, the crew going to step into leak checks again. This could be their 3rd one. They've already done one when they initially got suited up in the operations and checkout
Bo jak
facility.
przelecą przez Afrykę, to będą powoli wlatywać kawałeczek chyba Europy i potem już Azja znowu.
SpaceX Dragon in 2.2, we are ready to pressurize.
To chyba była komenda, a raczej informacja, że są gotowi.
Dragon, SpaceX on Dragon to ground, you are go to pressurize.
Nie wiem, co to znaczy. Nie wiem, co oni powiedzieli. Ale będą coś tam wykonywać w Dragonie. Coś z ciśnieniem. Ale w którą stronę, to ja nie wiem.
So now the crew going to step through and pressurize. Normally when the suits aren't pressurized,
aha, że będą
one of the zippers kind of just cracked open.
Tego, swoje kombinezony. Jakby, jak to nazwać? Jak to nazwać? Ktoś ma więcej słów ode mnie? Że będą wrzucać atmosferę do swoich kombinezonów, nie? Tlen i tak dalej. Żeby móc oddychać bez statku, bez Dragona, w razie czego. Oni lecą po orbicie Mori, więc oni duchem bezwładni. Zaraz wlecą... widzimy właśnie, że tu Afryka się będzie kończyć. Nie wiem teraz, co to jest za morze, ale to nie jest na pewno ocean, to na 100% jest morze. Boże, nie zmieniajcie mi teraz. Będziemy widzieć. Czyli tutaj są. I jeszcze wlecą kawałeczek... Nie, są wyżej czy niżej? Nie, niżej. Czyli przelecą kawałeczek przez Morze Czarne.
Serving as another barrier protection for the crew for anything like a
Tak, zaraz będziemy widzieć ich znowu nad lądem.
But crew suited up now. Sounds like we're about to step through these leak checks.
Yeah, and we were talking a little bit there, so as you're listening to comms, there's some call outs for 4.010 and 4.011. Those are referring to procedures that the crew have on the spacecraft. So they have procedures built into their displays. These two just happen to be the 2 that they're running right now. They also have those on their tablets, so they can follow along there if they needed to.
Wygląda.
We were also talking a little bit about 14.7 PSI. I know you and I both have engineering backgrounds, but if you don't have an engineering background, the atmosphere
za nami ogląda to 446 tysięcy typa, plus jeszcze pewnie jakieś takie streamy, nie?
So if you're at sea level right now or pretty close to, what you're walking around in is 14 pounds per square inch.
I widzimy kolejne lądy, to już są lądy, widzimy miasta nawet Europy, ja pierdzielę. No nie przełączajcie mnie teraz. Dobra, po lewej i po prawej zresztą widzimy wnętrze i zewnętrze Międzynarodowej Stacji Kosmicznej.
We get to do a pretty cool thing with station
during jaki widok, nie?
The station's attitude,
całe jakieś miasto
is controlled
wielkie.
by these very large gyroscopes called control moment gyros. And it's a pretty efficient way.
No kurde, pierwszy lot komercyjny w kosmos. To jest duże wydarzenie, to jest historyczne wydarzenie.
It's a very large spacecraft. So using thrusters a little more work intensive.
Może kiedyś się uda, jeśli loty będą komercyjne i bardziej dostępne dla ludzi.
And then after that,
SpaceX Dragon on Dragon to ground, we saw 2 good leak checks.
And Dragon SpaceX on Dragon to ground, we saw the same. Great news, thanks.
and we just got confirmation 2 good leak checks on those suits, so another milestone down.
Okej, czyli kombinezony są już ogarnięte, jak się dowiadujemy.
Right now, controlling the attitude on board the space station will flip over back to the control moment gyros, so those are over on the US segment. Once we make that initial soft capture, just because we don't
Brakuje mi tylko, kurde, były tam informacje, jak są wysoko.
Before we get to that ready to latch,
Tu było to, zerknijmy. 3,44 km tu byli, dajmy szybko na żywo, czyli mają mniej niż 4 km, około mniej niż 3,5 km.
But all that coming up in just about 2 hours, hopefully, away from our targeted docking time, right around 7:30 a.m. Pacific here in Hawthorne. But everything continuing to go well. We had that approach initiation burn happen about 16
Zanim to będzie możliwe, to minie 50 lat. Hello, Starlight.
And then we're standing by for that arrival at waypoint 0 in just under 28 minutes.
It's only 3 kilometers to dock.
On your screen is a view of the Dragon spacecraft from the International Space Station. We're on the sunlit side of the Earth, so daytime for those folks.
Teraz widzimy Morze Czarne na stówę.
Right now, actually, Dragon is just about to fly over the Caspian Sea. So if the
Morze
clouds
Kaspijskie,
sort of break
Boże.
a little bit, we might get some cool views of planet Earth behind us.
3 kilometry to jeszcze będzie dużo, bo oni zwalniają. Oni będą teraz zwalniać. Ja pierdzielę, niesamowity. Jaki widok! Ja pizgam, nie? Jak z obrazka. W głowie się nie mieści.
Right now, Dragon just continuing to close its way in. Right now we're about 2.5 kilometers away from the station.
2,5 kilometra, 2,5 kilometra. Widzimy jakieś pola teraz. Chociaż nie planeta mnie interesuje, nie? Bo ciągle oglądam Dragona, ale Dragon jest bardzo statyczny, bo się zbliża bardzo powoli. Oddalają obraz. Myślę, że dają takiego zwykłego zooma, jak ludzkie oko, nie? Tak, tak. Myślę, że to jest widok takiego mniej więcej ludzkiego oka w tym momencie.
The Kronos flight controller over in Houston, controlling this camera outside the station. He's controlling it from that mission control center on the ground, giving us a nice zoomed out view as the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station actually just flying over Kazakhstan. They are
teraz Kazachstan, są nad Kazachstanem.
To the west right now of Baikonur, which until yesterday has been the only gateway to orbit for our U.S. crew members to the International Space Station. So they're going to make a pass just to the north of Baikonur. We're looking at Kazakhstan in the background, but with this, a U.S. vehicle launched on a U.S. rocket from U.S. soil, now in the mix, a new era and a new path to station for our NASA crew members.
That's right. Actually, Chris Cassidy would have blasted off out of Baikonur not that long ago on a Soyuz vehicle.
2 km 250 metrów.
Right where the crew are flying over right now.
17 godzin misji już. Najgorzej, że będą gdzieś tu wlatywać zaraz w ten no w noc Ziemi, nie? I nie będziemy nic widzieć. Chyba że światła będą nam to oświetlać. Podejrzewam, że tak, bo muszą siebie widzieć, ale jak to będzie na kamerach widoczne, to już nie wiemy.
Depending on how all the Dragon systems are looking for the teams down here on
Znaczy na pewno światła muszą mieć, ale chodzi mi o to, jak to kamery będą obejmować, nie? Jakie mają tam kamery na stacji.
And then continue on to waypoint 1, at which point we'll watch Dragon go from the bottom of the station, where it's going to be on what's known as the R bar, or the radial vector. That's if you drew a line straight through the International Space Station down to planet Earth. Dragon's going to be pausing or going right through 400 meters on that line, and then it's going to swing itself up out in front and align itself with the docking adapter on the Node 2 forward port, and they're going to pause at about 220 meters away from the station.
Yeah, right now Dragon is in a pointing mode that has it and its variety of guidance and navigation control sensors pointed directly at the station. Earlier on in the webcast, we actually got a few glimpses, I think, thermal images of the International Space Station. So we had a cool side-by-side of the space station and Dragon next to each other.
Podejrzewam, że widownia zwiększa się bardzo mocno.
So those sensors are pointed at the station right now. Right now, Dragon's attitude control system is trying to maintain its attitude, null out any sort of roll or any sort of motion that it might pick up from just as
Też nie możemy aż tyle się cofnąć, widzę. Jest Dragon jest na dole.
That's part of the reason we've had those great views looking at the forward hatch and where we can see the nose cone. Right now, that's that little dark dot at the bottom of your screen. You can see it highlighted against the clouds as we're flying over the middle of, it might be over Russia, I think, right now. Unfortunately, my ground trek map does not tell me all of the country labels, so.
It looks like we're still over Kazakhstan. We should be over Russia for a short little bit in a few minutes, and then they'll fly out over northern Mongolia. Continue down, flying over northeastern China, make a pass over the Korean Peninsula, out over Japan, and by that point, they'll be in an orbital nighttime. So moving pretty quickly, a little over 17,000 miles an hour. But relative to each other, their speeds are pretty close. Dragon's only moving in at a rate of about 2.4 meters per second right now. So we're a little under
2 metry na sekundę teraz się poruszają, więc cholerę wolno. Więc na pewno będą wpadać w tym, w czasie dnia.
We're going to get to waypoint 0, so just 400 meters below the station in just under 22 minutes.
Minecraft został zawieszony, niedługo znowu będzie odwieszany.
Yeah, and we talked about the approach ellipsoid and the keypad sphere a little bit earlier, but around the space station there's a 4 kilometer by 2 kilometer by 2 kilometer ellipse. It's an imaginary shape around the space station, which is designed to help vehicles make sure that they're staying clear of the station unless they have business to conduct, which of course the Demo 2 mission does today with docking at the station. So being 400 meters below along the R bar, as Dan had mentioned earlier, will be well within that approach ellipsoid, but not quite within the 200 meter keep out sphere around the station.
1,5 kilometra, no lekko ponad 1,5 kilometra.
When we get just past waypoint 1, which is waypoint 1 is at that 220 meters away from station there.
Dragon at this very moment only a mile away from the International Space Station. So it's continuing to close in. We should be just seconds away from the start of that mid-course burn. This just to help fine-tune its path up towards waypoint 1. Waypoint 0 rather, just 400 meters below the space station, which we'll get there in about 20 minutes. About halfway there, though, the teams will do a go, no-go if they're just going to pass waypoint 1 and then move on to, they'll go past waypoint 0 onto waypoint 1. Try to keep everything lined up here for you, not to confuse you. We'll have 3 waypoints. It'll be waypoint 0, 400 meters below the station, waypoint 1, 220 meters out in front of the International Space Station, and then waypoint 2, just 20 meters in front of that docking port on the Node 2 forward port. And so we're going to move through all of those quickly. We should be in the
A to
mid-course
są chyba
burn
kamery
at
na
this
żywo z tą
point. And
symulacją.
so Dragon just doing a slight adjustment as it continues to swing up. It's eventually going to be just 400 meters directly
Nie jestem
below
pewny,
the
bo ja się nie
International
znam, ja
Space
spekuluję
Station.
sobie
Bob
tu
and Doug
dużo, ja nie
strapped
jestem
into their
ekspertem,
seats,
nie?
suited up along for the ride for now, as this is automated, but we won't be automated the whole way since this is a demo flight.
Yeah, and actually on the screen to our, I guess on the right side of your screen, there you saw some orange blips. That represents the service section Draco engines firing. So there are 12 of those on the service section or the trunk of the vehicle. And once we get through this mid-course maneuver, we'll probably hear some words from the core to Bob and Doug, letting them know.
That's right, and we do have confirmation that the AI mid-course or the approach initiation mid-course burn is underway. Again, we expect this
Czyli
one
te
to last
pomarańczowe kreski, które się pokazują, to jest chyba
just a little
strona,
over a minute.
z której są odpalone
This
małe
is, again,
silniki
just a really
manewrowe.
fine-tuned
Jeśli dobrze zrozumiałem to, co
approach.
powiedzieli.
Yeah, all of these maneuvers are pretty small at this point.
No i wszystkie te manewry są bardzo malutkie.
Burn complete, nominal burn. Trajectory has converged on waypoint 0.
Copy, nominal burn.
There's those two words, nominal burn. So we won't have any more significant burns. We're still going to be using those engines, obviously, for the final approach maneuvers. But at this point, Dragon now approaching waypoint 0.
Już pewnie są blisko tego kilometra. Szykują się na jakiś kolejny manewr, tylko że widzimy, że jesteśmy coraz bardziej po ciemnej stronie.
Of course, that small translational test with Bob and Doug commanding Dragon to do some small manual piloting maneuvers.
Dosłownie za chwilę, oni mają kilometr już.
Darken, but hopefully we'll still be able to keep Dragon in view as they are crossing pretty soon into an orbital nighttime.
Tylko że będziemy zaraz, znaczy będziemy, oni będą wlatywać zaraz na ciemną stronę planety i gówno zobaczymy.
Less than a mile away from station, Dragon just under 1200 meters away, continuing to close the gap. Pretty slow rate right now, moving in at only about 1.7 meters per second.
A za ile minut dokowanie to dokładnie nie wiem. Ale wiem, że mają kilometr, więc to już jest po prostu, no, mogą praktycznie siebie dotknąć, nie? Pomachać do siebie z okienek. Ekstremalnie blisko są.
So that means Dragon pointed in the right direction on its way to that waypoint just 400 meters below the space station.
Yeah, and to maybe put that 1.7 meters meters per second in perspective, if there are any runners or joggers listening, that's a pretty reasonable pace jog. So right now, the spacecraft is moving towards the ISS about as fast as if you were going on a morning jog.
Jakąś muzę odpalili na streamach.
All right, so at this point, we're inside the approach ellipsoid that we were talking about. So as Dragon moves inside of just about 1 kilometer away, again, the approach ellipsoid is an elliptical shape, 4 kilometers long by 2 kilometers tall by 2 kilometers wide, essentially a 3-dimensional oval. And that's just one of those checkpoints around the station that governs the approach of visiting vehicles. Before we were in this point, Dragon was on a 24-hour free safe trajectory, so if we had lost control of Dragon, it would have been at least 24 hours before we moved inside.
O, było widać silnik. Mocniejszy
given the
ten.
go as it was given the
Gwiazdki było widać?
authority
Czy
to
to
do
pojawiły
the
się chyba
approach
gwiazdki? Nie, bez
initiation
sensu.
burn.
Nie mogły się pojawić gwiazdki,
So that next
bo widzieliśmy
imaginary
planetę.
gateway around the space
Po prostu
station
jakieś
is the keep out
kamera,
sphere.
jakieś
That
tam
one's a little
dziwne
bit
rzeczy zrobiła.
smaller, has
Widać
a
po lewej
radius of
stronie
200 meters.
kropkę, która
We won't
mryga,
be
nie?
crossing
To
that
musi być drag... Nie.
until, we're done
A nie, to
with
musi
manual
być
flight
Dragon, bo
test,
co
but we'll do the
innego?
go, no go to cross that sphere well in advance of them
Chyba.
actually moving in.
Nie mam pojęcia. Oczywiście wleciliśmy w ciemną stronę planety, dlatego teraz mamy widok ze środka Międzynarodowej Stacji Kosmicznej. I nie będziemy widzieć tego, co się dzieje na zewnątrz za bardzo, dopóki nam tego światła, myślę, nie oświetlą. Aha, to co widzimy, to co się świeci, to są silniki Dragona.
That R-bar approach just 400 meters below the International Space Station.
Widzimy Dragona i on musi być oświetlany lampami. Na stówę, nie ma innej opcji. On musi być oświetlany w tym momencie lampami Międzynarodowej Stacji Kosmicznej i widzimy też pod jakim kątem na niego Międzynarodowa Stacja Kosmiczna świeci, z której strony światło pada.
As it continues to close in, the station and Dragon right now just over the northeastern part of China. They are in an orbital nighttime, so the sun is setting on both vehicles right now as they're flying about 262 statute miles over the surface of planet Earth. Two crew members, NASA's Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, inside Dragon, closing in on their home for the next several months, completing the first crewed flight of the commercial crew program era to the International Space Station. So we should be under 2 hours away from the planned docking time. We were looking at a docking around 7:30 a.m. Over here on the West Coast. But they were able to move through a number of their maneuvers a little bit quicker. We've got about 16 minutes ahead of the approach initiation burn, so that docking time will be a little bit variable and will hinge on how quickly they're able to move through that second manual.
Jesteś właśnie w momencie, kiedy będziesz mógł widzieć historyczną chwilę. Bo jesteśmy już, Elon Musk ze SpaceX i NASA są bardzo blisko, żeby zadokować Dragona do Międzynarodowej Stacji Kosmicznej. No, perfekcyjnie, bo jest mniej niż kilometr. Wysyłam jeszcze info dla ludzi ciekawych na Discordach. Start był, Arek, o 21:22 dokładnie. I gdzieś tu, znaczy nie zobaczymy, tu możemy powtórki stąd zobaczyć. Tak na szybko, dosłownie na szybko. To był start.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
To było zajebiste, na żywo. A, piękne. I dwóch ziomów na samej górze. Z wielkimi jajami. No, niesamowite. Dobra, nie mogę więcej pokazać, bo ja chcę oglądać to, co się teraz tu dzieje. O, spadająca gwiazda. To więcej spadających gwiazd, czy co to jest? Musieli mocno rozświetlić, widzę, ekran. Muzyka jest ze streama, nie jest moja, jak coś. Jeszcze... Tak, muzyka jest ze streama.
The expected maneuver start time is 1256 UTC. Reminder that Dragon will nominally continue approach through waypoint 1 toward waypoint 2 without
Ja mam nadzieję, że będziemy to widzieć po jasnej stronie planety, bo teraz ta ostrość jest żałosna, nie? Ale no co zrobić?
Dragon on the big loop, we copy, go.
and 12:56.
Good copy.
All right, so we heard both teams, the NASA and SpaceX teams, are go to continue on past waypoint 0. So they'll be coming up on that point in about 10 minutes from now, and they're just going to continue on along until waypoint 1. And so it'll be a quick pass through. They'll go from just 400 meters directly below the International Space Station up to waypoint 1. So they're going to do pretty much a 90-degree maneuver to go from directly below station to directly in front of it.
O ty w życiu.
And this is always something really cool to see. So you're seeing city lights on the
Tak,
ground
dobrze mówiłem.
right now.
Światło
We
miast.
continue to fly. We just made a pass over Japan. So those were city lights in Japan as Dragon
To
and
nad
the
Japonią
station
widzieliśmy
over, and now they're
światło.
about to cross over the northern Pacific Ocean. So things will be dark for a little while as Dragon continues to close in. We should have sunrise coming up at about 21 minutes after the hour. So if
Za
everything holds
21
on
minut
track,
dopiero będziemy
we
widzieć
should have some good sunlight for
chyba wschód
docking,
słońca.
hopefully.
Dla
But
nich.
we'll have lights on board the
Dla
Dragon
orbity,
itself.
nie?
You can see the red and the green telling us where it is as it continues to approach. At this moment, we are just about 585 meters away.
580 metrów. Zaraz będą na waypoincie 1. Czyli 400 metrów. No, trzymamy kciuki, to jest historyczna chwila. Tutaj nic nie może się spieprzyć. Stawka jest po prostu warta. Co?
Waypoint 0 and continue on to waypoint 1.
Downstream.
And then shortly after that, the crew is going to get their second chance to jump in and start sending some commands to Dragon.
That's right. On the displays, they have
Mają 500 metrów, zaraz będą dokować.
We got a little sneak peek at that while they did one of their
Starlight 500 meters
displays earlier in this
to
mission.
ISS.
And they'll command a hold once they get to about 220 meters away from the station. That's where they'll conduct that manual piloting test.
Again, this will be their second manual piloting of the Dragon spacecraft. We were able to watch them yesterday.
Copy that. Been ready.
Ja żałuję, że teraz nie widzimy wnętrza Dragona. Kurde, jakbyśmy teraz wnętrze Dragona widzieli.
Take control of Dragon and go through a number of pointing maneuvers or attitude adjustments. And in this case, they're going to be doing pretty much the second half of everything. When you're flying a spacecraft, you're worrying about attitude adjustments, and then you're worrying about translational adjustments. And this is going to be their chance to do those translational maneuvers.
To jest o wiele lepsze niż kerbale. Nawet nic nie muszę robić i w sensie chodzi o to, że jestem podekscytowany, podjarany mega. Now he rides Starlight only 2 meters per second to ISS. So very slowly and very careful. Nie no, oprócz tego, że Ameryka płonie, to jest bardzo dobre. No, zrobiła się cisza, widzę.
Once they finish that manual piloting test, then Dragon will take over. They'll transition and go towards waypoint 2. That'll put them just 20 meters away from space station.
Myślę, że powiedzą, jak będą na pewno w waypoincie 1.
About 5.5 minutes to their arrival and quick pass through waypoint 0. Let's jump over to Gary Jordan over at Mission Control Houston to check how everything's lining up with the teams in Houston for this approach and docking. Gary?
Thanks, Dan. Really good to see Dragon, Bob and Doug inside of 500 meters, so close to the International Space Station, just flying through all of the milestones we have to get towards docking towards the International Space Station. A lot of prep work went into this moment. Just previously we transitioned control.
Ej, na pewno ktoś to musi sklipować, jak zadokują. Ktoś po prostu musi sklipować mi tą chwilę, ja to zapiszę. Dla potomnych, kurde.
Chris Cassidy was
To jest
just
jak
finishing up
pierwszy
his
lot w kosmos
midday
praktycznie
meal.
dla mnie w tym
His
momencie.
next activity, just a little bit more than 20 minutes from now, will begin to set up for Dragon monitoring. He has a tool called the RPOP. We'll be able to display some of the telemetry data coming from
O, mamy
Dragon
Dragona,
through
mamy
the
Dragona.
C2V2.
Ja pierdzielę.
This is the common communication for visiting vehicles. It's established a link between the International Space Station and Dragon's telemetry data, all the information being relayed through the International Space Station.
Jakie to jest zajebiste!
Cassidy will be able to monitor from this tool, again setting up in just about 20 minutes. Everything going according to plan from the International Space Station side of things, getting great views from Dragon of the International Space Station. Look at that, the lights reflecting from the outside of the International Space Station turned on. So Bob and Doug have a very clear view of the International Space Station. Should be entering into an orbital sunrise here shortly. From there, we'll take you through the next few maneuvers, again passing waypoint 1 and going right into that manual flight test. Again, everything here from Mission Control Houston, International
Mają po lewej
Space
stronie
Station,
na ekranach, nie wiem czy widzicie, właśnie widok stacji. Po prawej stronie myślę, że to są docking porty. Ja w tej symulacji nie brałem udziału. Nie teraz! Boże święty.
Again, you're able to see what they're looking at on those displays there, and this a view from the Dragon spacecraft itself. You can see the International Space Station continuing to close in. Right now, they're only about 430 meters away. They're going to be quickly passing through waypoint 0 in the next 3
zaraz
minutes.
waypoint 1.
They're going to continue their way up to waypoint number 1, which is going to be just about 220 meters outside, out in front of the station itself.
Nie psujcie mi streamów. A, dobra, dali tą kamerę z ISS-a teraz.
Of relative navigation sensors, items that are used for guidance and control of the vehicle. So right now, Dragon's in a pointing mode that has those relative navigation sensors
Ale który chłop?
on the space station with the
Że ja w sensie, czy kto?
Minor adjustments as it needs to.
Czy tam z Dragona? Nie za parę minut, to jeszcze trochę potrwa. 400 metrów to jest sporo, jak na taką prędkość.
They looked pretty comfy in those seats for that view right behind him.
Yeah, they are suited up, and again, they get suited up for anything we consider kind of the dynamic operations inside the spacecraft. So anytime that they're
Jestem ciekaw, czy teraz to jest zoomowane, czy nie. Ale też
nie
wiem, jak to zrobili, bo w ogóle Dragona nie widzimy. Widzimy tylko światła, nie? A oni i tak oświetlają Dragona, więc o to mi chodziło, że nie będziemy mieli dobrego widoku z kamer.
We are just 420 meters away from the space station, less than a third of a mile.
420 metrów powiedział.
About a minute and a half until we're passing through waypoint
Około 2 metrów na sekundę się teraz poruszają, ale będą jeszcze na pewno zwalniać, będą cholernie wolno lecieć.
Over 20 minute, about the 25-minute trip up to the docking axis. So this will be waypoint
20 minut jeszcze będą lecieć do tego, do docking access, chyba do pozwolenia na dokowanie, coś w tym stylu.
At the very forward port of the Node 2 module, also known as Harmony, on the space station.
Wyobraźcie co będzie, jak będziemy oglądać loty na Marsa. Ja. Będzie pięknie.
Widziałeś, że miałeś 15 osób na streamie?
Ja wiem, widzę ciągle, przecież widzę te cyferki na OBS-ie. To jest Dragon, nie? To jest historyczna chwila, więc jak tylko ktoś widzi, to ogląda. Ale właśnie, zerknijmy sobie, ile ogląda teraz ten? 529 000 typa ogląda dokowanie z oficjalnego SpaceX'a, ale chwila, dajcie mi sekundę, bo to ze SpaceX'a, a NASA
to that manual flight test, and hopefully
Bo jeszcze jest NASA,
by the time we're
pamiętajmy.
there, we'll be ready
Ciekawe,
for the space station itself.
NASA mniej typa, 274 tysiące. Na pewno niektóre osoby mają 2 razy odpalonego streama. Ty, ale czy mi się wydaje, czy oni tu mają lepszą jakość na NASA? Niby w 60 klatkach. Ej, mają lepszą jakość? Niby mają lepszą jakość na NASA. Przechodzimy na NASA. Włączmy sobie tutaj dźwięk.
No pozdrowienia. Co do pytania na później.
Diego, historyczna chwila. Dragon, Dokuje, a ty się o CS-a pytasz, błagam cię. 400 metrów, lekko ponad. O, bo ja pierdzielę, jak jest piękne. Jaki czad. Jaki czad.
And so those are using some of those, we call them the service section Draco thrusters.
Ja jebie, nie wierzę w to.
Around the lower part of the Dragon spacecraft.
Umyki, o pierdolę.
Żałuję, że nie widzimy teraz Dragona, że to nie jest dzienna strona planety. A jeszcze trochę potrwa, zanim wylecą. Myślę, że tak 15 minut, 17 minut.
They actually use a hypergolic propellant, so it's monomethylhydrazine and nitrox, which very handy because you mix those two propellants together and they make fire, which is exactly what you want when you want a reliable engine when you're doing these proximity maneuvers.
Ej, gdzie mi kamerę zabrali? Pokażcie go. No, troszkę głośniej.
Odleciał.
To jest manewrowanie kamerą.
No, ale tak śmiesznie wyglądało, jakby odleciał.
Copies on the big loop 13:2.
So those words from
Anna there. Starlight ciągle daje nam po angielsku ciekawostki o tym Dragonie, że ląduje w wodzie, bo jest bezpieczniej. No, teraz to on dokuje do tego, do ISS-a.
Both spacecraft are moving forward in time.
So
that means that Dragon will be right where it needs to be, and we're expecting Dragon to reach waypoint 1 about 25 minutes from now.
Aha, jest przy waypoincie 1, czyli mamy 25 minut do dokowania chyba, czy do waypointu 2, a waypoint 2 to już jest zaledwie 20 metrów. Więc teraz powolutku będzie się zbliżał, czyli dokowanie na 100 będziemy mieli po dziennej stronie, więc zajebiście. Jeśli dobrze zrozumiałem na szybko, co oni mówią. I tak dokowanie jest szybciej niż planowano.
Over here on the west coast, so we may be more in the neighborhood of about the 7:15, but obviously that just depends.
Jeśli mi się dobrze wydaje, to co widzimy w tle, to na pewno są gwiazdy, to nie są przebłyski kamery, bo my jesteśmy jak planeta była tu i przelecieli sobie, jak to pokazać, bo jak przeleciał sobie Dragon, to nagle Dragon się znalazł po drugiej stronie i teraz widzimy po prostu niebo, a nie planetę.
Stop is going to be waypoint 1. And once it gets there, again, the crew is going to jump in and command a hold before they move into their manual piloting test.
I jak jeszcze istnieją płaskoziemcy, jeśli oglądają te streamy, to nie wierzę. To po prostu powinni wyginąć. Płaskoziemcy powinni wyginąć. To słychać tam oddechy, takie nerwowe troszkę. I bardzo dobrze, Arek, czaty muszą żyć, trzeba rozkręcać czaty.
Tak. Nabiję tu i tu wyświetlenie.
Czyli zobaczmy sobie jakość, bo no teraz jesteśmy na NASA. Nie wiem, gdzie jest lepsza jakość.
All right, it is 6 a.m. here in Hawthorne. If you're just now tuning in, the Dragon spacecraft well in
Wydaje mi się, że na
range of the
NASA jest odrobinę
International
lepsza
Space Station
jakość.
right now, just 350 meters away. We've stepped through all of our procedures, all of our
Myślę, że to może też zależy od połączenia internetowego i czasem oni mają lepsze, czasem oni i dlatego są te różnice.
Just a little over 17.5 hours ago. Dragon was able to make all of its maneuvers to get it on the same orbital plane as the International Space Station. And we've already begun integrated operations between the teams here in Hawthorne and those out in Mission Control Houston. And now
Jak ktoś jest na Twitchu, czatu YouTube'owego nie widzicie, bo znowu się zbagował, ale tam Starlight ciągle pisze co jakiś czas.
Yeah, and on your screen right now we're in orbital night, so the Earth is blocking the sun, but you can see the lights from the Dragon spacecraft. That flashes a light that's right along the forward hatch. Right now, Dragon is in a relative pointing mode that's pointed directly at the space station and making its way towards waypoint 1, which is about 220 meters below the station. The International Space Station, when we're doing proximity operations, has a couple of imaginary gates. They're
ale przekroczył już waypoint 1, czyli jest mniej niż 400 metrów. Czyli jest idealnie na docking porcie, może nie perfekcyjnie, ale leci teraz w stronę docking portu i prawdopodobnie te silniki manewrowe, które widzieliśmy, one były odpalone, kiedy już zbliżał się statek bardzo blisko do waypointu 1, albo już nawet był w tym waypoincie 1 i po prostu się stabilizował względem ISS-a, względem docking portu na ISS-ie. I teraz po prostu będzie się bardzo powoli przybliżał do docking portu.
Yeah, this will be their second manual flight test, and really the second kind of key objective for them to really put Dragon through the ringers. This is a demonstration flight. This is that final test before we certify the SpaceX Dragon.
Ja czekam na dzień po prostu, jak będą dziennej stronie.
To the International Space Station. They were able to complete their
Zajebiście to było widać, jak przelatywali tam nad Afryką, potem nad Kazachstanem, jeszcze potem nad Morzem Kaspijskim i tak dalej. A szczególnie, na razie to się tak mało dzieje, jeszcze wrzucę wam ujęcie, jak Dragon się zbliżał i było widać, jak wylatywali właśnie z tej ciemnej strony i znaczy ciemnej, było widać planetę. O, właśnie to ujęcie. Cofniemy to delikatnie, ja to przewinę. I to ujęcie. Miazga. Oczywiście na dole jest Dragon i jeszcze jakieś chyba tam ponad 10 km czy 15 km, a na górze mamy Ziemię i Ocean Spokojny. Ale dobra, wracamy na żywo.
To z rakiety, tak?
Z ISS-a, Międzynarodowej Stacji Kosmicznej to było ujęcie. Ciągle praktycznie pokazuję to ujęcie z Międzynarodowej Stacji Kosmicznej.
And that's one half of really controlling the spacecraft, is you have all of these different axes to worry about, both translational and for attitude. So they'll step through those. Depending on how those go,
zobaczmy, czy w ogóle tu mamy HD. Ustawię sobie to, żeby to się nie zmieniało.
Yeah, that's right. One thing to consider with a spacecraft is it is a
byłem ciekaw tych napisów,
body that's moving in space, so you not only have to control your X, Y, Z position, that up, down, left, right, forward, back motion. You also have to control which direction you're pointing. So we've started.
Teraz widzimy chyba kamerę tak jakby ludzkim okiem, że nie jest przyzoomowane, tylko jest w tej takiej naturalnej dla nas pozycji. Czyli widzimy Dragona w takiej odległości, jakiej jest. To jest no te mniej niż 400 metrów. Nie wiem dokładnie ile, bo nie wyłapałem, ale no jest bardzo blisko. Nie wiem,
when
ile
in
nam
fact
jeszcze do
you
dnia
need to
brakuje.
physically move the capsule down and left and roll
Tu
it so
zaraz
you're
będzie
clearly
dzień.
lined up and then change which direction you're
Tu
pointing. It's
wleciliśmy
just
całkowicie w noc, jakieś
infinitely more
tak
complex
około
than just getting in your
18
car
minut
and doing
temu
the left,
do
doing the right,
20
going
minut
forward,
temu,
backward.
to
You're
zaraz będziemy
operating
wylatywać
all
z
dimensions
nocy i będzie
when you're
zaraz widać
flying
wszystko
in
ładnie. Zaraz
microgravity
powinni
in a
zmieniać
spacecraft.
kontrasty
Dragon
kamer.
doing that autonomously right now. The crew will step in to do some manual control, just to again prove out the Dragon systems for the crew to jump in.
Co tam za światło jebło, widzieliście to?
Autonomously right now, the crew will step in to do some manual control, just to again prove out the Dragon systems for the crew
The
to
fuck?
jump in.
Tu była burza, czyli widzimy Ziemię.
Autonomously right now for the crew to
Co?
jump in. Should they have to? Looks like we're getting some thunderstorms actually.
Tak, mówię o Thunderstorm. Dobra, to była burza, czyli widzimy, znaczy kamera jest skierowana dalej w planetę Ziemię, czyli to moje skręcenie mi się to nie miało wpływu. Oni się nie obracają względem planety. Nie wiem jak to mógłbym to zobrazować, ale nie mam po prostu narzędzi do tego. Czyli jesteśmy nad Japonią dalej? Bo zaraz powinni być nad Ameryką Północną, gdzieś tam nad Kanadą i zaraz powinno być dzień. Wow! Jest ujęcie z ISS-a, widzimy kawałek jakiegoś ramienia i właśnie zbliżający się Dragon. Zajebiste.
Here's a cool view from the station camera. You can see Dragon approaching.
Ale się jaram.
We've just got those red and green lights on either side of the capsule. It gives folks looking at the capsule a sense of orientation of the vehicle.
O, i mamy ISS-a z Dragona, z ujęcia Dragona. I teraz widzimy kosmos. Teraz jesteśmy skierowani w stronę kosmosu.
Dragon's got a number of relative navigation sensors, as well as a couple of cameras that can look forward. That will hopefully get some additional views for as we get closer to docking.
To jest niesamowite.
Here's a good view of the space station.
Fajnie by było, że zamiast tych dwóch w rakiecie byśmy byli my.
W innej rzeczywistości.
Ja po lewej czy po prawej, to tak siedzimy.
Bob and Doug, Bob in the right-hand seat and the pilot seat, Doug in the commander seat, or the CDR seat.
Ten po lewej, nudzi się tak kurwa szybciej.
Information on the left-hand side that's telling them criteria that they're looking for. Anything off nominal, they could of course step in and issue a command if necessary. And then on the left hand and right hand screen were actually their piloting controls. So when
nie, Mori, nie mogą, bo to jest zbyt ryzykowne. Oni będą jeszcze wolniej lecieć. Będą lecieć mniej niż 1 metr na sekundę, chyba jeśli dobrze zrozumiałem. 0,2 metra na sekundę, nie? To będzie kosmicznie wolno, ale jak będą bardzo blisko ISS-a. Jeszcze są daleko, może chyba, że teraz lecą z taką prędkością, to nie byłoby wykluczone, że jeśli mają 20 minut, już mniej, ale 13 minut tego manewru mówi. Na środkowym ekranie widzimy trajektorię tego manewru. Ja nie rozumiem tego, ale to jest informacja, którą on nam daje. Ja bym chciał widzieć, gdzie jest docking port w ISS-ie, ale nie mogę tego na razie wychwycić oczami. Nie wiem, gdzie on ma zadokować. To troszkę wygląda nad światłem jak docking port, ale mi się wydaje, że gdzieś na środku będzie dokować. Może tu jest? Nie wiem. Są filmy Arek na necie. Jakie toalety mają w Międzynarodowej Stacji Kosmicznej.
There's another view from the space station looking back, and There's a brief
Siema,
moment
siema.
there when we were looking at Doug's display where you could see that same view that we had of the International Space Station. So they have those views from the vehicle overlaid on their displays to give them some awareness of their relative motion to the space station, especially handy if they had to actually step in for manual piloting to dock. Fingers crossed they won't have to do that today, though, and that the flight control system will.
Nie pamiętam, ile trwa ten dzień orbitalny na Międzynarodowej Stacji Kosmicznej, ale coś około chyba pół godziny, więc zaraz powinniśmy mieć dzień.
Again, we've not been tracking any issues with the Dragon spacecraft on the whole flight uphill. Been moving through each of these burns a little bit ahead of schedule, running about 16 minutes or so ahead of the timeline as it was originally mapped out.
Yeah, very, very healthy vehicle, this test flight, very little. I'm sure Bob and Doug have a few things as well that they're getting used to. There's only so much a simulator can train you on. I think they had mentioned a little bit of that during the ascent portion. There are a few things that are a little different than what they expected. But just because when you're actually launching on a rocket, that's a different feeling than sitting in a training capsule.
Yeah, can't quite simulate a 9-minute ride on top of
Widać, że coraz bardziej się zbliżają, już jest to wszystko coraz bardziej wyraźne, w sensie, no wiadomo, światełka, ale widać ciągle nie błyskanie, tylko widać co chwila, że to światełko jest jakby ciągle zapalone. Nie mogę się doczekać tego dnia.
All of that training here in Hawthorne, both in a cockpit simulator and in a full mock-up of the Dragon spacecraft itself, even able to get fully suited, plugged in.
Teraz widać właśnie troszkę mocniej te światło środkowe przez chwilę.
Before they moved into their flight today.
Yeah, you and Jesse actually had a really cool opportunity to step in and see the training capsule. The team that I work on actually gets to help train the astronauts that are coming through, so I've had some cool opportunities to interface with the Crew 1 crew. They've already started their training for the Dragon vehicle.
Yeah, you get the really cool job. I get to come tag along every once in a while.
Ja myślę, że teraz te przebłyski, te takie, jak te refleksje światła na obiektywie, raczej na monitorze, co mamy, to jest po prostu to, że wlatujemy powoli w ten dzień i no i kamera powinna zaraz się zmieniać.
Station, it's Houston on the big loop for Chris, crew monitoring. Chris, you can begin to monitor the approach per step 1 of 1.104 crew Dragon approach and retreat monitoring.
Copy, Edward.
So heard some cool stuff over the loops there. Looks like Chris Cassidy aboard the station is getting ready to monitor. We'd sort of talked about this earlier, but during the Demonstration 1 mission, the crew aboard the International Space Station had issued commands to Dragon. That's a capability that they have. So.
Yeah, so with Chris Cassidy now monitoring, we're a little under 9 minutes away from that arrival at waypoint 1. Let's jump over to Gary real quick for a quick station update.
O, jest dzień! To musi być dzień. Chyba. W sensie wschód słońca, nie? Teraz oni powinni widzieć, dlatego oświetliło nam to te
Thanks, Dan. Yes, we're monitoring the
ISS-a.
approach of Bob and Doug. Now just about
Albo
300
to,
meters
nie,
from
to jest chyba
station,
inne ujęcie.
heading towards that waypoint
300
1.
metrów.
One of the next
I coś.
milestones here coming up is going to be the manual flight test. Chris
To jest
Cassidy already
lampa
getting in
chyba.
position in front of the R-pop. This is
Nie
the
wiadomo, takie
rendezvous
światło bardzo ciepłe,
software that
nie?
he'll be using to watch some of the demonstration.
Ale
and
może
the
być to
rest of
lampa,
the,
no. Może być to...
docking,
Mi się wydaje, że oni po prostu
procedures for Bob
zmienili
and Doug
ujęcie.
as they move
I
into
może to jest jakieś
dock with the
ujęcie blisko
International
docking
Space
portu.
Station. Right at about the time of
To jednak
the
nie jest
manual
dzień, to się
flight
przeliczyłem
test,
chyba.
they will be communicating through the
Przedziłem.
C2V2, Common Communication for Visiting Vehicle. You heard
Mi się sikać chce, ale się nie ruszę teraz. Tak, zmienili ujęcie. Ale to wyglądało tak, jakby po prostu było to samo ujęcie. Ale zaraz ten dzień musi być. Możemy szybko zaraz zgooglnąć. Może ktoś wygooglować, ile trwa tego noc na ISS-ie. Możesz dać tą informację, bo ja nie będę teraz zmieniał tego, chociaż mam w sumie drugą przeglądarkę, więc też mogę to zrobić.
All through the hardware that is on the International Space Station, integrated and linked with the Dragon. Now just inside 300 meters from station, I'll toss it back over to Hawthorne as we go through these next steps, heading towards waypoint 1.
Dobra, Międzynarodowa Stacja Kosmiczna. Zobaczmy sobie tu informacje. O, stacja jest na tyle ble ble ble.
Right on. Thanks for that update, Gary.
Plany na przyszłość, to moduły stacji.
As Gary said, we're inside 300 meters away from the space station. Should be getting that arrival at waypoint 1 in just about 6.5 minutes. And then we'll see some dynamic action pick up with Bob and Doug stepping in to command a hold to the Dragon spacecraft and then step into their manual piloting test. Just to give you a long look at everything, we were originally tracking the docking just a few seconds before 7:30 a.m. Pacific time. We have been moving well ahead of the timeline, so we may only be about an hour away from docking at this point, as they're moving about 16 or 17 minutes ahead of schedule so far with all of Dragon's maneuvers. We'll consider that initial contact and capture of the vehicle to be that initial docking. After that, though, there are a series of steps that have to take place with the Dragon vehicle, actually done in concert with the station itself, which will do a quick handover of its attitude control systems, and then the soft capture ring on the Dragon spacecraft will begin to retract, and then a series of latches or a series of indicators will tell the Dragon spacecraft when it's ready to start driving hooks, which will secure it very firmly to the international docking adapter on the very forward Node 2 port on the International Space Station. And then once we have docking complete, there will be a series of steps both for the crew on Dragon and for the crew on the International Space Station.
Okej, mamy rozpiskę.
Right. Once docking is complete,
znaczy znalazłem rozpiskę.
The cavity in between
18 godzin i 15 minut po starcie mają być niby w waypoincie 1. Ale, aha, to jest... Czyli oni są trochę szybciej w tym waypoincie. 400 metrów. No, procedura dokowania widzę odrobinę potrwa. 5 minut około będzie procedura dokowania trwała.
Area has been exposed to space for a pretty long period
Jak
of
już
time.
się dołączą,
Expanding a gas into it, so the temperatures will fall in there a little bit. So there'll be a period of time for a thermal hold to
ale nie wiem ile trwa, no nie znalazłem tego.
and to confirm that the pressure is good.
Może 40 minut? Nie wiem.
So once all those things are good, then
lecą 7 km na sekundę, więc
open the hatch, the forward hatch.
Yeah, we do expect it'll take about an hour and a half or so typically before we start seeing hatches opened between the station and the Dragon spacecraft following a docking. And there are going to be two hatches. The first
45 minut, super. Dzięki za info. Więc tak.
That one will get open first, and then we'll wait for everything.
Zobaczymy, kiedy oni wlatywali mniej więcej w noc. No, zaraz będzie dzień. Znaczy nie, czekajcie. Na nocnej stronie są jakieś 33... Jest! Mamy planetę! Dobra, jak widzimy planetę, to jest dzień. Zajebiście. Czyli wylatujemy z nocy.
Dragon, once it's docked to the space station, will be able to connect via an umbilical to transfer power from the International Space Station.
Teraz planeta jest na dole.
No longer needing to use its own solar arrays to power batteries and all the systems on board, be able to draw power.
Oni lecą z prędkością 7 km na sekundę i mamy wschód słońca. Ja! No nie zmieniajcie mi teraz ujęć. 250 metrów są od stacji kosmicznej. Misja trwa mniej więcej, będą w tym czasie tych planów swoich. Więc za jakieś może 10 minut będą w tym waypoincie 220 metrów? Coś takiego?
And then, just like waypoint 0, the vehicle able to bypass waypoint 1 and continue on its approach to the space station. The crew is going to jump in 20
Już
seconds
widzimy
after
Dragona.
approach 1 has started.
Zaraz będzie oświetlony przez słońce.
And then they're going to move into that second
I będziemy
manual
go widzieć z
piloting
tego ujęcia.
demonstration on board Dragon. So we should see that all start to happen in just about 2 minutes. And thankfully, as promised, the sun starting to come up on both of our spacecraft.
Yeah, they also mentioned the soft capture system, so they'll do an extension of the ring.
Zaczyna być widać Dragona. Zajebiście. Ojej, jaki refleksy ładne.
And when we do finally get
oczywiście kamery oni muszą dostosowywać do tych
final approach for docking.
Do tych zmian światła.
With the international docking adapter and give us a confirmation that we've made what's called soft capture. Now at that point the spacecraft may have some relative motion, so that
zobaczmy jakość może na streamie SpaceX'a, ale jest chyba gorsza, mi się wydaje. Chociaż? Nie, jest gorsza. NASA ma troszeczkę taki lepsze te kolorki. Moim zdaniem, nie wiem jak tam wy uważacie, ale moim zdaniem jest odrobinę lepsza. Zaraz tak wszystko powinno być bardzo wyraźne, bo mamy po prostu naturalne oświetlenie.
Again, in less than a minute, it'll begin its approach 1, and then our crew members inside of Dragon will command the vehicle to stop. It will hover, and then they will be able to begin that manual piloting demonstration.
Dobrze zrozumiałem, że będą przełączać się na manualne sterowanie? 220 metrów. I zaraz 18 godzin misji będzie mijać. I oni są teraz? Gdzie oni są teraz, cholera? Nie widzę tej kropeczki.
Oni spali w ogóle?
Spali. Zaraz po wejściu na orbitę poszli w kimę i wstali jakieś 3-4 godziny temu.
Do have a short communications blockage with the space station. We have pretty continuous coverage. We've had pretty continuous.
Mi się wydaje, że stacja teraz jest na krawędzi.
From the station cameras, which come down through our higher data rate, our KU band antenna. Sometimes
razem z Dragonem oczywiście. Siema proboszcz, siema.
Solar arrays or other pieces of the station, depending on where the actual TDRS satellite that it's pointing
210
at
metrów.
is located.
I ponad 18 godzin mija właśnie misji. Demo 2. A prędkość to 7 km, 650 metrów na sekundę. Kilometrów na sekundę. No wiadomo, 7 km, 650 metrów na sekundę. Nie wiem, czemu pokazują nam ten obraz, jak teraz powinniśmy to widzieć ładnie w blasku słońca, ale mamy 200 metrów. Mi się wydaje, że naprawdę teraz ISS razem z Dragonem są dosłownie na krawędzi, dlatego nie widzimy tego na mapie. Bo tam po lewej stronie widać jakiś napis, oczywiście ja tego nie przeczytam. Zakrzana przez tą jakość.
Between those tracking and data relay satellites and standing by for confirmation of that hold.
Jeszcze 180 metrów do waypointu drugiego. To może być nawet godzina, nie? Ale ja się ze streama nie ruszam. Tak, oni muszą być na krawędzi, bo ten napis się robi coraz większy. Bo gdzie indziej, ale aż tam, że dopiero będąc na wysokości Kanady i to jej zachodniej części dopiero jest dzień. Ciekawie. Ciągle 200 metrów. Odległości do ISS-a.
Station in preparation for Endeavour's manual piloting demo. You can monitor now per block Charlie in 1.104 Crew Dragon approach and retreat monitoring.
Copy block Charlie.
Dragon SpaceX on Big Loop. Expect reconfiguration of the C2V2 return link shortly.
Czemu nam nie dają tych innych kamer? Ja się zastanawiam.
Alright, so we had confirmation the crew was able to send that hold. They're at right about 203 meters away from the space station right now, it looks like.
203 metry dokładnie, tam została informacja podana w tym momencie i załoga jest do czegoś gotowa, ale nie zrozumiałem dlaczego. No fajnie, że latają w formacji ze stacją, ale my chcemy to widzieć. Bo teraz możemy, jesteśmy po dziennej stronie, cholera. Tam ktoś z kamerą lata, zauważcie. Kameruje ten. Centrum kontroli.
They're going to take a few moments to reconfigure C2V2, that common communication for visiting vehicles, to begin getting some higher data rates to get video from Dragon through the station as we begin to step into this near-field manual piloting demo. And just a reminder, Bob and Doug are going to do some translational maneuvers, so they're going to precisely align the Dragon
mogą być nawet nad
with the
Polską.
docking axis, so lining it up directly in the center of the docking target, and then they'll begin to move along a number of different axes through
40 minut to wieczorem ISS razem z Dragonem będzie przelatywać nad Polską.
Test of the manual control function on board the Dragon spacecraft, and then once they're
Wieczorem, nawet nie wieczorem.
they'll put Dragon back
Chociaż
into
40 minut
automated control
trwa noc. Teraz mamy 15.
and begin to move in.
No to teoretycznie może być nawet wieczorem. Około 19:20, jeśli dobrze tak sobie tutaj patrzę na te wykresy i na tą mapę.
Polacy zastrzelą.
Nie, ci z Podlasia.
Ale będzie zarąbisty widok, bo będą lecieć tym wybrzeżem całej Ameryki Południowej. Jeśli to jest ta trajektoria teraz, ale myślę, że to jest ta trajektoria, którą będą lecieć. Chociaż nie widać stacji. Nie widać ich położenia na mapie ciągle. Nie wiem, czy kropkę zgubili, czy gigrzyb, bo już dawno powinno było widać. Ale Mori, oni nie lądują, oni tam zostają kilka miesięcy. Oni zrobią pierdyliard kółek. Tutaj misja się jakby zatrzymuje na długi czas, że ten stage misji, jak oni tam będą zostawać, będą sobie siedzieć na ISS-ie, to będzie bardzo długo. Będą wracać za kilka miesięcy, to może znowu będziemy oglądać. Zadokuje. Nie, to już na pewno będzie teraz, myślę, że na tym dniu będzie Dragon dokował. Na tym przelocie. Tylko czemu nie widzimy jakichś ujęć sensownych? Tylko widzimy dalej te wykresy. I dalej 200 metrów. Oni teraz naprawdę zwolnili hardkorowo. Myślę, że przy tym waypoincie 220 metrów zaczęli zwalniać mocno i już przy 200 metrach właśnie lecą cholernie wolno w tym momencie. Że mniej niż 2 metry na sekundę. Chociaż może? Nie, już dawno byśmy widzieli wtedy 190 metrów. No, już dawno by było, więc oni lecą w cholerę wolno teraz. Albo mają zbagowany ten ekran. Nie wiem.
So if you're just joining us.
Station Houston on the Big Loop for Chris. Dragon's now transmitting docking camera video. We want to confirm that video and data is updating in the Dragon 2 docking monitor.
Okej, będą jakieś tam wysyłać, ale to do kontroli lotów. Widoki z kamery dokowania bodajże, z kamery dokowania Dragona. Ale wątpię, że to zobaczymy, bo to wysyłają jak na razie do stacji kontroli. Przynajmniej tak mi się wydaje. Bo się komunikują między sobą.
So as I was mentioning earlier, if you're just now joining us, Dragon is now just 220 meters in front of the space station. The astronauts aboard, Bob Behnken
Mamy
and
kamerę,
Doug
ale
Hurley,
skąd?
have commanded a manual
Wow!
hold that's to
Ja
perform
jebie.
a manual piloting test. There is a
O, widzieliśmy
very
od razu
nice
mały ten.
shot of the Dragon vehicle
Mały
from
strzał
cameras aboard the
tych silników.
space station. You just saw one of the Draco thrusters there firing. Just to keep it in that hold attitude flying.
No,
right
dalej
from the
wystrzeliwuje, tak delikatnie.
station.
Robi bardzo delikatne manewry.
Yeah, we have two cameras on the very forward port of Node 2, so
Ja pierdzielę.
right where Dragon's going to be headed following the completion of this manual
Chciałbym
piloting
wiedzieć, z
test.
jaką prędkością teraz lecą. Ale to jest mniej niż 2 metry na sekundę. To nawet 1 nie jest.
V2V2 link reconfiguration is complete. The soft capture ring extension is also complete.
Dragon copies on the big loop. Good ring extension and C2V2 reconfig.
Ale napierdziela tymi silnikami. I to wszystko chyba dzieje się automatycznie, mi się wydaje, bo na stówę nie robią tego manualnie.
So those comms on the big
też
loop,
tak mi się
the
wydaje.
core, the crew operations and resources engineer.
Chyba,
here
że
at
to mają tak
SpaceX
jak na
letting,
klawiaturze, już wiesz, strzałki
letting
mają.
the crew know
Nie,
that
nie.
we have a good TDRS link again.
Oni mówili
Excuse me,
tam
good C2V2
wczyśniej, jak
link
słuchałem,
again.
że
It's,
większość jest
common
ustawiona
communications for
automatycznie
visiting vehicles.
przy już takich
We actually
perfekcyjnych
heard a little
manewrach
bit
chyba.
earlier as well, comms to Chris Cassidy to monitor this manual piloting test.
Dragon SpaceX on Big Loop, you are go to execute the proximity manual flight test. Per procedure 4.041, and I have the target fuel levels when you are ready to copy.
Podała tam jakieś liczby chyba prędkości, ale nie jestem pewny, więc
We were go for
nie powtarzam.
4.041, and we're ready to copy the fuel constraint.
Podają jakieś liczby, ale nie wiem co to jest.
Your 1/3 fuel usage will be 60.9.
A, teraz jest mamy tu info od Grzegorza, że ISS teraz jest nad Ameryką Południową, nad wybrzeżem, tylko widzimy teraz Dragona, jak jest odwrócony w stronę kosmosu, dlatego nie zobaczymy planety. Znaczy planeta jest chyba pod Dragonem, mi się wydaje, no ale oczywiście fokus jest na Dragona, bo to jest najważniejsze.
Good copy, and we're with you.
Więc będziemy planetę widzieć, jak będziemy nad oceanem, mi się wydaje, i będziemy się zbliżać tam bliżej Afryki i już Europy, potem Azji. Myślę, że wtedy znowu zobaczymy orbitę, planetę.
Maneuvering Dragon again, making some translational maneuvers. We did get some insight that it looks like they're a little bit to the left of the docking axis right now, and so we should expect them to move directly into the center line as one of their first maneuver. That's going to be their very first maneuver, and then they have a strict list of choreographed steps just to test out moving on the other axes. And we heard the core Anna Menon calling up the expected fuel usage inside Dragon. They're going to be keeping a close eye on that just to make sure they're not overusing the propellant in this flight test, making sure we still have good margins for all of the approach maneuvers, and then obviously for everything at the end of the mission itself.
Yeah, and the thrusters that we're using here.
Dragon, on the big loop, we are commencing with docking axis capture.
We are following along with you.
So the thrusters that we expect to see firing here would be on the service section or on the trunk. And you'll see some plumes coming out from the shot on your screen.
Teraz chyba dokładnie widać jak widać ten delikatny ruch, mi się wydaje, Dragona.
Kiedy będzie na Polsku? Której godziny?
Nie wiem, gdzieś wieczorem, jeśli będzie.
To trzeba na niebo patrzeć?
No ale to nie zobaczysz, to zobaczy tylko kropkę. Fajnie, jakby zrobili większego zooma na
First part of
chwilę.
this maneuver is just to really line them up perfectly with that docking axis. So they were already several meters off once this
Ale
hold
widać
occurred,
ten ruch.
and so they're
Widać ten
making
ruch
very
w lewą
low
stronę.
impulse commands being sent to those Draco thrusters.
No,
Again,
światła
as
poszły.
Shiva was saying, there's the
Prześwietliło
12
trochę
around the lower part of the
Dragona.
Dragon capsule that they're going to be
I
using.
wydaje mi
We're
się, że
seeing
teraz zaczyna delikatnie
small bursts
hamować.
now.
Yeah, and they actually have a couple of precision modes where they can put in sort of coarse and fine
Albo to światła z docking portu perfekcyjnie oświetliły Dragona, ale nie, to raczej nie.
That's all
Musieli
stuff
chyba
that they can
odpalić.
control off of those touchscreen displays to get the right amount of impulsive thrust into the vehicle.
Ja może sobie zacznę wysyłać odcinek, kurczę, na YouTube.
If you're trying to get a little bit oriented to how the vehicle is positioned, that's the nose cone on the top of your screen. So Bob and Doug would be sitting sort of underneath that nose cone and see the pressurized portion of the capsule, and their seats look up into the displays and also would look towards the side hatch,
Dobra,
which is
odcinek
currently
leci.
sealed
Zajmiemy się nim troszeczkę później,
underneath
on się sam będzie robił teraz.
on the opposite
Gdzieś
side
musi
of where that
pójść.
nose cone is.
Wow, ale poszło.
Very cool to see those thruster plumes.
Yeah, the Kronos emission control
Yeah,
Houston
yeah.
actually opened up the iris a little bit on that camera on the space station so we could see
Mamy
these
inną
plumes.
kamerę teraz.
R2D2 wygląda.
Ale niesamowicie się z tym tackają. No to trzeba mieć cierpliwość, ja pierdzielę.
And SpaceX Dragon, we've completed the docking axis capture maneuver. We're going to move on to the YZ translation.
Chyba skończyli manewr. Ustawianie się do docking portu, ale nie jestem pewien, czy zrozumiałem na 100%.
Lined up exactly on the docking axis,
Tak,
so
tak,
directly
tak,
in
są,
front of
są
that international
perfekcyjnie
docking adapter on node 2.
równiutko z docking
Now
portem.
they're going to begin some lateral and axial maneuvers. So again, just putting Dragon now off the docking axis, and to just continue these translational maneuvers. So at this point, we should see them head up to the right and up from this view, as they're just making very small adjustments
Dobra, ja idę się wysikać do
in the
dockingu.
Dragon's positioning in front of the space station right now.
Tak, będziemy krzyczeć.
And here comes the translation.
We copy.
Dobra, przejmujemy streama. Dzień dobry, witam was bardzo serdecznie.
Yeah, in the data, it looks like we're seeing the 6 thrusters essentially on the bottom of the spacecraft right now from this view, lighting up. So it's going to begin to move them straight up. And it's difficult to tell, but there is a very slow drift upward right now.
Yeah, it looks like they're going about 0.1 meters a second, if I'm looking at this data correctly. So very slow and steady. And they will probably do a quick correction to stop that upward movement.
Dzień dobry.
Działo się coś ciekawego? Coś wybuchło?
Tak, tak. Przylecieli, zatankowali i polecieli dalej.
A, już wracając. Kurde. Dobra, mam swój popcorn. Mori, ważne, że dużo ludzi jest. YouTube jest dzisiaj bardziej popularny, widzę.
So close to the space station. You know, less than 18 hours ago, I was on the pad at Launch Complex 39A.
Ale się
Now
uśmiech.
it's so close to its destination.
Znowu zmienili kamerę.
Piloted by humans for the second time already in this mission.
And I would just be too excited. I don't know how Bob and Doug keep this so professional.
It's that test pilot mentality.
Yeah, they both have thousands of hours in aircraft. Both test pilots.
Yeah, both came from military test pilot backgrounds. Bob Bank in the Air Force, Doug Hurley, a Marine Corps aviator.
And then I believe
naval test pilots samolotami te ziomki. I to bardzo dużo, 1000 godzin podobno. Nie wiem, Mori, ile im zostało do dokowania, ale myślę, że jak mieli 200 metrów, to już tak z 190 gwiazda sobie przyleciała spadająca chyba.
A little bit overexposed there, but you can still see the thrusters firing.
Pomyślałeś rzeczy?
No.
Yeah, our chronos working to do that deliberately for us so we can see those thruster plumes from this camera view. We're at a normal exposure, so not able to see those jets into the darkness of space. But when we do overexpose a little bit, you're able to see those thruster plumes coming out of the Dragon spacecraft.
Yeah, it's amazing how the plume has to catch the light just the right way for us to even see that it's happening outside of data.
Normalnie czuję się, jakbym oglądał, jak trawa rośnie, ale jest to takie zajebiście ekscytujące, że no nie wierzę.
Yeah, and looking at the data now, it looks like we have zeroed out that radial velocity delta. So Bob and Doug cleared out that small translation test that they did. We may get a radio call down here that they've completed the Y direction testing.
Nie chcę za bardzo krzesło świecić.
Now, I know we've mentioned this a few times, but it looks like the spacecraft are totally still right now, and that's partially true. They're still relative to each other. But right now, both the space station and Dragon are going around the world, what is it, about once every 90-ish minutes?
Yep.
Or less?
Once every 90 minutes, seeing 16 sunrises and sunsets every single day. And while our view right now...
We've completed the translation, moving on to the Y.
We copy, we're with you.
I copy. So I was a little bit mistaken. They just finished up the Z direction, doing the Y next.
O, O, jakie piękne. Znowu gwiazdka chyba, nie?
Dragon SpaceX on Big Loop, you have used
Albo co to
approximately
jest?
1/3 of your prop test budget.
O, może UFO?
Za Dragonem coś przyleciało teraz.
Dragon copies 1/3 of the
Powiedzą co
prop
to
test
jest?
budget.
Czy to są gwiazdy, czy taki grzyb, czy śmieci? Ale śmieci raczej nie, tak dużo w kosmosie chyba nie ma. Znaczy jest dużo, ale...
So the core letting the crew know how much prop they've worked through. Still have 2/3 of their budget left to do test maneuvers.
Bez kitu to jest UFO. No.
And of course, any bit of propellant that they're using is just a little bit less margin if they needed to use it for something else. But a good way to exercise the system, see that manual piloting works as intended, and I'm sure for them to have a chance to provide some feedback on how manual
Ale
piloting
byłaby
actually
bajem,
felt
by
in
taki
space
wielki
and
statek
how
UFO
the
przyleciał
control
i
felt.
zabrał tą rakietę.
Yeah, a big part of their job for this mission is really to not only put the vehicle through its paces, but to take a lot of detailed notes and mental notes that they're going to be passing along to any future crew members flying on board Crew Dragon. As we've talked about, the simulators
Ale
have
tu
been
na
a
tej
pretty
kamerze
good
widać
guide
ten ruch.
for
Że
how
się
the actual
zbliża,
manual
ale
piloting
zarąbiście
goes,
powoli.
but things like the ascent up to orbit were quite a bit different from what they expected, and so they're just taking all of that in, internalizing it, and a big part of their job once they come home is to pass that along to all of our upcoming crews, one of which is targeted to launch just about a month after they come home. That Crew 1, the outfit of 3 NASA astronauts, Victor Glover, Mike Hopkins, and Shannon Walker, and a Japanese astronaut, Soichi Noguchi.
Bartłomiej ma najbardziej rację,
will be
satelita.
aiming
No
to do
przecież.
that flight a little bit
Blisko
later this
planety,
year.
nie głupia.
So going through the paces right
Na
now,
pewno satelita.
looking at our data,
Oświetlana
I
przez
think I
słońce.
made the same mistake you did, where I
Nie
assumed
pomyślałem o
them
satelitach.
going up would be the y-axis. It looks like that was actually their z-axis,
Sam
and the
jesteś
y now them moving to the right. So we're seeing some small shifts. They're
Ja ci
continuing
mówię, to
to
jest UFO.
use up a little bit of their prop
Nie,
budget. We heard they're already a little past 1/3.
Karol, czemu to często takie kruchy?
Yeah, it's actually something interesting about both aircraft and
Widzieliście to?
rockets.
Ja to zaraz
When you
znajdę.
consider the coordinate system,
Trzeba
what we
rozmawiać
refer
z
to as
nim.
the x-axis is usually the one that goes through the nose. So in the case of Falcon 9 and Dragon sitting on top of each other, the x-axis would have been pointing through the nose cone going up. That's can be a little bit counterintuitive. Then actually in aircraft, the z-axis usually points down, depending on whether you use European or American coordinate systems and the type of aircraft you're working on.
No, nie znajdę tego. To powinno być kultowe, a nie jest.
But important for both space station and Dragon to be on the same coordinate system as they do this. Eventually, as they step into the approach maneuvers here towards waypoint 2. Dragon will be using its relative navigation sensors, again, for relative position to the station, to make sure that it's on the approach, within the bounds of the approach corridor going towards the station when we get to that after this manual piloting test.
Should be getting to that shortly. This manual piloting test was slated to last about 25 minutes. As we have been running ahead of schedule today. With all of Dragon's maneuvers,
Wiozą na stację
we could be
kosmiczną
looking at a
lody.
docking only about 25 or 30 minutes from now.
No.
So once they're done with this manual flight test, they'll turn control back over to Dragon's flight computers, and they'll resume their approach, which had actually already started automatically before the crew issued a hold command to the vehicle. And then they'll press in to arrive at waypoint number 2, at which point the teams will do a final go, no-go for docking. They'll depart that 20-meter hold point, and it should be just about 5 minutes following that departure until we get contact and captured.
Jemy ogniskiem.
Yeah, and the
padało?
crew right now are seated
No,
in Dragon
z rana.
in the pilot and commander's seat. Both of them are suited for what are relatively dynamic maneuvers. And they'll continue to be suited until we have confirmation of good hard capture on the space station.
Tylko zgapił ode mnie.
So right now, just interfacing with the touchscreen displays, testing out manual piloting.
Odcinek mi się chyba zrobił. Wow, zmienili ujęcia?
Hopefully secretly a little bit giddy to be piloting a spacecraft.
Zmienili ostrość.
I mean, before they launched, Bob Behnken had referred to this mission as every astronaut's dream, getting to launch in a new spacecraft, putting it through its paces.
Dobra, bo nie tak wolno poruszałem się, że ja chyba zdążę,
He
nie?
and Doug Hurley with those test pilot
Przynajmniej takie
backgrounds.
wstępne sobie pierdołki dać.
Testing out a new spacecraft has to be as good as it gets. But they're still stepping through this manual piloting.
Diego!
We should have just a few more minutes until they're done with this Y-axis translation. And then they'll be able to turn command back over to Dragon,
Myślę sobie zaraz,
which will return itself to the docking axis,
myślę coś
and then
sensownego.
begin that approach into waypoint 2.
Yeah, and as a look ahead, so when we do transition into that approach, Dragon will autonomously go towards waypoint 2, which is just 20 meters away from the forward international docking adapter on node 2. And it'll hold there. That'll give the ground team some time, both in Houston and at here in Hawthorne, to do a go-no-go poll, make sure that the vehicle still looks healthy, make sure that everyone on board the space station and of course on board Dragon.
SpaceX Dragon, we've completed with the translation maneuvers. We're going to pick up with the closure maneuver.
Podejrzewam, że nie zobaczymy planety, bo są jakoś ustawieni względem planety tak
Sounds
nietypowo.
like they're done with their translations. They're going to start moving it back to the docking axis, put us right back on the center line, and then we're going to resume that approach into station.
Nie.
Odwrotnie, Łukasz, nie.
Mori, jak ty mi pokażesz cycki, to ja też pokażę cycki. Deal.
To ja się dołączam i też pokażę cycki.
No co ty mi, Mori, proponujesz? Coś za coś.
O! Co ty gadasz? Patrz na czapę, a nie wiem, jakiś ten piszesz.
Dragon SpaceX, you have used 2/3 of your prop test
Okej.
budget.
Nie wnikam.
I can copy.
Wtedy bym nie widział. Teraz mam nadzieję, że teraz jest git. Dobra. Odcineczek zaplaudowany. Wracamy na Dragony. Co tu się dzieje? To się dalej... To będzie długo trwało, ale mniej niż godzina myślę i zadokują. Wow! Ja! Zajebiste! Dobrze, że przyłączyłem. Cała stacja w obiektywie. Bo lecą mniej niż pół metra na sekundę. Zarąbiście powoli. Jakbyśmy widzieli bardziej te ich monitory. Bo tam na górze tutaj mają wszystkie dane. Tak mi się wydaje.
That will move on to 4.041, section 4.
We copy and concur.
0.1? On powiedział? Ja nie wiem, czy on powiedział metrów na sekundę.
All right, so our manual flight test has been completed. We're standing by for them to now resume approach 1. So to move in from that waypoint 1, we're already inside of the keep out sphere at this point. Dragon's holding just 176 meters from the space station, and pretty soon they're going to be approaching.
Dragon, that
Kurczę,
completes
powiedział ile, ale...
demonstration, and I only had to twist Doug's arm for 2 or 3 minutes to get him to allow me to deactivate the piloting controls.
We copy. Excellent, thank you. And with that, we ask that you, from the display used for manual piloting, please go to audio settings and adjust a gain setting for seat 1 or 4. And in addition, we would appreciate any handling qualities evaluation of the proximity piloting possible.
Ciekawi mnie, bo 2 panele są odwrócone w stacji, w stronę Dragona, a reszta? A reszta nie. Ciekawe.
SpaceX Dragon on the big loop for the handling qualities. It flew just about like the sim.
Nie jestem w stanie pokazać lepiej.
Congratulations to the folks in Hawthorne. That flew really well, very crisp. It was a little sloppier and wide, just like we saw in the sim, but all the other axes as well as closure and opening were all just as per.
Nawet nie przeczytam tych danych. Nawet jakbym powiększył, to nie jestem ja w stanie przeczytać tych danych. Co tam mają na monitorach. Trzeba słuchać, co gadają.
That kind of gives you indication of sort of how the design process works. You know,
mi się wydaje, że to jest docking port.
Lots of
Ja nie
opportunities
jestem pewny.
to test this out and sim it and give their feedback. And pretty cool to hear that their sim experience was very similar to what they saw actually on orbit. Just, I think you said 170 meters away from station right now?
Yeah, we're just 176.
170,
I
170
imagine as a
metrów.
spacecraft designer, that's exactly what you want to hear, is the way that I trained you in it here on the ground is exactly how it performed once you're there for the real thing. So the second manual piloting test in the books, Bob and Doug putting Dragon through its paces. Now we're time to put it all to where we get to our endpoint. We're ready to get Dragon docked to the International Space Station.
Dragon SpaceX on Big Loop. The ground will be resuming approach shortly. We do plan to hold briefly at waypoint 2, so reminder that crew visors down are not required until the ground is preparing to command the final approach.
Dragon, we copy. We'll hold at waypoint 2 for a pause, and then we'll get our visors then once you command.
We copy.
And station, it's Houston on the big loop. As you've heard, Endeavour is resuming its approach to waypoint 2. Chris, you can monitor now for step 2. That's step 2 and 1.104 Crew Dragon approach and retreat monitor.
Copy, step 2 will work.
Pretty cool
170
view of the
metrów to
International Space Station from Dragon.
myślę, no jeszcze troszkę i będą.
This would actually be overlaid, or rather,
Ale
the
widać jak
controls
się
would be
stacja
overlaid
powiększa
on the
bardzo
displays,
powolutku.
on top of
Oj,
this
taki
view.
widok bym chciał, żeby mi zostawili. No i czasem, żeby
got to see some pretty
przenieśli się
cool
właśnie na
views,
kabinek
from
Dragona. To
behind.
będzie
Actually,
spoko.
there's a view right there. You can see the station on their displays. Visors up, Doug in the left seat, Bob in the right seat.
Yeah, so at this moment, Dragon is going to be resuming the approach. As we heard them informing the crew, they're going to have that one final hold when they're just 20 meters away. That's going to be at waypoint 2. We're expecting it to be a brief hold while the teams all tag up
ruch tego
and do a
Dragona.
final go to move in for docking. Getting a great look at the space station itself. The docking port is
Teraz widać
right in the
perfekcyjnie ruch
center
Dragona.
of our
Spójrzcie
screen.
po panelach słonecznych. Jak one się zmieniają, to nie jest już zmiana kamery.
HTV spacecraft currently docked to the Earth-facing port. One of those common berthing mechanisms also on node 2. So Dragon
Tu też
will be the
delikatny
second
ruch
vehicle
widać, da się go
to be
dostrzec.
docked to the Harmony module once it makes its final approach. And it's moving in right now. Again, just to give you an idea of how quickly they're moving, they're going at about 0.3 of a meter per second right now. And so if you're having any trouble with that docking simulator online, remember to just slow things down a little bit and your chances will go up exponentially. We just passed 140 meters away. We'll get our live video comm back with the space station momentarily. As soon as we do, we'll bring you back up there. But for now, Bob and Doug continuing to fly in. They're just 135 meters away.
Station on the big loop in step 2 review of steps 3 and 4 is complete.
I to jest ich widok z monitora głównego.
The International Space Station is ready for docking.
Widać docking port z przodu?
Station Houston on the big loop. We copy the review
Czaję.
3 and 4 complete. International
Czaję
Space
teraz
Station
jak to
ready. Thank you.
wygląda.
Expedition 63 Commander Chris Cassidy giving the report.
I
Station
tu
is
widać
ready
ten
for
ruch.
docking.
Tu widać ten ruch. I widać tą kropeczkę, to jest 20
You can
metrów.
see the trajectory of the spacecraft. There are small corrections that are happening. So as we get closer and closer to station, we're trying to stay within those two corridors, which are shown coming out of the docking port.
O, już ten ruch widać, to jest już piękne.
That little dot, I think, was the 20-meter hold point. So that's where we expect there to be the spacecraft holding right in front of the international docking adapter. There'll be a go, no-go pole. The ground teams have worked
Ja bym
hard
chciał, żeby
over the
przerzucili tą
past
kamerę na
probably
ISS-a
years
teraz.
to come up with
Z
a
Dragona,
set of
bo
what we call flight rules.
powinniśmy zaraz dostrzec
So
docking
those
port.
are technical constraints,
O,
items that we
zoomy
look
lecą.
for.
Ale
That
fokus
if any
coś
of those
nie
criteria were
zadziałał.
violated, then we have a rule that we've predetermined, gives us guidance to say whether we could approach or not. So far, our vehicle has been very healthy, but technical ground teams will all do their
To
due
się nie
diligence
rusza, Mori, to
to make sure
kamera
it's still
akurat
safe to
była.
approach.
Right, and at this moment, that approach is
Ale
continuing.
widać ten
moving
ruch
in at about
teraz.
0.3 of a
Teraz
meter per
perfekcyjnie
second.
dowiedz przy tym zoomie.
Dragon's coming up on just 100 meters away from the space station.
So the very top there
Ej, no nie,
is the
zoomowali to i
nose
zmienili
cone,
kamerę, nie wierzę.
on the spacecraft. We're
Znaczy sfokusowali,
cool
nie?
view.
Fokusa
Left side of
dali
your
i
screen
zmienili
is the
kamerę.
International Space Station. Right side of your screen is Dragon.
To jest chyba kamera perfekcyjnie nad docking portem, albo nawet w docking porcie, bo nie widzimy boków Dragona.
We're going to have a short hold at 20 meters teams will just do a final check and then they'll give Dragon the go. We're expecting it to be pretty brief.
O, jak
We should
pięknie.
get to that hold point in
Jak
just about
pięknie.
4 minutes, moving at our current pace.
I think you can see a meatball
Siema,
and
Patryk,
American
siema,
flag
siema.
on that on the spacecraft.
Ale wszystko teraz
the
widać.
NASA logo, of course, referred to as the meatball. I think there was some spirited discussion about the meatball versus the worm during ascent. And those are, you can see
Jaki
those
pan,
logos.
błagam cię.
They're
Bez przesady, Łukasz
structure
jakiś.
on the fairing
Łukasz
structure is
Juben.
actually what the Super
Będzie
Dracos are
dobrze.
housed in. Of course, all of those are
Jestem
deactivated
ciekaw,
now.
które to są okna. Czy to
Only
są
used for
okna,
launch escape during the ascent portion.
czy te mniejsze? Mi się wydaje, że to są może okna. Albo tutaj? To chyba, no tu mają okna. To tak daje na 60%, że tu jest takie ledwo widoczne i tutaj jeszcze z tyłu. No i oczywiście ta kapsuła nam zasłania, bo to jest zasłonięte. Jeśli to jest zamknięte, nie? To jest zasłonięte, to nie mogą być okna. To muszą być okna.
We were conducting all those burns.
Turbulencje chyba.
Nie, kamery zmieniają, a ona jest tak perfekcyjnie ustawiona, że kamera musi być na jakimś wysięgniku, że ona tak się telepie, że jak ją przesuną, to ona zanim się ustabilizuje, to jeszcze właśnie tak delikatnie się rusza, nie? Widzimy teraz ten ruch. Tylko nie wiem, skąd oni sterują tą kamerą, czy z ziemi robią te ruchy, czy z ISS-a ktoś steruje. Ale mi się wydaje, że z ziemi.
Solar cells
O, jaki ładny zoom.
charge Dragon's batteries, and the bottom side are
I tak, i to z tyłu, teraz mówimy o panelach słonecznych i jak tam tłumaczyli, to chyba to z tyłu, takie czarne, co zlewa się z otoczeniem, to są właśnie panele słoneczne. Widzimy cienia ISS-a, jaki czad!
Bob and Doug are comfortable inside.
Jaki czad!
It's like we're getting a shadow cast. We are just 60 meters away.
60 metrów, 60 metrów!
Meters to go until we're at that hold point. Should get there in just over 2 minutes.
Ja pierdzielek, to jest piękne.
Houston doing their internal go no go for docking. They're going to get all the teams pulled. Once everyone's go, we'll be able to give Dragon the final go ahead for the.
Tu widzimy też tą zieloną lampkę, która świeciła nam w nocy. Z drugiej strony pewnie jest czerwona. I kurde, teraz taka malutka dioda, nie, którą tak świetnie widzieliśmy wcześniej. Minuta i 40 sekund i będziemy na 20 metrów przed ISS-em, przed docking portem ISS-a. Dosłownie za chwilę. Minuta 40 sekund, będziemy mieli 20 metrów. Dragon będzie miał 20 metrów przed ISS-em, przed docking portem i potem chyba będzie bardzo powolutku już leciał do docking portu, a te 20 metrów to już będzie coś niesamowitego. Zaraz wejdą na pokład.
Pretty wild too to see. We're so close that we're getting shadows from the station on Dragon. Wow.
Siema Smola, wbijasz w perfekcyjny moment, bo zaraz sprawdźmy sobie szybko widzów. Tu jest 620 000 widzów na NASA teraz jest 620 000 typa. Tu jest 1 000 000, czyli ogólnie ogląda to 2 streamy, w sumie ogląda 1 700 ponad tysięcy typa. Jeśli ktoś ma odpalone tak jak ja 2 razy, no to oczywiście to jest jedna osoba, ale plus jeszcze u mnie ogląda i kilka osób i prawdopodobnie dużo ludzi też ma takie streamy, więc spokojnie z 2 miliony typa może oglądać teraz to, co się tu dzieje.
For their diligence to give us these views of this historic moment as we are just less than 30 meters away from docking.
40 metrów.
Right above the NASA meatball logo, you can see three of the service.
Jest amerykańska flaga, mogliśmy tam dostrzec. Tutaj naklejka NASA, ale ciekawe, gdzie jest naklejka. Tu jest też, widzimy z tej strony 2 amerykańskie flagi. Naklejka NASA. Jestem ciekaw, gdzie jest naklejka SpaceX.
Bob and Doug execute with their second manual flight test.
Ten cień, to już myślę, że to jest cień docking portu, bo chociaż może jeszcze nie, mogę się mylić, ale jest cholernie blisko. Ja, już widzimy, to jest jakaś część ISS-a. Jaki czad.
Alright, so we should be getting to waypoint 2 right now.
Czyli mamy 20 metrów, jeśli powiedział, że waypoint 2 right now, czyli mamy 20 metrów. Albo za dosłownie kilka sekund.
Dragon SpaceX on Big Loop. The ground is go for approach 2. We will be enabling the resume shortly. As a reminder, ensure your visors are closed prior to Dragon's departure from the waypoint. And once Dragon is inside, the crew hands-off point, retreat, and breakout are not permitted. And for your awareness, we have sunset in a little less than 8.5 minutes.
Będą mieli jeszcze zachód słońca, ale tu już tak lampy... Widzimy te panele słoneczne teraz perfekcyjnie, przez chwilę. Chyba zwalniają, mają ten waypoint, więc teraz się zatrzymują, żeby dokonać chyba ostatnich poprawek, ale zauważcie, że już przy tym locie takim długim, powolnym nie było też żadnych manewrów przez te silniki manewrowe, które tam wcześniej wystrzeliwały, więc wszystko na razie jest git.
Point that we had talked about earlier, that's a point where we don't want the crew issuing any commands to the vehicle. It's about just about 2 meters away from the docking adapter. I believe the number is about 1.7 meters.
Station Houston on the big loop. Houston and station are now go for docking. Chris, you can monitor per steps 3 and 4. 3 and 4 in 1.104.
Tak,
Crew
widać, że
Dragon
się
approach and retreat
stabilizują.
monitoring.
Copy steps 3 and 4.
Ja pierdzielę. Jak to już jest blisko.
Copy, visors down.
With the crew confirming their visors down, we should see the final approach
Wow! Czyli... Ja pierdzielę.
Copy inbound.
Grubo.
Copy.
O, chyba ruszyli. Mori poszła w nie zdążysz, Mori, chyba.
Approach has resumed. Dragon closing in. We're inside 20 meters. And yeah, that crew hands-off point should come up in about 3 minutes or so. Right before we get that final docking, it comes about 20 seconds prior, or just about 2 meters away from the station still. And that's just the crew not
nie wiemy,
issuing
gdzie jest
any
dokładnie
abort
docking
commands.
port,
At
widzimy
that
tylko
point,
części
it would
stacji,
be
ale ta kamera
too
jest na
late,
dużym zoomie, mi
and
się
so
wydaje.
any aborts would be executed automatically by Dragon itself.
Tak, i on teraz chyba wspomniał, że to wszystko się dzieje automatycznie przez Dragona. Widać te delikatne odrzuty silników.
So we're closing in at less than a tenth of a meter per second at this point.
You can see the surface section
Chyba
Dracos doing all these very
0,10
small, minor
metrów
attitude
jednego,
corrections.
znaczy, nie jak to nazwać,
Really
nawet nie
the
metrów na
autonomous
sekundę, nie?
docking system at work, making sure that the vestibule and the soft capture system is lined up with IDA2. It's the International Docking Adapter.
Jakie to teraz oni, ja czuję emocje, a co oni muszą czuć tam w środku, w tym Dragonie? Szkoda, że zasłania nam ta część ISS-a, przód teraz Dragona. O, to jest lepsze ujęcie. Ja mam nadzieję, że takie
You
zostanie.
can see much more clearly there the hinge mechanism for the nose cone. Those 4 black circles are the forward bulkhead Dracos, not to be used at this time.
Chyba wspomina o
of
tych
course, the
czarnych
pedals
punktach.
of the soft
To
capture
są jakieś
system.
mocowania, podejrzewam, bo o tym właśnie wspomniał.
Wow.
Ja pierdzielę.
Dragon on the big loop, we're inside 10 meters. We cannot
10
make out
metrów.
the docking target, but we do see the outline.
We copy and concur, 10 meters.
Right, we're
10
less than
metrów,
10 meters away.
potwierdzili.
Again, we're closing at that rate of less than a tenth of a meter per second. We should be just about 1 minute 45 seconds away from docking.
Minuta 40
There's
sekund
a
dedykowania,
center line
powiedzieli.
camera right in that middle, so that you can see where the forward hatch is, and right in the middle of that there's a window and there's a center line camera.
Tu jest
that is
okno,
aligned
tu on
with the
powiedział,
center
że
of
jest
the
okno,
vehicle
takie
and the center of the
informacje
docking
jeszcze mówię.
mechanism.
Bo docking mechanizm to ja nie powiem
So
wam gdzie jest,
that
bo to już
is
ciężko
what the autonomous
wytłumaczyć.
docking system is
Ja tego nie
using to
ogarniam.
line up with sort of a cross-hatch, cross-target
O, jaka
on
fajna
the
kamera.
docking port. Again, the forward docking port on
Nie jest
PMA2,
typa,
or
jeszcze
the
szybko
pressurized
sprawdźmy,
meeting
jeszcze mamy chwilę.
adapter.
717 tysięcy tutaj, a tu 1200,
5
ponad 2 miliony
meters
na pewno to
away.
ogląda. 5 metrów.
Again, we're racing that sunset. This Dragon continues to close, 4 meters to go.
Już widać niesamowite szczegóły
The
Dragona.
shadows of the space station on the vehicle.
chyba słońce oświetla teraz Dragona, a nie światła.
Yeah, you can actually
Bo
see
mamy
the
zachód
centerline camera
słońca.
pretty clearly there, sort of with the contrast.
I mamy
of the
kamerę z
sun
docking
right now.
portu. Gdzie tu
3
są
meters
metry?
to go.
3 metry. Zostawcie tą kamerę.
2 meters.
2 metry.
We are inside the hands-off point, the chop, the crew hands-off point. 1
Gdyby
meter
się
to
tak
go.
rękę wciągnąć
1 metr, 1 metr. Ojoj, jegu.
Ale bydlak.
Jest.
Soft capture complete.
Dragon in space.
Magnesy teraz chyba
Soft
poszły.
capture confirmed. Stand by for retraction and docking.
Oh fuck.
95.
And we just heard it, soft capture. We have docking, that coming at 7:16 a.m. Pacific time, with the station and Dragon flying 262 statute miles right over the border
Dokowanie
between
trochę trwa,
northern
muszą
China
wszystkie te
and
klamry się
Mongolia.
zamknąć.
You saw a
Nad
little bit of
Mongolią.
motion there
Nad
of
Mongolią
Dragon. It was
zadokowali.
a relative motion that the soft capture system is damping out. Once that motion is clear, then
Też ciśnienie musi się
the soft
wyrównać, nie
capture
to
system will
wszystko
be
jak... Ja pierdzielę.
retracted, and Dragon will go for hard capture.
Again, if just now tuning in, that soft capture, that docking coming 7:16 a.m. Pacific, 10:16 a.m. over on the East Coast. Dragon and the International Space Station were flying 262 statute miles right over the border between northern China and Mongolia. So that soft capture ring now going to retract. It's one more step on the way to docking complete.
On board.
Ja
Yeah,
czekam
so
aż
the
wejdą
next
na
step here is
pokład.
once the
Budokowanie
soft
to
capture
jedno,
ring
ale
is
jak oni
retracted,
wejdą.
there are 12
Są,
latches
ja pierdzielę.
that we refer to as
Ładne
hard
ujęcie.
capture
Widać
latches.
zachód
Those
słońca.
are what will really create that pressure tight seal
Widać też
between the
ładnie
Dragon
panele słoneczne z
spacecraft
tyłu.
and the International Space Station. So once soft capture is complete, and I believe we'll get that call from our core here,
O, pieprzony zachód słońca!
then we'll get confirmation of hard capture, and the crew, of course, aboard have this information
Ale
on
mam
their
ładne
displays,
światło nawet za
so they'll
ISS-a.
also see
Jakoś to
indication of
oświetla
hard
na
capture
szczęście.
complete. And once those two
Chcę
steps are done,
zobaczyć to
then
ujęcie, jak
that's
oni
docking
wbijają do
complete.
środka.
That's right, and we're expecting to hear some words from everybody. A pretty monumental moment. I mean, for Doug Hurley, he's returning to where he last docked almost 9 years ago on the very last space shuttle mission, now commanding the very first commercial spacecraft to deliver astronauts to the International Space Station.
That's got to be cool for them. They've mentioned quite a few times that they're best friends, our favorite dads in space, as we've been calling them. This has got to be really cool for them. It's got to be really cool for their families too, watching this.
Zmieni się kamera. Mamy 0, no oczywiście już są zadokowani. Mamy 19 godzin misji, więc czasy się zgadzają.
Looks like we have another quick handover. We'll get that video back shortly.
Tylko
We're
nie
about
widzimy,
75% complete already with that
nie
retraction.
widzimy, gdzie jest stacja. Oni powinni być gdzieś mniej więcej w tym obszarze teraz. Nie jestem pewien dokładnie
Once
gdzie,
that
gdzieś
retraction
tutaj albo
is
tutaj.
completed,
Myślę
we'll
gdzieś
keep an
tutaj,
eye out for
nie
the
wiem.
12 ready to hook indicators. Once those are ready, those 12 hooks will begin to engage, and that'll securely attach Dragon to the International Space Station.
Yeah, so right now the vehicle confirming that the soft capture system is deployed correctly and is fully retracted. And then once the soft capture system is fully retracted, that'll set up the vehicle to put in the hard capture
Tak, mówią, że niby
pins.
wszystko już jest
There's 12 of those
zadokowane.
around the docking ring, and that's what
Tylko-
creates that airtight seal between
No,
the
nie
Dragon
znam wszystkich
spacecraft and
szczegółów,
the
nie?
International
Tak na
Space
szybko
Station.
też nie jestem w stanie tłumaczyć.
The volume between, which we refer to as the vestibule, is currently not pressurized. Of course, it was just exposed to the vacuum of
Ale
space
nie ma jeszcze
until
euforii na
literally
tym.
minutes ago, about 4 minutes ago. So just waiting for the vehicle to get that.
Dragon SpaceX, ring retraction complete. Docking sequence is holding for MCS reconfiguration.
Jeszcze docking.
So we see those ready to hook indicators are lighting up green. So we should be just about to step into those 12 hooks beginning to engage to get that secure mate between Dragon and the International Docking Adapter on the space station.
Wow, right now those two vehicles are flying together. They are attached to each other.
It's been just under 19 hours since we lifted off. We're actually at about 18 hours, 58 minutes, and 42 seconds. So we promised about a 19-hour ride up to station, and we made it just a few minutes before that. They were able to dock a few minutes ahead of schedule. We were tracking them to still take about another 10 minutes, but able to step through all of their burns about 16 minutes ahead of schedule and get us to where we are now. If you missed it just a few moments ago, that initial docking coming at 7:16 a.m. Pacific, 10:16 a.m. over on the east coast of the United States, and they were 262 statute miles flying together over the northern border of China and Mongolia. So, really exciting. We're just waiting for this docking complete to be confirmed. We're expecting to hear some words, obviously, from the crew on board and all the excited teams down here. We're just waiting for this moment. And then it's time to start getting Dragon integrated into the station. There will be an umbilical that will get mated, and that'll allow Dragon to flow data and power into the station systems, and then it'll be over to the crew.
Endeavour and station at Houston on the big loop. MCS is configured. We're proceeding with hook driving.
All right, and they did a quick, so the motion control system onboard station now back under those control moment gyros, so handed over from the Russian thrusters, and Dragon now given the go to drive those hooks. We have to do that changeover of attitude control before we drive those hooks, as the Russian thrusters a little bit more dynamic in their control of attitude, and if you had a thruster firing while you were starting to drive those hooks, that could miss a line. So going over the smoother control moment gyros on the US side, now controlling the attitude on board the station, and those hooks, those 12 hooks on Dragon, about to start driving.
Right now, Dragon and ISS attached, just flying off the east coast of China, just underneath Japan. Attached to each other, we recently passed over to the orbital night, so we're on the currently the dark side of the world. And actually, we're lucky enough to see soft capture happen just as we were crossing over the Terminator line.
And if you're wondering what you're looking at, this is one of the cameras on the very outboard part of the Japanese experiment module, looking back in towards the very front part of Node 2, where Dragon is currently docked. We are in an orbital nighttime, that's why everything is so dark, but you're looking at Dragon. It is horizontal to the ground, so the hatch part is right where that green light pretty much is. You can see the nose cone still illuminated above it, and it is currently attached to an international docking adapter on the International Space Station.
And inside that capsule are Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, first astronauts to fly on a privately developed vehicle up to the International Space Station. Both test pilots got to do some fun tests today. Have a few more steps before they can actually get aboard and ingress to the International Space Station. And that's what we heard over the big loop, that transition, which allows us to then proceed with hard capture.
And we're seeing the first set of hooks, so the first 6 out of the 12 are now closed, 6 more to go.
Again, there are 12 of those along the ring.
Nie mam pojęcia, co
That
teraz
helps
się tam
us
dzieje w
ensure
tym
that we have
dokumencie, totalnie. Niby coś tam
an airtight
tłumaczą, ale...
seal. It is vacuum around them right now, so we
Aha,
want
jest
to make
próżnia
sure
pomiędzy.
we're keeping all of that
Jeszcze.
valuable life support in the vehicle. Now the combined ISS Dragon vehicle.
No widać, jeszcze siedzą na swoich miejscach. Ale widać, zobaczcie na lewo, mają kamerę do Kingportu.
Also standing by
na monitor po lewej stronie.
Hard capture to complete, and once we have that docking complete call, they'll be able to start stepping through a number of procedures to get them ready to move into the International Space Station. They'll get the go-ahead to doff or get out of their suits, and then they'll have some activities on the Dragon side to prepare for the hatch opening. Chris Cassidy will mainly be working on the station side to pressurize the vestibule. So as Shiv has talked about, the space between the Dragon capsule and the space station was exposed to vacuum, and even after this tight seal has occurred, we'll still be at vacuum inside. So we'll actually open up a valve to supply air from the station side into that space between the Dragon and station hatchways, and they'll get it up to the same ambient pressure that we'll have inside of Dragon and on the station itself. They'll wait for it to thermally balance out, make sure we don't have any temperature swings as we're bringing it up from vacuum. So probably from a very cold temperature up to about 72 degrees that they have in their cabin temperature on board the station, and then we'll get the hatches
mogą
open.
mieć informacje pomiędzy dockingportami.
Dragon SpaceX, hard capture complete. Stand by for docking completion.
No jeszcze czekają na całkowite zadokowanie.
And now that hard capture is complete, so that's confirmation of those 12 latches to create that airtight seal. Now that's complete, the umbilicals from the station side will interface with the Dragon vehicle umbilicals, and that'll provide power and communications through space station directly to Dragon. Pretty much the whole way up, Dragon's been using a combination of batteries and its solar cells pointed at the sun to make sure that it has enough electrical power for the journey up.
Wiem, że strasznie szumi, ale to jakoś akurat od nich ze streama.
To get mated, and that's gonna, again, as Shiv was just saying, start the power and data transfer between Dragon and the space station. They've been transmitting data through RF radio frequency on the way uphill, and during the final approach, this will give a hard mate, basically a wired LAN connection between the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station itself, and then also being able to draw power from the station systems using those great big solar arrays that are used to generate all of the electricity for systems on board the station.
To jest ostatnia prosta, żeby już być na ISS-ie tak naprawdę. Najtrudniejszy manewr zakończony, teraz tylko ogarnąć dockingporty porządnie i mogą wchodzić.
And the soft capture system has been stowed. We see the umbilical starting to deploy. About 40% of the way so far, going pretty quickly. Should just take a couple more seconds until we're all the way connected. And then we should be getting that docking complete call out from the core here in Mission Control, SpaceX and Hawthorne. Standing by.
Mi się wydaje, czy ten dockingport się zmieni.
Dragon SpaceX, docking sequence is complete.
Jest zakończona sekwencja dokowania. Widzimy teraz też obraz stacji kosmicznej w takiej grafice.
Dragon, we copy docking complete.
Za 2 godziny? A czemu tak?
Real honor to be just a small part of this 9-year endeavor since the last time the United States spaceship had docked with the International Space Station. We have to congratulate the men and women of SpaceX at Hawthorne, McGregor, and at Kennedy Space Center. Their incredible efforts over the last several years to make this possible cannot go overstated. I'd also like to thank Kathy Leaders and her team of the Commercial Crew Program of NASA. An outstanding job by everyone. Last, I'd like to thank the men and women of the National Aeronautics and Space Agency. This is an incredible time to be at NASA. 3 new vehicles to be flown, continuing mission in low Earth orbit, and then to the moon and Mars. We thank you again and congratulate you.
Dragon arriving. Crew of Expedition 63 is honored to welcome Dragon and the Commercial Crew Program to welcome aboard the International Space Station. Bob and Doug, glad to have you as part of the crew. Well done. Bravo Zulu.
Ale brakuje mi tej niesamowitej euforii, która powinna być na
Endeavour,
tym.
this is Houston. Bob and Doug, welcome to the International Space Station after your spectacular rendezvous and docking of the first Crew Dragon vehicle. For the first time since the retirement of the Space Shuttle, you have completed a historic ride to the ISS and have opened up a new chapter in human space exploration. On behalf of the flight control teams here in Houston and in Hawthorne, California, and to our SpaceX colleagues, bravo on a magnificent moment in spaceflight history and on the start of a new journey that has changed the face of space travel in this new era of space transportation. Bob and Doug, good luck, and we look forward to working with you on board.
Dragon SpaceX, Bob and Doug, we here at SpaceX are honored to have been part of ushering in this new era of human spaceflight. On behalf of the SpaceX and NASA partnership, congratulations on a phenomenal accomplishment and welcome to the International Space Station.
Well, thank you, Anna. We appreciate all the good words and everyone thanking us, but it truly was a magnificent effort by the entire team, the SpaceX team, the NASA team, and a team across America who was able to pull this off and bring human spaceflight again to our nation. Thanks for everything. Happy to be aboard.
Świetnie, kurde. Ja nie wiem, skąd Grzegorz tam wyciągnął te informacje, że niby wejdą dopiero za jakieś 2 godziny.
Dragon SpaceX, with that, ground will be enabling hardline power and comm connection shortly. You are go to doff your suits per procedure 4.012. We will be configuring your video to go external shortly, and we have one request for Bob's suit doffing when you're ready to copy.
We copy all. Go ahead for Bob's suit.
During your approach suit leak check, we noticed Bob's suit pass with a lower PSID than his previous vehicle and O&C checks. We still had plenty of margin to support you in a depress, but in order to rule out potential hardware issues, when Bob is doffing, after he opens his structural zipper, check all 3 bladder zipper heads to see if any are partially closed. It is possible that if the head is backed off slightly, that the white tooth is partially visible or a small gap can be seen between the end of the zipper head and the gasket end. Please report observations.
To jeszcze trochę potrwa, jak tu mamy informacje, że z tym wysiadaniem, bo muszą się upewnić, że na pewno wszystko jest dobrze zadokowane. Właśnie teraz rozmawiają o tym.
Great, thank you so much.
To nie jest takie proste w kosmosie.
Wow. So now Dragon has completed its docking sequence. There's a number of checks. That was an absolutely historic moment. And in spite of that, the ground team's getting right back to business, talking about the suit performance.
Just let us know when the interior cameras are secured.
On Dragon to Ground,
Gotta turn the cameras off first before we can get them out of their suits.
Absolutely. So spacecraft is now docked. They've got several tasks that they're going to need to be able to do. While we're waiting for those tasks to happen, we're actually going to take a short break. But if, in case you just missed it, the Dragon spacecraft is now docked to the International Space Station, docked at 7:16 a.m. local time.
Yep.
Bob and Doug are at the space station.
Yeah, they're there. It was just under a 19-hour journey from their launch to their docking, so pretty much right on what we were expecting. They got there a little bit early today, which was nice, as they were able to get through all those burns. But they're docked. It's going to be a little while. They have to do that vestibule pressurization, and then they'll have to do some leak checks.
Dragon on Dragon to Ground for Bob.
Nie muszą mieć masek, jak są w jednym pojeździe, to byłoby bez sensu.
On my gloves lowered, and I do see white teeth visible on both sides. It looks like a full white tooth. I'll give you an update once I get to the leg zipper.
Copy. White teeth on both sides, and we'll await your next status.
So the crew right now just going through some checks of their gloves. They're about to get out of their suits. That'll be the first step for the crew on board Dragon. For the crew on board station, Chris Cassidy is going to start getting that vestibule pressurized, and then they're going to do leak checks. So they're going to be actually taking atmosphere from station, putting it into that vestibule, and then once we get all the leak checks done, things are thermally stabilized, it'll be time for hatch opening. We'll be able to see Bob and Doug get into the space station for the first time from on board the Dragon spacecraft. And again, for Doug Hurley, this is the exact port he was at almost 9 years ago when he was on the very last space shuttle mission, and now he's commanding the first commercial vehicle to dock with the International Space Station. I think that's going to do it for us in Hawthorne. We're going to give you into the very capable hands of Gary Jordan to take you through the rest of the hatch opening. We're going to be watching from here and following along. We can't wait to see these crew members on board the International Space Station. Thank you for everybody who tuned in. We hope you enjoyed the launch. We hope you enjoyed the ride uphill.
Wycieczkę, więc ja sobie zostawiam streama w tle, zostawiamy go na pewno, żeby wyczekiwać właśnie otwarcia tego hatcha.
To watch Dragon go through the paces, to be lofted into orbit on Falcon 9, something we've been waiting for years, seeing it come to fruition. I'm still grappling with.
Dragon SpaceX on Dragon to Ground. Video is
and
no
Shiv,
interior.
it was an honor doing this with you today.
Nie, po prostu wiesz co, Mori, oni jeszcze muszą dużo rzeczy tam poogarniać, zanim otworzą włas.
That's the one rule. But, you know, there are some really great words there from all the flight control teams about how this was a joint partnership between NASA and SpaceX. I think everyone is over the moon here at SpaceX for this. Bob and Doug have got to be excited, and now back to business to get the vestibule ready to go, and then get them on board the station. So again, thank you for following us. Please continue to watch as Gary takes over for the hatch opening portion. And keep following our social media for more updates on what's happening with Hatch Open.
Over to you, Gary.
Co ciekawe,
Thank you, Shiva. Thank you, Dan. What
mamy
an
tu z
incredible
tyłu
flight for
to
Bob and
ujęcie.
Doug, lifting off just yesterday and now in space, attached to the International Space Station. Some kind words all over after docking at 9:16 a.m. Central.
Mamy tu ujęcie wewnątrz po prostu ISS-a.
Just 11 minutes later. We're still not done here. We're going to take you through the pressurization sequence and eventually hatch opening of the International Space Station.
SpaceX Dragon on Dragon to Ground. Cabin mic check com.
And I hear you loud and clear on Dragon to Ground. How many?
Loud and clear.
Excellent.
Good comm checks. We still have a lot of work to do here. We're going to pressurize the vestibule and eventually get...
And SpaceX Dragon with an update from Bob.
No nie pogada, ale muszą, jak on tam mówi, że muszą to po prostu ustabilizować to ciśnienie, nie? Żeby to ciśnienie było identyczne, zanim otworzą włazy.
Really appreciate the report. Thank you.
Teams behind me will be configuring the Dragon and the International Space Station to welcome Bob and Doug aboard First, of course, the International Space Station attitude control moment gyros, really holding the Dragon in place through the hard capture sequence. We'll start enabling those thrusters and pressurizing the vestibule. It'll take about an hour until we're able to get the hatch open. Teams here in Mission Control Houston, Orbit 2, led by Flight Director Zeb Scoville,
Weźmiemy sobie, myślę, w tle jakąś gierę. I nie głupie by było grać w kerbale, nie? Zrobić sobie misję z tym, z tankowaniem. Mam tam takie pierdółki do ogarnięcia.
Space Station, Commander Chris Cassidy standing by in Node 2. Right in front of that is the pressurized mating adapter. He recently opened up the hatch to introduce some of the station air and mix it, get a nice mix in there, avoiding some CO2 pockets. That hatch you see just beyond Chris Cassidy there is normally closed.
Dużo takich technicznych rzeczy
podejrzewam teraz będzie. Mix some of that cabin air and get rid of those CO2 pockets, make sure it's all clean and ready for Bob and Doug. He closed it shortly after just to make sure
nie było takiej euforii, tylko bardziej spokój właśnie zachowany przy dokowaniu.
Inhibit any hatch opening process today. One of the next milestones for Chris Cassidy will be to open up that hatch. He's got some cameras, you see, placed within that node. We'll get some good views of the hatch opening and welcoming Bob and Doug here in just about an hour.
Około godziny. Będziemy czekać i śledzić, a w międzyczasie, no, pykniemy sobie w coś. Bo oni tu będą robić bardzo dużo jakichś takich teraz rzeczy, właśnie, no żeby to ogarnąć, nie? Myślę, że możemy sobie na tym ekranie to zrobić. Tylko zobaczmy, czy ja będę mógł też pomieszać trochę na streamie. Tak, żebyście też to widzieli, to wam dam na razie na pełny ekran, bo tam też coś się miesza, coś jeszcze tam pokazują, więc warto mieć to otwarte. I teraz tak, ja muszę sobie, to są ramki, tak? Tak. Spróbujmy sobie te ramki powiększyć.
A big moment in history today, May 31st, 2020. Just on the other side of that hatch, Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley have successfully arrived at the International Space Station. Still a couple of milestones to get through. Before we can open up that hatch, it's going to take some time. First, pressurizing the vestibule in between the station and Dragon. We'll bring that up to pressure. It's going to take some time for that pressure to stabilize. Of course, the temperature within that.
Więc trzeba to mocno śledzić, więc mi też krzyczcie, jak już będzie zaraz otwieranie hatcha całego, żebym to miał pod kontrolą, bo wtedy damy sobie tamten kolejny ekran.
Flight Director Zeb Scoville welcoming the director of the NASA Johnson Space Center, Mark Geyer.
Dam na chwilkę tako, żeby po prostu widzieć. To sobie to ustawić tak dosyć dobrze, nie? Widzę, że to jest odrobinę mniejsze. Spróbuję to połączyć w dość mniej więcej taki sposób.
Now again, this repressurization and hatch opening process.
Okej, myślę, że będzie okej. Oczywiście zaraz to wszystko pozmieniam.
We're going to have some intermittent losses with the communication from the International Space Station.
To blokujemy.
You're seeing now the International Space Station Flight Control Room led by Flight Director Zeb Scoville. Just a handover of some of those audio and visual communications. We'll be regaining those shortly. Might lose them intermittently throughout the repressurization process, but the teams here will be monitoring all of the procedures. Again, pressurizing that vestibule and eventually getting to that hatch opening.
Troszkę się trzeba z tym pobawić, wybaczcie, bo nie mam tu ustawionego streama. Myślałem, że na tym będziemy zakończyć powoli, ale no niestety trzeba jeszcze czekać. Ja chcę ten moment zobaczyć, nie odpuszczę tego.
From right to left there, seated, you see Flight Director Zeb Scoville. It was he who was leading the teams for both the launch of Bob and Doug over at the Cape. He was leading the teams here in Mission Control Houston. You just saw
Nie mogę przesunąć kamery, co robi się małym problemem.
Seated next to Zeb Scoville, Joshua Kutrick. He is one of the members of the most recent class of astronauts,
To przesunę bez problemu.
2017. Canadian Space Agency astronaut, went through candidate training and officially became an astronaut just recently.
A kamera. Tu mam kamerę, dobra. Moja kamera tu nie musi być duża. Coś tam ogarniają, widać. Niestety nie będę się już z tym bawił, tej ramki małej na kamerę w tym momencie, chociaż mógłbym ją powielić, ale pytanie, czy przychwytywanie nie okna, tylko obraz, czy ja to znajdę?
Again, a few milestones to get through to that hatch opening. First, the International Space Station attitude control has been successfully switched from control moment gyro only control, enabling some of the thrusters on the International Space Station. We also just received word that Dragon is successfully receiving power.
Gry też nie.
Power connection has been established.
Tu się robi problem.
And there you have it. Dragon is successfully receiving power from the International Space Station.
Coś tam podłączyli Dragona. Spoko.
And Dragon copies on Dragon to ground that power has been established. Just let us know when we should make a hardline comm check.
We will, Co. Thank you.
Tu mam te ramki. Dobra, mam to. Będzie spoko? Będzie spoko. Dobra, to jest i zostało nam tylko tak, ja bym musiał sobie jakoś inaczej podgląd z tego wziąć. Bo jak to zminimalizuje mi z tym. Tak. Urządzenie nie, ekran, to jest to. To muszę dodać scenę z przechwytywaniem okna. Dajcie mi sekundę, zrobimy to w ten sposób. Odrzuć to. Aha, i tak zapisało. Usuniemy to na chwilkę. Ja sobie to przyniosę wyżej.
For those of you just joining us, you are getting a live look at NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy, commander of the International Space Station, doing some of the prep work to open up the hatch and get ready to welcome Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley aboard the International Space Station. They launched successfully yesterday at 2:22 p.m. Central Time, 3:22 p.m. Eastern.
Ja myślę, że jak zrobię tak.
Docked successfully with a contact and capture just a little bit ago at 9:16 a.m. Central Time, 10:16 Eastern.
Przechwytywanie. No nie o to mi chodzi. Wykupytanie, Twitch, Google Chrome. To mi przechwytuje to, a jakby musiał być chyba odpalone, ale dobra. Spróbujmy na to ustawić i teraz jak sobie to przeniosę. O Boże, to ciągle na to. A jakbym przeniósł całe?
For some of the docking sequence, for the initial contact and capture, attitude control was on Russian thrusters. That was moved to control moment gyros for hard mate, making sure that everything lined up and we got those ready to hook indicators green before driving those hooks. The attitude control has since been switched to enable some thrusters on the International Space Station. We did get confirmation of good power being delivered from ISS to the Dragon. Next will be to
Dobra,
test
i
some
teraz
hard-line
pytanie, jak to
communication
zminimalizuję,
between Dragon and the International Space Station.
to kurde nie będzie tego, to musi być wywalone. Ale jak sobie dam na dół i powiększę i dam OBS-a, to wy to dalej widzicie. Ok, czyli to mi działa. Tu był SpaceX. I teraz jak sobie dam to i załóżmy w tle odpalę Kerbale, czy to będzie widać? Powinniście to widzieć. Dobra, mam Steama. Dodamy tu jeszcze te, YouTube'owe te. Dodaj istniejącą cel, chat, follow, Twitch, nie. Oglądający Twitch, pyk. I oglądający YouTube, pyk. Mniej więcej, żeby było równej wielkości.
Dragon End Station at Houston calling on the big loop. We're prepared and getting ready to transition the comm system to hardline, at which time we're going to do a couple comm checks. We just want to make sure everybody's on board with that and aware. So Dragon, first maybe let me know if you hear this and if you're go with that plan.
Houston, Endeavor on the big loop, we had you loud and clear.
Zrobimy sobie tak, że gra będzie odrobinę ciszej. Na tych damy głośniej, tylko widzę, że oni są z innego kanału, znaczy z innego streama brani. Dobra, i teraz muszę zrobić tak, przechwytywanie gry, KSP. Kerbal Space Program, pyk, będzie? Będzie. No i mamy to.
Być w Kerbala?
Trochę, bo jeszcze zajmie im, zanim oni wyprowadzą ziomków na stację. Na takim dzisiaj troszkę nietypowym streamie pogramy, ustawianym na szybko.
Now there's an umbilical connection with Dragon, connecting Dragon to the International Space Station. We did get good confirmation that power is flowing from the International Space Station.
Mamy obraz stąd, mamy obraz z gry. Dzisiaj będzie ciekawy bardzo stream. Jeszcze tylko bym dał oczywiście głośniej, tak mówiłem ich, tylko muszę zrobić. Wrzucimy sobie z tego streama. Natomiast gra będzie ciszej.
We'll switch that over to hardline communications, testing that out here shortly.
Tylko ściszymy sobie ją, wiecie co, tutaj opcji głośności. No nie, złap to. Żeby Kerbale naprawdę były totalnym tłem. Bo dzisiaj oni tu mają prawo głosu. Dobra. Świetnie, jest 2 monitory. Zrobimy sobie jedną misję i myślę, że oni będą wychodzić powoli. Oczywiście będziemy ciągle śledzić ich ruchy.
We're going to get some good views of station today. You see Chris Cassidy working inside Node 2. Just on the other side is the hatch. That hatch is separating between the International Space Station and the pressurized mating adapter. One more hatch to go after that. That hatch opens up to the Dragon hatch with Bob, Bacon, and Doug Hurley on the other side. Just surrounding Chris Cassidy from this view, you can see a series of cameras. We're going to get some great views from Node 2 there on the left, a couple high-definition cameras. On the right, a 360 VR camera. Part of an initiative to engage viewers and provide views that from the International Space Station that have never been seen before. We'll get to see some of those 360-degree views later after they're configured and stitched on the ground, now being recorded during this historic moment today, May 31st, 2020.
Oj, sorry. Nie chciałem. Tylko ja mam pytanie, czy doda się odczepić tak na hama, nie? Zobaczymy, czy da się odczepić. Zrobimy testa. Musimy podłączyć jeszcze to wszystko.
Affirmative, we are on the same page. Those steps in the execution note are all that's needed.
Muszę troszeczkę zmodyfikować to wszystko, ale chyba jest opcja, żeby pozbyć się... Nie pozbędę się, ale muszę to zmodyfikować. Co jest? A, to mi daje, dobra. Czemu nie mogę zmienić? Bez sensu. Teraz się naprawiło. Jak naprawdę oni coś tam będą robić, albo będzie już widać, że się przygotowują do otwarcia, to mi krzyczcie. Nie chcę tego przeoczyć.
You're getting a live look at Chris Cassidy aboard the International Space Station. Just in front of him is that 360-degree camera. He's got cameras situated all over Node 2, pointing right towards that hatch. On the other side, we'll be welcoming Bob Benkin and Doug Hurley after pressurization of the vestibule, and we'll start beginning hatch opening after that.
Ja pierdzielę.
Yeah, we copy MPEB open, Chris.
Co tam się dzieje na streamach? Zmieniłem kamerę na na Houstony.
Another handover of communication from the tracking and data relay satellites, providing video and audio communication from the International Space Station, now integrated with the Dragon power. Still looking towards some of those hard-line communication checks. Again, we'll lose communication intermittently as the International Space Station flies 269 statute miles.
Station Houston on 2 for Chris, we're go for open on the Node 2 forward hatch.
Okej, to działa dobrze, tylko ta moc. Ejection Force damy sobie na 20. Myślę, że 20 będzie spoko. Nie powinno mi się tu nic pozmieniać. Kto leci? Czy wydaje? Nie. Fred wam tankuje. Najpierw test. Test na launchpadzie. Bo tak, bo chcę to sprawdzić.
Regaining some of that video from International Space Station, Chris Cassidy given the go to open that Node 2 forward hatch. Again, he opened it a little bit earlier today to allow some of the station air to mix into the pressurized mating adapter. There it is.
Co tu się dzieje?
Now again, there's a few more hatches to open until we are able to welcome Bob and Doug aboard the International Space Station. You're looking through the hatch into the pressurized mating adapter. There's another hatch down there through the pressurized mating adapter that opens up to the International docking adapter.
Houston 3, hey Josh, there was zero on DPDT, and the Node 2 forward hatch is open.
And Chris, we copy Node 2 forward hatch open. We concur your go for the next yellow activity. That's your 1515 activity. It's step 2 in 2.102 Crew Dragon ISS arrival through hatch opening. Basically, you're going to cycle the 8-pass equalization valve.
And Dragon SpaceX on Dragon to ground. If desired, reference procedure 4.400 to monitor vestibule pressurization.
To jeszcze tutaj nie, ale są już coraz bliżej. Dobra, czyli to się nie odczepie, tak?
Copies.
Usuniemy sobie to. Dawałem radę bez tego, to dam radę tylko z tamtym. Będę mógł, myślę, może troszeczkę mocniej wchodzić w atmosferę, ale też bez przesady, bo... To on coś jeszcze otworzył? Tak, otworzył te drugie. I widzimy teraz ten chyba ostatni port, który musi otworzyć. Tak mi się przynajmniej wydaje. No cóż, musimy to śledzić. Kerbale oczywiście od razu wywalam, jak to się będzie działo i oglądamy to, co tam się dzieje. Powinni mówić, jak będą otwierać. Na pewno będzie to słychać, że są gotowi do otwarcia, ale to jeszcze troszeczkę potrwa. Więc lecimy naszą rakietą w Kerbalach. Nie pomyślałem, ale mogłem dodać 2 spadochrony. Zmienił kamerę. Mogliśmy zobaczyć bardziej ze środka to wszystko. Co ja zrobiłem? Bez sensu. Ruszyłem, a nie zwróciłem uwagi, gdzie jest moja ta. Przecież to też ma być misja dokująca. Podobnie jak u nich. Zanim ruszę, muszę tak ustawić sobie to na target.
Dragon on Dragon to ground for 4.012. We've completed up to section 5 and we've got a timer started for 1 hour.
Copy, completed through section 5 and your suits are drying and you have started a timer for 1 hour. With that, do we have your permission to come back on board?
Czyli 1 godzina została do otwarcia, tak dokładnie 1.
Get you back on board.
We copy, we are go to come back on board. And with that, you are go to perform sections 1 through 3 of 4.400. We do recommend deferring your step 2.1 for the waste system flush until closer to hatch opening. In section 3, as you are performing your inventory, please collect all your food and water bottle trash and consolidate it into the 2 trash bags within their common bags in location 18. You will transfer the plastic bags containing this trash to ISS for disposal during a scheduled activity after ISS ingress. And do note that you are welcome to defer this inventory until after you eat your meal that is scheduled for right about now.
Okay, Anna, if you could give us 5 minutes before you guys come back on board, we do have some clothing config to complete. Understand we've got to go for sections 1, 2, and 3 of 4.400, and we will consolidate our trash into the bags provided in location 18. And we'll defer the docked waste configuration, section 2 of 4.400, until it gets closer to hatch opening.
Station, we copy 1507.
We copy, and we will wait 5 minutes before coming on board, and we'll check with you before we do so if we don't hear from you first.
Copy, ready.
Thanks, Anna.
Ta rakieta moja jest niesamowicie stabilna, kurde. I osiąga dużą prędkość, widzę. To nie Falcon. To ja tu buduję swoje stacje kosmiczne.
This is Mission Control Houston. You're listening to crews on board the International Space Station and Dragon prepare for opening the hatch. You're seeing Chris Cassidy aboard the International Space Station already opened the hatch 2, the pressurized mating adapter just below that hatchway you see at the center of the screen here. On the other side of the hatch is the hatchway to the International docking adapter. On the other side of that, the recently docked Crew Dragon.
Bobson krzyczy, jakby tam wchodzili, bo ja tu muszę zobaczyć.
Pressurization is underway. This will equalize the pressure between Dragon and the International Space Station. Once it does come up to pressurization, it will take some time to equalize that pressure because of the temperature difference in the vestibule. Just take some time to
stabilize. Godzina mówili.
Endeavor, it's Houston.
Do otwarcia włazu.
Now for a voice check. How do you read?
Tak, ustawił timer na godzinę. Aha, że wyrównanie ciśnienia, no w sumie. Zobaczymy, nie, ja czekam. To jest taka chwila, że mamy taką okazję oglądać to się nie zdarza codziennie, więc czekamy. Terraria będzie później. Będzie dzisiaj, ale później. Muszę chyba dać większą siłę. Aha, aż tyle. No grubo. Dajmy sobie delikatną moc, żeby to wypchnąć.
Endeavor, it's Houston calling. Space Ground 2.
Ale jak mi się zajebiście gra w kerbale, jak są te rozmowy załogi. Genialne. Nie, będzie długo trwało, Mori, zanim oni otworzą włas. Będziemy to widzieć, to się zapisze na kartach mojego streama, może w klipach. Mam nadzieję, że tam Wielki wsklipował tego. Zadokowanie stacji. Ej, czemu mi zostanie już tyle paliwa? Ja na modach nie gram. Dzisiaj i tak jest taki stream, który nie będzie zapisany. Po prostu gram, żeby nie siedzieć i nie patrzeć ciągle na to, ale dokowanie było zajebiste.
And Station Houston on 2. Everybody, we'll just stand by for a few minutes. We're going to try to raise Dragon by another means.
3 kilometry będziemy. Przygonimy, czy nie?
And Endeavor, it's Houston calling on Dragon to ground 1. We're trying to reach you via hardline. Just not sure if you're receiving it or not. Let us know at your convenience.
Możemy sobie gdzieś w tym miejscu. Za 10 minut. Po prostu chciałem wiedzieć, gdzie mniej więcej manewrować.
We're hearing quite a bit of echo on
Zobaczmy,
the other loop that appears to be connected. It's unintelligible.
Czekaj, czy to już widzimy... Nie, to jeszcze nie jest ten Dragon, nie? To jest po prostu włas ISS-a. Tak, to jest włas ISS-a.
Endeavor copies, thanks.
Okej, dobra. Będziemy to obserwować ciągle. Będziemy sobie na to zerkać.
This is Mission Control Houston, working through the steps to pressurize the vestibule. We did have confirmation that vestibule pressurization was underway. We do have power flowing from the International Space Station to Dragon after it docked for a contact and capture at 9:16 a.m. Central Time, 10:16 a.m. Eastern, just earlier this morning. A few other milestones to reach. We need good audio communication, hard-lined through the umbilical,
w ogóle ty, Bobson, widziałeś, co ja za rakietę stworzyłem? Jak ona zarąbiście wchodzi na orbitę, wiezie sobie 2 pełne zbiorniki, które są przytankowywane. Jest piękne.
Working through that as we count down towards the milestones of opening that hatch.
Ma perfekcyjnie TWR-a, ma perfekcyjnie te metry na sekundę, te 3000, żeby dostać się na orbitę. Fajnie jest wyliczone paliwko. Mógłbym nawet zabrać jeszcze, myślę, kawałeczek, znaczy jeszcze połowę takiego zbiornika, ale no już nie będę się w to bawił. Przyspieszmy sobie troszeczkę ten proces. Myślisz, że orbita 300 km na Kerbalach to jest spoko, czy przesadziłem? W sensie stacji kosmicznej. Brakowało mi ciebie ostatnio na jednym streamie z Kerbali. Jak to budowałem, ale zbudowałem to przepięknie, jestem z tego dumny.
Dragon on Dragon to ground.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and in section 1 of 4.400, the tablet state of charge are 66 for Doug's and 32 for mine.
Copy. 66 for Doug, 32 for Bob. And do we have your permission to come back on board with video now?
Aha.
Yeah, go ahead and come on board. We just may have to take it down at some point, as you might imagine, but come on board.
Sounds great. Thanks.
Station Houston on 3 for Chris. Your convenience, but just an update on the comm status.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Chris, you've probably been able to tell we've run into some
U
minor
nas tu
issues
też
trying to
nie
get
chcemy
hardline
mieć, to
established,
jest
so we're
łatwizna,
working that
nie? Już
here,
300
and we're going to be
km to już
reattempting the comm checks
jest
as soon
taka
as we
fajna
think we're
orbita.
go. I'll give you a heads up on that. And then regarding stuff, just get aheads. I was going to pass along to do the teardown from steps 3 and 4 in the approach monitoring, but I just saw it go gray, so have you done that already?
Hold on just one second. Which one was that? Maybe I fat fingered the wrong procedure.
Yeah, no, it's subtle. So it's in the execution note for Dragon approach monitoring. As we were monitoring Dragon earlier in the day, down in the execution note are the teardown steps.
I'm here in the cupola right now. I'll take care of it. It's not gray, but momentarily it will be.
Sounds good. And I'm also hearing on that we have done on the ground steps 1 through 4, so it's just 5 and 6 left for you in that teardown procedure.
Copy that.
Okej, czyli stacja będzie mnie gonić, to musi mieć mniejszą orbitę. Stop. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Znasz mnie, Robson, więc będziesz wiedział, czemu to robię. O nie, to zostało tutaj, to powinno być odwrotnie. Dobra, już nie będę się z tym bawił. No, ale trudno.
Steps 5 and 6 are complete in the teardown.
Copy, Chris. Thanks for that. And just about to hit the button and reattempt the hardline checks with Dragon.
Okay, copy.
Endeavor, it's Houston calling via hardline. Voice check, how do you read?
Here's on station, say again.
And station standby Endeavor. This is a call for Endeavor via hardline voice check. How do you read?
Houston Endeavor, completely unreadable. It's skipping pretty badly.
And Endeavor, it's Houston on Dragon to ground. We heard your reply loud and clear. Understand we're still broken. We're working it. Thanks for the patience.
We got you, Josh. That's exactly the case. Thanks.
Dragon FM voice check. How do you read me? Counting 121, 122, 123, 124, 125.
...73 km wydaje się dosyć spoko odległością. Ja będę tu jeszcze niżej, a pułapce będę miał aż tam, ale tutaj już sobie...
And station on 2 for Anatoly. Anatoly, we're hearing you loud and clear in Houston. We seem to have an issue still with COM 2 Dragon, so we'll just have you stand by. We'll let you know when we're ready to retry. Thanks for your patience.
Okay, call me on space to ground 1, please.
...59 i się oddalamy, ale to na spokojnie. Patrz jak latają tam. Tablety do nogawek. Są tam jakąś lampę? To wygląda jak megafon w ogóle. A to ja się nie znam. To będzie 70, 86 km. No dobra, no co zrobić? Będzie musiał mnie gonić. Dobra, 3 sekundy burn time'a. Zarąbiście. Aha, spoko. Jo, dajmy to na pełny ekran. Ale to jest piękne, znowu są na dziennej stronie, znowu możemy podziwiać ten widok. Aj, jakie to jest śliczne. Ale to jest śliczne. Teraz planetę widać jeszcze na tym kącie. Piękne. Ja na YouTubie akurat Mori oglądam. Dobra, plan jest taki, że musimy dolecieć do Apoapsy i pozwolimy się gonić. Pozwolimy się gonić tej stacji. Jestem dosyć blisko, no ale teraz tak tego nie zrobię. Czyli lecimy na Apoapsę. Ale to masa ludzi to ogląda, właśnie jeszcze Twitch, jeszcze takie randomowe streamy jak mój. To jest kosmos.
Dragon on Dragon to ground for a timeline tag up.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Anna, we're managing the collection of the used water bottles and other items as well as our meal, and just looking to understand a little bit better how closely we're to hatch opening or another timeline milestone. We're kind of running to the end of the tablet here with meal 5 that started about
A teraz pięknie tą kapsułę Dragona widać i ja nie wierzę.
and so just wanting to understand how much time we've got in front of us.
Dobra, teraz się zbliżamy, bo już jesteśmy wyżej. Powoli, ale się zbliżamy. Ile on powiedział? Zwolnimy sobie to, tu mamy 7 minut. Ile on powiedział? Godzinę?
In Dragon SpaceX, we estimate we are about an hour to Dragon hatch opening.
To Dragon Hatch Opening. Godzina. Którą mamy? Mamy 17:27, czyli około 18:30. Otwierają Dragona. Dajemy na żywo i ciśniemy dalej w kerbale.
Endeavor, Houston calling over hardline for a voice check. How do you read us now?
Tak w ogóle jedna misja była poza streamem wykonana z dokowaniem i z tankowaniem. Zrobiliśmy jedną na streamie i na archiwalnym streamie będą 2 ostatnie, myślę, z tankowaniem.
And Endeavor, it's Houston, loud and clear on Dragon to ground. We heard your response, so we're in the same situation. We're hearing you, you're not hearing us. We have one more troubleshooting item that we're going to put in work now, so we'll give that a try and then maybe call it for the day. We'll let you know.
Dobra, bo musimy się dać na Greata. Ale nie względem targetu. Tylko tutaj. No, wyłącz mi sasa i dawaj. W sumie, jak jesteśmy w kosmosie, to otwórzmy sobie te panele, nie? Można z nich korzystać w końcu. Przeciążenia raczej nic nie zrobią teraz. Damy się na równą orbitę. No i dobra, mamy... O, ja pierdzielę. Jak perfekcyjnie równa jest ta orbita, to się opisać nawet nie da. Tu będziemy mieli niby 59 km po tym okrążeniu za 45 minut. Ile mamy? Włączmy sobie sasa. I mamy 76 km. Dobra, no to jak Dragon zbliżamy się do mojej stacji kosmicznej paliwowej. Troszeczkę szybciej niż Dragon, bo mamy time warpa na szczęście. A mogę dać sobie kamerę na target? Jak się kamery zmieniało literką C? Nie. ZX też nie było to. Tabem? Jak się kurczę kamerę zmieniało w kerbalach?
Endeavor, Houston calling via hardline for a final voice
Nie
check. Do you have us now?
pamiętam. Ja nie chcę nic chrzanić. B? Nie, B to był ten hamulec. V? V. Orbital, chase, locket. Myślę, że jak dam locket.
Houston, Dragon on the big loop, that was an improvement, but it's still completely unreadable.
Jak sobie myślę dam w tą stronę, to będziemy widzieć auto, nie. Free. Orbital. O, chase. Dobra, kamera chase będzie nam to śledzić ładnie.
And Endeavor, Houston on Dragon to ground 1, we're still hearing you 5x5. Understand it was slightly improved. Were you able to read me at all, or is it unuseful?
Yeah, it was a slight improvement, but it's still unintelligible, almost every word. There was maybe one word that you could have sort of figured out, but that was about it.
Okay, thank you for the feedback. First time, obviously, we think we're running into some interference issues, but we'll continue to take a look.
We copy, thanks.
Czekajcie, Dragona pokazują. Już się przebrali ze swoich Space Suitsów. No, że nie było faila i nie pokazali ich jak byli w gaciach, czy nie wiem jak, co oni mają na sobie, gdy są w tych kostiumach. No tu pokazują na dole kapsułę Dragona, gdzie jest bardziej taka, można powiedzieć, taka, nie wiem, storage space, jak to po polsku nazwać. Część magazynowa, najprościej. Tu na górze mógłbym sobie kerbale wrzucić i mieć podgląd, ale już nie będziemy się bawić. Pakują się do swoich wakacji na ISS-ie. Ja tu mam 24 km do swojego dokowania. Coś tam leci. Dobra, bo zaraz bliżej nie będę. Mamy 8 metrów pomiędzy tym. I myślę, że można już w tym momencie do naszego targetu zwolnić całkowicie i zacząć zmniejszać orbitę. Ale czemu w tą stronę? Ja nie powinienem w drugą stronę, żeby zmniejszyć orbitę? To bym musiał bardziej w tą stronę. Już wiem, jak muszę to zrobić. Teraz będziemy się mocno zbliżać i tu będziemy mieli 5-6 km. No, pokazuję ich w środku. Muszę tą peryapsę mieć na 300 km. Wtedy będę praktycznie leciał do mojej rakiety. Dobra. Tu będzie 1,4 km. 1,5. Jeden przecinek 4, 1,3, 1,2 i tak zostawiam. Dolećmy sobie najpierw ten 1,2 i damy sobie na retrograde, żeby się tam wyhamować.
This is Mission Control Houston. If you're tuning in to our coverage, you're getting a live look at the International Space Station Flight Control Room. You're hearing a lot of communications from the International Space Station, both from the space station side over space to ground. NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy, International Space Station Commander, setting up for the hatch opening. You can see a series of cameras scattered around, ready to capture the best views of Bob and Doug coming through that hatch. We did get confirmation just shortly that we did have good pressurization of the vestibule. It'll be about 10 minutes to perform a series of leak checks. Again, that pressure needs to stabilize. The thermal conditions make it swing just a little bit, so just waiting for that to stabilize before those leak checks are finalized. That underway within the next 10 minutes. We do have communications settled in the hardline connection between International Space Station and Dragon. You can see from the inside of Dragon now, the crew doffed or took off their suits, just getting a few things packed up before they eventually open up the hatch after that pressurization is equalized between Space Station and Dragon.
Siema kocian, siema. Już 5 godzin praktycznie, no 3 godziny oglądam SpaceXa i stream NASA jednocześnie praktycznie, no to samo. Kurde, czekamy na wejście, czekamy. Przy okazji odpaliłem kerbale, bo już nie chciałem godziny czekać, aby zrobimy sobie mikromisję z dokowaniem. Tak, już nie mają swoich kostiumów, bo one były... oni nie musieli ich tak naprawdę mieć. One są w takim bardziej zabezpieczającym ich dwukrotnie taki system. Jakby coś nie poszło nie tak, to jak się wywali atmosfera z tego, coś się nie wiem, będzie dekompresja, nie? No to ochronią ich wtedy skafandry. Więc... to były takie zabezpieczające rzeczy bardziej niż... No jakby z dokowaniem poszło coś nie tak. A teraz jak już tam dokowanie się skończyło, już tam tylko jest stabilizowane, to wiesz, to już git jest. Dobra, my dokujemy do tego.
Here's a live look from inside the Crew Dragon. You're seeing Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley just preparing the inside of Dragon. They have doffed or taken off their suits. The pressurization between Space Station and Dragon is complete. They just need to perform some leak checks, make sure that pressure is stable before they actually open the hatch. Teams working together on the ground, International Space Station Flight Control Room and the Flight Control Room in Hawthorne to get that big loop communication configured so everyone can hear each other through this process, figured out a workaround using RF connection.
włazy, więc będzie trzeba się tam przerzucić na tamtego streama, bo chcę to widzieć, nie chcę tego przegapić. No zaraz będą, no nie no, jeszcze trochę, ale chcę zobaczyć, co tam się będzie działo, bo mówili, że 10 minut do otwarcia chyba pierwszych włazów, więc zaraz się tam przerzucimy, a ja sobie dokuję. To jest kosmos, trzeba być cierpliwym. Jak jest spać? Jest dopiero 17, no 18. To ja wolę na zwykłym trybie, bo mi się pierdzieli, widzę. Nie ogarniam tego sterowania, żeby to tak perfekcyjnie zrobić, jak chciałbym tak perfekcyjnie się ustawić. Nie, wróćcie. Nie, do tyłu. Zrobimy to. Oddalimy się o 5 metrów. Bo to będzie mi łatwiej wtedy zadokować. Dobra, zadukujemy w ten sposób. Mamy to, RCS-y się wyłączyły. Dobra, troszkę nieperfekcyjnie, ale jest, nie? No zaraz, jak są zablokowane te zbiorniki, czy ja mogę je przytankowywać? Ten jest pusty, ten jest pełny. Zatankujmy w takim razie tutaj. Nie mogę, muszą być odblokowane. A nie, wróć, bo ja nie to kliknąłem. Nie, dobra, to kliknąłem. Nie mogą być. Co jest? Teraz poszło.
This is Mission Control Houston. If you're just joining us, you're getting a look inside the Crew Dragon. That was Bob Bankhead seated on the right side, the pilot seat, or the Joint Operations Mission Commander seat for Demo 2. He and Doug Hurley, the commander of the spacecraft, just preparing the inside, putting away some trash. They just doffed their suits, and right now just waiting for the pressure to equalize between the International Space Station and Bob and Doug. Just two hatches, really, separating them from the inside of the orbiting complex. Aboard International Space Station, Commander Chris Cassidy has been outfitting Node 2. It's the first node. Once you cross over some of the hatchways, there it is. You can see some of the cameras positioned around to capture the crew coming in to the International Space Station. Much of that work completed at this point. Really, at this point, just waiting for good leak checks between Station and Dragon.
Ja spałem Morris 3 godziny. I to nie pełne. Nie ciągiem.
Station Huntsville, Space to Ground 3 for Chris on the ISS experience.
Wyciszę grę całkowicie, żeby ona tam nie ingerowała.
Right on 3.
Hey Chris, we're not seeing good connection between the SSC-25 and the camera. We're coming up on a handover, but they're looking for a reboot of SSC-25.
Reboot 25, copy.
SpaceX Dragon on Dragon to ground for inventory.
I am here and ready to copy.
Okay, Anna, we'll start with location 9 from bag 203. Remove 3 water bottles.
Copy. 3 bottles
Mor,
removed
jak mam
from
iść
bag
teraz spać?
203.
Ty nie widzisz, co tu się dzieje?
Good read back from location 10. We removed
Czekam aż wejdą do
from
ISS-a.
each of bag 207, 208, so 6 water bottles in total.
And Dragon SpaceX, you were pretty broken on that call, but I think I copied 3 bottles from each bag 207 and 208. Is that correct?
That is a good readback, Anna.
I copy.
For location 11, 1 dinner from bag 317, 1 breakfast from bag 315, and 1 lunch from bag 316.
Yeah, there are several.
I copy 1 dinner from 317, 1 breakfast from 315, and 1 lunch from 316.
Folks are interested, but they're all everything that was taken has been sent down.
That's a good readback. And location 12, 1 dinner from bag 321, 1 breakfast from bag 319, and 1 lunch from bag 320.
I copy 1 dinner from 321, 1 breakfast from 319, 1 lunch from 310. And am I correct to conclude all of this includes your consumption from the lunch that you just completed?
That's correct, Anna. We've finished eating, and the lunch we just completed is a good, complete list of what I've read down to you so far. The only thing we have remaining is the flush of the waste system here, and we'll do that with a water bottle and report when we do that a little bit later.
Copy. That sounds like a perfect plan. Thank you so much.
Okay, with that, that's the extent of our inventory. All else is per the packing plan.
Copy all else from per the packing plan.
This is Mission Control Houston. You've seen Chris Cassidy, International Space Station Commander, do much of the setup, but he does have 2 crew members on board, both Russian cosmonauts. Next to him right now is Ivan Wagner.
Dobrze, że to się dzieje w dzień, nie? Że
Rookie
mamy
space
tą okazję
flyer
oglądać
that
to w
was
dzień, a nie w nocy.
on the same Soyuz spacecraft that Chris Cassidy launched on from the Baikonur Cosmodrome just a little more than a month ago. Also on board is Russian cosmonaut Anatoly Ivanishin.
Teoretycznie za jakieś 27 minut powinno być otwarcie włazów.
To już?
Z 27 minut otwierają włazy. Tak na oko. No pół godziny.
Gdzie ten gościu, co tam kalibrował?
Latają sobie. Dosłownie. Nic się nie dzieje. W takim razie wracamy do Kerbali, ale nie będę włączał już dźwięku z Kerbali. tak, plan jest taki, że mamy w tym momencie tutaj 10 tysięcy, no 8 tysięcy, prawie 9 tysięcy ciekłego paliwa. Tutaj jest full, tutaj jest full. Ja myślę, żeby sobie to zablokować nawet wszystko, żeby jak tam odpala jakieś silniki, żeby nie spalać właśnie z tych kontenerów. O, coś się dzieje na Dragonie. O fuck, mi tu zostało mało paliwa. 70. Nie, dobra, nie jest źle. Tu mamy wszystko. To możemy undokować i się deorbitować. Bo się przetankowałem? Tak, tak. Dziewięć RCS-ów. To brzmi bardzo słabo.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are coming up on almost 2 hours since the Crew Dragon made contact and was captured by at the International Space Station's forward International Docking Adapter. That happened at 9:16 a.m. Central, 10:16 a.m. Eastern. Still working through some of those milestones, equalizing the pressure between Dragon and International Space Station, verifying some of the communications, and of course you see Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley inside, continuing to prepare the inside of their vessel before they make their way inside the orbiting complex.
Nie wiem, czy teraz to deorbitować, czy na razie się powstrzymać. Bo nie wiem, czy mamy taki czas, żeby to deorbitować. No teoretycznie mamy, jeszcze tam do godziny trochę zostało. To chyba tak zrobimy. Ale mimo wszystko ja bym się deorbitował za dnia. I do wody. Tu jest baza, ale baza mnie nie interesuje w sumie. Bo jak mówię, wolę ogarnąć lot do wody. Myślę, że tu... No, tu będzie bardzo ok. Już muszę to zacząć robić. Paliwa powinno wystarczyć.
SpaceX Dragon on Dragon to ground. Do you mind taking the cameras down for just a few minutes here?
We will put that in work and let you know when it's done.
Tak jak wtedy zostawiam orbitę na 50 km. Nie chcę przesadzać. A po periapsy znaczy?
This is Mission Control Houston. You heard the call from Bob Behnken, Joint Operations Mission Commander of the Demo 2 mission, taking down some of those video feeds. We're still waiting for some of those milestones to pass before actually opening the hatch. The Dragon crew continuing to get themselves ready before opening the hatch. Chris Cassidy on the other side, just preparing some of the camera views, making sure everything's set there, done even a little bit ahead of time. We do have confirmation that there is a good data connection path between Dragon and the International Space Station. Some of those checks underway next. Coming up on 2 hours since docking at 9:16 a.m. Central, 10:16 a.m. Eastern.
Space Station on 3, the SSC's been rebooted. Any success?
Hey Chris, we see good connection between the SSC and the camera, and we're just performing the calibration now. We'll start recording shortly. Thanks for your help.
Yeah, no problem. Happy to help.
Dragon SpaceX, we have gone exterior with the cameras.
Dragon, copy. Thanks.
Może Kamil jeszcze w Terrarii pogra, ale nie wiem, czy będzie miał ochotę.
Czekaj, a Patryk?
No, przede wszystkim. O 19:20 mówi, że powinien być. Może nawet jego siostra będzie grała, więc...
Kurde, jaka ekipa będzie.
A ile twój brat ma lat?
Mój?
No?
8 podstawówki?
No, ale to ile lat?
15, 16.
A nie. Tak z ciekawości pytał, nie będę wyliczał.
On jest ode mnie może z 6-7 lat młodszy. Jakoś tak. Wróć, 14-15, sorry.
Pytanie. Czy ja na pewno wyląduję? 51 km.
Ale powiem ci, że ten Zenit jest zajebistą bronią.
Jaki Zenit?
W Terrarii. Ten najlepszy miecz, jaki może być. Jak tak patrzę po filmikach.
Człowieku, zanim to zdobędziemy.
To trzeba skraftować wszystkie miecze.
Naprawdę?
No.
Jak grubo. Kamil mówi, że będzie za 15 minut, na chatę wraca.
No to tak. Potrzebujemy Terrablade, miała, ten koci pazur. Kurde. Enchanted Sword, Beekeeper, czyli z bossów. Przeważnie to są z bossów. Miecze.
Ja, to wiesz, to ja nawet tak nie patrzę. Ja
This is Mission Control Houston.
O, coś
Again, you're getting a look at the inside of the International Space Station. That's NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy, commander of Expedition 63. Continuing to get some of those cameras configured for hatch opening. Many milestones already passed after docking at 9:16 a.m. Central. Almost 2 hours ago at this point.
Prawie 2 godziny od zadokowania będą
At the time
otwierać.
of docking, International Space Station was on Russian thrusters
Boże, jak ja się już nie mogę doczekać misji
after
na Marsa.
contact and
Przecież
capture
ja będę
was
to oglądał jak
moved
reality
over to
show.
control moment gyro, stabilization and attitude control. Now back to its standard configuration of thrusters and control moment gyros. After an umbilical connecting Dragon to the International Space Station was established, we did
Nie, Mori,
get
wiesz,
confirmation of
to
good
nie jest
power,
tak, że tu sobie zaparkujesz, to jest
from
kosmos,
the
to musi
International
być
Space
wszystko na
Station to
tip-top, to musi być
Dragon now relying on station power.
podwyższona uwaga, jest mega ryzyko, że coś źle
We did get
zrobią.
confirmation
Muszą
of,
sprawdzić wszystko pierdyliard
of
razy,
good
coś źle
data
zrobią,
transmission.
rozszczelnią sobie stację.
And of course,
To
the
nie będzie
teams
fajnie,
here on
nie?
the ground, both
To musi być
here in
wszystko
Houston
perfekcyjnie, no i też nie wiem,
and
jak te
Hawthorne,
systemy działają tak
troubleshooting some of the
naprawdę. Więc.
communication to make sure that is ready to go prior to hatch opening. Pressurization between International Space Station and Dragon brought up to the same pressure, 14.7, the same we would find here on Earth. Leak checks are
Boże,
next
jakie bym
to
chciał tak sobie
confirm
polatać na zero
the
zero gravity.
pressure
Zero
is
G.
stabilized between the two vehicles. You see the hatch just on the other side of Chris Cassidy there.
Yeah.
That's the hatch to the pressurized mating adapter. There's two more
Fajnie.
hatches. Once you go down
No, tu się
that
coś może zaczyna
hatchway,
dziać.
one is to the international docking adapter, and the other is the hatch of Dragon itself.
Diane, to jest Międzynarodowa Stacja Kosmiczna i jakieś 2 godziny temu, około 2 godzin temu zadokowała do niej kapsuła Crew Dragon z dwójką komercyjnych kosmonautów. I czekamy, aż oni wejdą na Międzynarodową Stację Kosmiczną, aż otworzą włazy i będzie można pooglądać tą historyczną chwilę. Pierwszy raz komercyjny lot zostanie, znaczy w sumie może nie komercyjny, znaczy nie komercyjny tak, ale turystyczne już były chyba na ISS-ie. O człowieku, stacje kosmiczne SpaceX będą, ale to będziemy mieli już po 60-50 lat, podejrzewam. I jeśli się ten świat nie rozpieprzy. A za 10 lat około mają być już pierwsze misje na Marsa. Jeśli to będzie też tak transmitowane, to Boże, ja będę siedział całymi dniami, będę srał pod siebie i żarł, żeby tylko oglądać wszystko. Sobie nie wyobrażam lotu na Marsa, przecież to będzie niesamowite. Siema Rudy, siema. Mamy jeszcze chwilę, bo się nie odzywają, wracamy szybko do Kerbali, spróbujemy sobie wylądować tym. Na szczęście chyba będę lądować w wodzie, jak widzę. W wodzie lądujemy. To spoko. Nie ma paniki. O, nie. I odwracamy się szybko, żeby nie przegrzewać spadochronów. O, dawaj, w drugą. Troszkę straciłem kontrolę. O, fuck. Teraz, mamy to. I ustabilizuj się tak. Nie. Spróbujemy włączyć Sasa. Coś takiego. Dobra, jest spoko. Już się nie przegrzeje rakieta, mogę lecieć w taki sposób. Musiałbym inaczej ją wyważyć troszeczkę, ale już chyba tego nie zrobię nawet. Niestety będę lądował na lądzie, co mnie martwi, ale w sumie jest obok mnie jeziorko, czyli teren powinien być płaski. Odpalimy sobie światła tutaj. Dobra, 10 kilo. Znowu spadochronów nie. Znowu spadochronów nie ogarnąłem. Ale to ogarnimy w locie.
Dragon, with a couple of questions.
I am here and ready to copy.
Hey, Anna. We show about an hour and 11 minutes since we started drying the suits, just to let you know that. And then the other thing is we
Jeszcze nie, jeszcze czekamy na to, już to niedługo będzie, dosłownie dzielą nas minuty.
Section 2 in work if you think we have some time before we get the hatch open.
We copy. You are go to stop drying your suits and turn off that suit fan at this time. Let me get you words on that waste system flush.
Copy. We'll shut the suit fan off now.
Rozkładam panele, bo to mi da
In Dragon SpaceX, we are about a half
większy
hour
opór.
prior to hatch open, so you are go to do that waste
Jak
system
bez
flush if that
maseczki?
sounds good to you
Wiesz,
at this time.
to już jest bez sensu, żeby oni mieli maseczkę w tym, na ISS-ie. To już po prostu czekamy, aż wyjdą. To jest na razie Międzynarodowa Stacja Kosmiczna. Za tym włazem, który jest tam, właśnie jest Dragon. Czekamy. Ja sobie wyląduję tylko tym statkiem.
Totally reasonable. Sounds like a good plan. Thanks.
And Dragon, Houston, on Dragon 2 ground, we're still working comm issues. We're going to take down the big loop now. We'll maintain you on Dragon to ground. We'll call you when we have hardline back.
Stand by 1 second. Chris.
Dragon copies, Houston, thanks.
Go ahead, Chris. Sorry, I was talking to Dragon.
Yeah, no problem. Hey, I'm just looking ahead at the PAO event, and I know it says video through the node 2 and space to ground 2 up and down. It would only take me about 1 minute to change back over to the encoder and go do comm the normal way that we do PAO events, if that's something that's preferred. It really is super fast, and I can get you that way in that config real quick if you need it.
O, dobra, chrzanić.
Copy, Chris.
Pięknie.
Yeah, copy. Thanks
Mamy
for
to.
that. We'll offer it up, and I'll let you know if we want to go that way.
Copy. Obviously not urgent or important, just throwing it out there.
My wylądowaliśmy. Myślę, że jakieś do 10 minut i otwierają włazy. Niecałych. Kurde, poszedłem się wysikać, ale nie chcę tego przegapić. Dobra, dam wam już pełny ekran, ja sobie tu grę powyłączam. O, grę mam teraz na dobra, czekajcie, już oglądamy. No, gro, włączaj się. Dobra, jesteśmy. Ta gra już się wyłączy, na żywo. No, troszeczkę głośniej. A, już ładnie ubrany, to już nie, to już widać, że to jest blisko. No dobra, ładnie, wygląda jak piżama, nie? Ale przynajmniej wyjściowo jak na kosmosy. Nie, Mori, to nie będzie zalążek nowej cywilizacji, to ISS już jest przestarzałe. Tylko czekać, aż komercyjne firmy właśnie zaczną tworzyć swoje stacje kosmiczne.
We just wanted to clarify from your last comments. We show it as being in the standard config, whereby you're going to be coming down over the camcorder HD mic, and we'll be going up over space to ground 2, and that's what we're intending. Did you maybe just? We might have missed your intent in your previous remarks. Is that what you had in mind?
No, I had like we do all other PAO events. We talk. We hold the handheld microphone that is going through the clip-on mic transmitter to the clip-on to the through the camera, and then the audio comes down through the encoder. That's how we typically do PAO events. So I could go back to that config if you need, super fast, or if you want to do it this way where we're talking on Space to Ground 2, that's fine too. I don't care. Just throwing it out there because it's different than we normally do PAO events.
No, na Marsa to ja nie będę się mógł doczekać, ale też pytanie, ktoś kojarzy, kiedy będą misje na Księżyc?
Well, the configuring now is the Node 2 camera is not connected to the encoder, as you probably know. So all I would do is just plug the cable back into the encoder and switch back over to the nominal Node 2 camcorder.
Nie, no na koronawirusa ludzkość się odporni, byleby zamieszki nie rozwaliły za dużo cywilizacji. Bo to, co się dzieje w USA, to jest tragedia, jak się dzisiaj dowiedziałem dzisiaj wczoraj.
So what you're saying is what we need. We don't know
Miałem problem jakiś z kamerą,
it got swapped
widzę.
up, but the camera should definitely be plugged into the encoder, and audio is coming down via that encoder.
Okay, so yeah, we'll just use it on the. I guess what I was thinking is going back to one without a battery and not be dependent on the battery, and going back over to the nominal cable, which includes power. I just get a little leery about relying on these batteries.
Copy. We have Photo TV online, so we're talking to them on the phone right now. Stand by one.
Właśnie będą wychodzić, dosłownie za chwilę otwierają się, no za jakiś czas, kilka minut, kilkanaście minut otwierają włazy. Z Dragona do ISS-a. Ale dokowanie było ładne, kurde no. Czy to już było podobno z 2 godziny temu?
Station Houston 3 for Chris. Microphone and the free float camera both connected to the encoder.
716.
The soft capture tries mating camera pretty clearly there, sort of with the contrast of the sun right now.
3 meters to go.
Perfekcja, czysta perfekcja.
2 meters.
Dłoń w rękawiczkę.
We are inside the hands-off point, the chop, the crew hands-off point. 1 meter to go. Soft capture complete.
Ty, ale wreszcie kurde pomyśleli, żeby zrobić maksymalną ilość 999 sztab. A nie kurde tylko 100, bo to było bez sensu.
No czekamy. Nie wiem, czy te kabelki to co to jest? To jest podłączone tam do hacza, że to jest z tym? Z wyrównywaniem ciśnienia? Trochę dziwne by to było. Trochę wygląda też na jakiś dziwny statyw do kamery właśnie. No właśnie też myślałem nad kamerą, no. Ale to musi być dziwne mieszkać na stacji kosmicznej. Masakra.
So I see you look. Yeah, I see in the video now. So we still have PAO on the line. Sorry for the confusion, but I think this much is clear. This morning, we moved cameras. We swapped the cameras that were connected to the encoder. What we want now, we're getting video from the free float camera through the encoder, so that's good. We're seeing it right now. What we need, just relaying here, is your lapel mic, that has to go through that new free float camera, so that your mic connects to the free float camera, and then that audio comes down through the encoder. Does that make sense?
That's the config it's in right now, and that's all perfect. The only benefit, I guess, I didn't initially make it clear is if I switch back to the normal cable and the normal camera, we're not dependent on a battery power on the camera.
Serio mają problemy z kamerami? Czy ja dobrze słyszę, że... No matko.
All of a sudden the battery's going to go out. I go back to the nominal.
SpaceX Dragon on Dragon to ground. Complete with 4.012.
Benefit to this free flow camera
Copy
is
complete
I
with
can take the 50 foot cord and
4.012.
make it all the way into the Dragon, which I don't think we could do with the other cable. So my thought was, after we do all of the ingress stuff and we switch gears to the PAO ceremony when we're standing right in front of the hatch, we could have actual power to the camera. But it's really no big deal. What I'll do is I have got a couple batteries on standby.
No w sumie tak, Bobson, więc rozumiem to po części, nie? Nie mam pretensji.
Okay, Chris, sorry it took so long, but I'm 100% with you, and copy 100% on the battery concern. The word we're getting here is we would like to run it in the config that it's in right now. We copy all on the battery config. Great idea to have a few spares nearby.
Tylko wiesz, takie śmieszne, że będą mieli problem, żeby to nagrać, że jakiś tam problem jest i ci jeszcze muszą siedzieć w tej kapsule. Znaczy tak tam jest wygodnie, więc pewnie im to nie przeszkadza, nie? Ale pewnie też już by chcieli wejść. Cholernie by chcieli wejść.
And Station Houston on 3 for Chris. With that out of the way, you have a go when able for your 1615 activity. 1615, that's your go for steps 3 and 4 in 2.102 Crew Dragon ISS arrival.
Okay, 1615 activity inward.
Aha, że na środku, no to miało sens, Bobson, w sumie, że tam na środku ustawił 360 i będzie.
Endeavor, Houston calling on hardline for a voice check.
No bo teoretycznie już minęła godzina i 3 minuty, no 2 minuty od tego, kiedy mówili, że jest godzina do otwarcia włazów.
Endeavor, Houston calling via hardline for a voice check.
Loud and clear, how was?
Hey, Endeavor, Houston, we have you loud and clear on hardline. Great news.
Co?
Well, congrats. Sounds like we got it at least somewhat sorted out.
Nie słyszę, wiesz?
Otworzyli tą kapsułę?
Concur. We
Nie,
think we
czekamy
might have
wciąż.
found it
Za
interference
chwilę.
between C2V2 and the hardline system, but we're going to keep it here for now and
No, wlazł tam do
proceed
środka.
down the timeline.
I chyba będzie otwierał, znaczy nie, mocniej kolejny jakiś tam, nie wiem czy to jest kamera, czy jakiegoś tableta zamocował tam. Będzie pewnie sprawdzał jeszcze jakieś pierdoły. 6 godzin już praktycznie śledzę to. 2 godziny z takimi małymi przerwami na obiad i 4 godziny praktycznie bez przerwy. Ale opłacało się, dokowanie wyglądało zajebiście.
Houston on 3, hey, can you back me up on the PDT?
On sobie nawet kamerę chyba trzasnął na tej opasce. No, ma kamerę na opasce. Będzie fajny film potem, podejrzewam, od SpaceXa albo NASA. Gdzieś tam się pojawi z tymi ujęciami.
Station Houston on 2, Chris, TPT is good, you're good to continue.
Teraz na pewno nie pójdę się wyszczać. Czekam.
Copy, thank you.
Jestem ciekaw, ile osób to ogląda teraz. Tutaj 500 000 na SpaceXie. Nie, na NASA. Na SpaceXie 833.
Na Twitchu nasowskim 60 000 z tego co widziałam.
To mało. Większość na YouTubie siedzi najwidoczniej. Coś tam miesza, nie? Z tym włazem. Ale nie byłoby od Houstona, że tam możecie otworzyć włas, czy coś takiego? O, czekaj, siema.
Of the International Space Station. What you were hearing before were just some of the audio and video checks, just making sure that everything's synced up so that we get the best views and the best audio possible for when Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley come through that hatch. We're working towards the hatch opening now. You can see Chris Cassidy down the pressurized mating adapter. That hatch will open up to the international docking adapter. On the other side is the Dragon hatch. Cassidy working through those procedures after pressure equalization was complete. Now expecting around the order of 10 to 15 minutes maybe until we finally get that hatch open. So we'll stand by, keep those views coming from the inside of the International Space Station to welcome Bob and Doug aboard.
Dragon.
Człowieku, 4 godzin śledzę nieustannie tego streama. Całe dokowanie oglądaliśmy, masakra. Co ciekawe, stream jest u mnie dosyć popularny teraz, bo dosyć sporo osób ogląda. Jak na mnie. Będziesz chciał grać w Terrarię, Kamil?
Boże, nie.
O, zmienili ujęcie. To już jest to chyba. Zakłada szare rękawiczki.
ISS?
No, z ISS-a, z docking portu. Znowu, chyba z Dragona nam puszczą teraz ten obraz, coś czuję. Jak puszczą jakiś gówniany obraz, to myślę, jak no nie, no nie wierzę. Bo mnie teraz Houston interesuje.
No. Każdy czekał na to.
Nawet nie, no dobra, tam w trzecim rzędzie widać te delikatnie chyba takie bardziej zagęszczone rozmowy. Albo mi się zdawało. Nie wierzę. Ale i tak, mimo wszystko, stream jest zarąbiście prowadzony, więc nie ma co narzekać. A ty wczoraj, Kamil, widziałeś start? 21:22?
Nie.
Kurde. Ja byłem na ognisku, a mimo to odpaliłem sobie streama na komórce.
Pamiętasz coś w ogóle?
Ta, nie, ja tam kilka piwek wypiłem, nawet nie chciałem wódki pić czy coś, nie chciałem mieć jakiegoś kaca. Hamak przetestowałem nawet w deszczu, kurde, z tarpem, tylko że tarp nie był dobrze zamocowany, musiałem do namiotu spieprzyć.
This is Mission Control Houston. You're looking at the live view of the inside of the International Space Station Flight Control Room. The team here, Orbit 2 team led by Flight Director Scoville, is working through the intricate process of making sure everything is ready to open the hatch and welcome Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley aboard the International Space Station.
Co on tam trzyma?
It's been a journey so far to get to this point. More than 2 hours ago, made contact and
Co to za
capture
kostur?
with the International Space
Może
Station was the
mikrofon.
Dragon
Albo
vehicle, the Crew
kamera.
Dragon vehicle with Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley aboard. 9:16 a.m. Central, 10:16
Tam chyba
a.m.
już jest 3
Eastern.
kamery, tam są.
Voice check. How do you read me? Count
Z tą co kameruje to już z 5 będzie. Co teraz streamuje.
1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 5.
Here, and then give you go to come back on board.
Boże, czekam na tą historyczną chwilę już 4 godziny. Nawet 6.
In Dragon SpaceX, you were pretty broken in that previous call.
Houston Station, speak around 2. I don't hear Dragon.
I think you're being summoned by the Russian crew.
Ci tam już z tej kapsuły nie mogą się doczekać, gdzie więcej kamer przynoszą.
In Dragon SpaceX, I was told to proceed with you.
Chyba zakłada znowu tą opaskę z kamerą.
Yeah, and
O,
I just
chwyta
wanted
się
to
za
double check
włas.
with you to make sure you had cut your
Jest!
last, and
Otwiera
that we were
pierwszy.
still good on that estimated timer that you gave us for 30 minutes.
A to tam jest jakaś większa przestrzeń, widzę.
So we'd like to pick up
Jest, widzimy włas Dragona.
2 of 4.400.
Checking.
Ale to jest mała przestrzeń, ja pierdzielę.
This is Mission Control Houston. Chris Cassidy opens the hatch to the International Docking
O, mamy
Adapter.
kamerę z
11:37
docking
a.m. Central
portu
Time. Station
Dragona.
and Dragon flying together 267 statute miles over the South Pacific. This is a
Teraz
view
tak
from
mu
the
się
camera at
fajnie
the forward end of Dragon.
rozdarły w kroku. To
Dragon
był
hatch
historyczny
open and
moment.
the APAS hatch was just opened.
No nie, wziął tą latarkę, wszystko nie widać, teraz nic.
Again, 11:37 a.m. Central. The hatch to the International Docking Adapter was open. You see Chris Cassidy there poking his head in. That's the camera at the forward end of the Dragon. Now only one hatch separating Bob Behnken, Doug Hurley from Chris Cassidy, who
Gadają,
you're
że już
seeing here
tylko
from
jeden
those
właśnie
Dragon views.
włas oddziela
Expected time to open that
ISS
hatch
od
is about 20
Dragona.
minutes from now.
I coś tam 20 minut, ale już nie...
We'll
nie
report
skupiłem
that
się na
time
tym.
to you and expect to do a welcome ceremony at 12:15 a.m. Central Time.
Ale to co
1:15
tylko
p.m.
ten dowódca,
Eastern.
nie, bo podejrzewam, że to jest dowódca ISS-a wita tylko tych?
That'll welcome Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley
Tych
aboard the
astronautów,
International
czy-
Space
czy-
Station
czy
as part of
więcej
the
ludzi tam
Expedition
zjawi, no bo-
63 crew. We'll get to hear some words from them and have some VIPs here in Mission Control Houston to provide words to the teams that oversaw the entire mission and the crew aboard the International Space Station.
Station Houston, we copy the hatch open, no condensation, thanks.
Nie, no naprawdę trzeba im przyznać, że ładnie manipulują tymi wszystkimi ujęciami na streamie. Wygląda to naprawdę profesjonalnie. Takie kosmiczne reality show już mamy w tych czasach.
Dragon SpaceX on Dragon to ground, com check.
Tą kamerę to on już 3. raz zakłada.
Dragon to ground, how us?
A little choppy, how me?
You are loud and clear. We'll put section 2 of 4.400 in work.
We copy all, thank you, and please give Anatoly a call on Big Loop.
Okay, we'll call Anatoly on the Big Loop, and I'd also like to report 2 bottles of water consumed from location 9, bag 204.
Location 9,
Do
bag
przejdzie do historii.
204, and to confirm that was for the waste system flush.
Co to w ogóle jest? Jakiś Mechanizm blokujący chyba ten włas. Przynajmniej tak mi się
One
wydaje.
for the waste system.
Albo nie? Nie, musiał to być jakiś mechanizm blokujący.
Chris Cassidy removing that target from the A-pass hatch docking interface.
Dragon,
Czy to był
com check
celownik,
on the
tak?
big loop
Coś w
for
tym stylu.
Anatoly from Endeavor.
Przynajmniej tak go zrozumiałem, bo dziwnie to powiedzieli.
Dragon SM, voice check. How do you read me? Counting 1 to 1, 1 to 2, 1 to 3, 1 to 4, 1 to 5.
Anatoly, Endeavor has you loud and clear. How copy?
Copy Houston, they have you loud and clear.
Good to hear your voice.
Dragon SM, how do you read me?
Nie sądziłem, że tak długie będzie to otwieranie włazu. Jak już myślałem, że jak to wszystko wypełnią powietrzem i tak dalej, to będzie już dosyć szybkie, a masakra, ile to trwa.
And all players from Houston, that completes the comm checks. Thank you.
Copy.
Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston. Those comm checks within the International Space Station between the Dragon crew, Chris Cassidy, and on the other side of the International Space Station, the Russian segment, Russian cosmonaut Anatoly Ivanishin completing those voice checks. You can see Cassidy continuing to outfit the hatch, just clearing the space and providing some padding and removing that docking target from the A-pass hatch.
SpaceX Dragon, go ahead and Dragon to ground.
So I copy that the waste system flush is in work
W
and
sensie,
2 more
podejrzewam, że to
bags
jest
were
jako
consumed
zabezpieczenie
from
takie, żeby
location
się nie
9 back
uszkodzić, ale...
204 and that includes the water used for the waste system
Aha,
flush. Is
no,
that
no
all
to
correct?
dobrze. Kminiłem.
From bag 204, one of which Bob is in the process of consuming, and the other will be for the waste flush. That is correct.
Perfect. Thanks for clarifying. And secondly, do we have your permission to come back on board with video?
Negative. We're going to need about 2 minutes. We're just wrapping up ops here right now.
Copy. 2 more minutes. We will await your confirmation.
Thank you.
Still getting views from the infrared camera that's located right at the center of the Dragon hatch, looking at Chris Cassidy, International Space Station Commander, outfitting that hatch, getting ready for Bob and Doug to arrive. You were hearing communications over Dragon to ground. That was Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley on the other side of that hatch, inside the crew Dragon vehicle, finishing up their operations on the inside for that hatch opening, expected in about 10 to 15 minutes. Again, it's been a process to get to this point. Just about 2.5 hours ago, docking to the International Space Station was Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley aboard the first commercial American vehicle to dock to the International Space Station with crew aboard. Again, we're expecting about 10 to 15 minutes to open up that hatch One more
Boże,
hatch
mówię,
separating
gdzieś
Bob
za
Behnken and
15
Doug
minut
Hurley from the
i
inside of the
otworzą dopiero
International Space
włas.
Station. Still
Więc jeszcze
looking
tyle.
at Cassidy doing some of the prep work for that hatch. We'll get some great views that Cassidy set up over the past few hours to capture this historic moment today. Be sure to stay tuned in at 12:15 p.m. Central Time, 1:15 p.m. Eastern. We'll start a welcome ceremony officially welcoming Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley aboard the International Space Station to join the Expedition 63 crew.
SpaceX Dragon on Dragon to ground.
Go ahead.
Anna, you're clear to come on board.
Copy. Clear to come on board, and thanks for your patience with the comm. We are in an orientation that's creating some blockage to receive your comm on Dragon to ground.
Czy już będzie odblokowywał tego? Żeby pokazał tam okejki.
Yeah, we figured that was it. No problem. That's part of the deal.
Chris Cassidy giving a wave, eagerly awaiting Bob and Doug to come aboard. Just behind him, you see Anatoly Ivanishin and Ivan Wagner, Russian cosmonauts of Expedition 63 standing by. We'll be able to come aboard Dragon here in a sec, get some views from the crew Dragon.
Znowu Houston.
We're in a short handover of those communications from the International Space Station. Video and audio should be regaining them momentarily.
Ale bez kitu byłoby śmiesznie, jak gdzieś tam w drodze na launchpad któryś z nich złapał koronawirusa. I jest station. Już tam we trzech pracują.
Anatoly Ivanishin in the foreground there. Chris Cassidy continuing the prep work for opening up the hatch there. Again, the pressurized mating adapter hatch you see there in the foreground is open. The APAS hatch to the International Docking Adapter is open. Just one more, and that's the hatch of Dragon, the Crew Dragon vehicle.
Houston Station, Space to Ground 2 station is ready for Dragon hatch equalization.
Station Houston copies. Dragon call ready when you're able.
Houston Dragon, go ahead.
To napięcie, ta cisza, nawet na streamie nie ma komentarzy.
And Dragon Houston, just looking to confirm that you're ready for hatch equalization.
We are ready as long as SpaceX is ready.
Okay, station and Endeavour, stand by for equalization. We're putting it in work. Expected equalization time 4 minutes.
Station copies.
Coś mi się kamera
Endeavour copies.
Aha, no tak. Nie pomyślałem o tym. Nie, no to tyle takich błędów się pojawia na kamerze czasem, że wiesz, jakichś tam zakłóceń. Już miałem w głowie, że to zakłócenia są. Czyli te godzinę czekania to było, że właz Dragona będzie możliwy do otwarcia, ale jeszcze trzeba pół godziny przygotować to otwarcie. Czyli Bobson miał rację, praktycznie 3 godziny po zadokowaniu. No, trochę mniej. Jakieś 2 godziny i może 2 godziny 30 minut, trochę po tym. Jest, otworzyli? Czy nie? Czy to latarka na razie? Bo skupiłem się tam na chwilę na czacie. Nie, to jest na razie latarka. To jeszcze nie.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're continuing to equalize the pressure of that last hatch. Behind that hatch is Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley aboard the Crew Dragon spacecraft. We are moments away from opening the hatch and welcoming them aboard the International Space Station.
Niech tylko nie rozpieprzą tej kamery, błagam. Ten w ogóle Rusek po prawej się tak chilluje tam. No już myślę, że dosłownie minuty dzielą od otwarcia tego włazu. Jak już kamery chwytają w ręce, to... O, widać Dragona, wnętrze Dragona.
Szykują się pomału.
Dobra, mamy podgląd teraz z kamery, którą troszeczkę nieudolnie, ale jakoś operują. Ale kurde, to jest fajne, że ma się właśnie, jak ktoś trzyma tę kamerę, nie jest statycznie. Ja jestem ciekaw, czy w Houston będzie słychać wybuch jakiejś radości czy coś,
This
bo
is Mission Control Houston. If
przy
you're just
dokowaniu
tuning
tego
in,
nie
we are
było, aż mnie
standing
to
by for
zdziwiło.
confirmation of the hatch opening between the International Space Station and the Crew Dragon.
Chyba otworzył. Coś tak się tam rozjaśniło. Albo to dalej jest... Nie, to chyba dalej jest światło, bo coś potrzebuje chyba. Albo to teraz w Dragonie? Chyba w Dragonie teraz otwierają. Coś tam usuwają. Kamerę biorą do tego. Nie, jeszcze jest zamknięty. Będzie widać samo otwarcie. Widać ich przez szybkę.
There's the hatch
Jaki
to the Crew
czad.
Dragon. Seeing Doug Hurley through the glass on the other side.
Jeszcze bym zerknął na szybko, ile jest widzów. Tutaj 600... No, mniej niż przy dokowaniu w każdym razie. Jakieś... Myślę, że ogólnie będzie 2
And
miliony.
there's Bob Benkin. Still equalizing that pressure between Crew Dragon and International Space Station just moments away.
No jeszcze ciśnienie wyrównują pomiędzy ASS a Dragonem. Jak nie otworzą? No muszą otworzyć, to już... Już nie może być inaczej po prostu. Wyrównują ciśnienie, Mori. Ja już jestem zmęczony. Już jestem tym zmęczony. Czuję po sobie.
Dragon SpaceX on Big Loop. You are go for hatch opening per the decal, followed by the remaining actions in your procedure 4.400.
Dragon copies, go for hatch opening and remaining steps in 4.400.
Coś tam widać, że coś tam miesza chyba z tą rurą, która ciśnienie wyrównuje. Oni są zaraz przy włazie, mi się wydaje, bo właz jest tam właśnie za monitorami. Odkręca. W końcu odkręca właz, widać ten ruch ręki. Albo czyści szybę. Jedno z dwóch. Jest!
And with that, the hatch is open 12:02 p.m. Central Time, 1:02 p.m. Eastern. Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley opened the hatch to the International Space Station after launching from American soil on a U.S. vehicle for the first time in 9 years, the first time ever for a commercially built spacecraft. If you're just tuning in, the hatches are open between Dragon and the International Space Station. International Space Station Commander Chris Cassidy now talking with Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken aboard the Crew Dragon spacecraft. That hatch opened at 12:02 p.m. Central, 1:02 p.m. Eastern.
SpaceX Dragon on the big loop. The hatch is open in 5.54.400. How copy?
I copy. Hatch is open. Great to hear. Thanks.
And SpaceX Dragon in 5.9, we're going to exit out of 4.400 and transition to 2.102 Crew Dragon ISS arrival through the hatch opening.
I copy. With that, I understand you are complete with 4.400 and will follow along with you as you transition to the ISS procedure.
No co w tym dziwnego, że ci ludzie mają Instagrama, to tym bardziej tacy ludzie powinni mieć Instagrama. Kurde, przecież to jest dobra platforma, żeby pokazywać takie rzeczy.
This is Mission Control Houston. The crew of Demo 2 just performing a few closeout duties. The hatches are open. They were open 12:02 p.m. Central Time. We're moments away from the board. Demo 2 to enter the International Space Station. It'll be the first time that Americans will enter the International Space Station on a rocket launched from U.S. soil, built by an American company. The first time ever Americans will enter from a commercially built spacecraft.
Co oni jeszcze sprawdzają na tych tabletach? Ja pierdzielę. Nie wierzę, jak długo może trwać wejście do ISS-a.
Station Houston on Space Run 2 for Chris. When you're able, we're just looking for a quick voice check on the mic.
To mnie rozwala, że ci ziomkowie teraz traktują jako ci, co oczywiście tam przyjmują ich. Dla nich to jest taki normalny dzień w pracy, nie? Dla nich to jest jakby ktoś do nich na kawę przyszedł. To mnie rozwala. Myślę, że taką mają mentalność po części.
Station Space Run 2, go ahead.
Chris, we were hoping we could voice check the mic just before starting the PAO event.
Okay, copy that.
Houston Dragon on the big loop in step 6.1 of 2.102. IMV duct installation is complete. Go for IMV fan activation.
Houston copies, go for IMV fan activation, that's in work.
Ale oni co jakiś czas widzą kogoś nowego. To nie tak, że lata ciągle ta sama ekipa. Tylko wcześniej latali Sojuzami, nie? To jest po prostu wydarzenie takie, że po raz pierwszy od tam 9 lat w końcu przylecieli z kosmodromu w Ameryce.
If you're just tuning in,
no ale to też nie jest często, to jest jeden raz na jakiś czas. To też nie jest często. Oni będą tam siedzieć teraz kilka miesięcy i też będą czekać, aż zamieni ich inna ekipa.
Station Houston on two things, Chris. We did hear you over the PAO side of things. That was a good voice check. We might ask you for one more. And then for the Dragon crew, you also have a go for 6.3. That's opening the location 23 and checking for debris.
Dragon copies 6-3 in work.
If you're just tuning in, you're getting a live look. On the left of your screen is a look inside the Crew Dragon on the Demo 2 mission. On the right, the International Space Station. Bob Benkin.
Dragon on the big loop. We are ready for 6.4 and section 4 of the LIO instructions.
And station, we copy. Dragon crew, you are go at 6.4.
In work.
Mam jakieś pewnie sposoby na czyszczenie tych ciuchów. Jest dużo filmów z Międzynarodowej Stacji Kosmicznej, jak radzą sobie z takimi codziennymi obowiązkami. Mycie zębów, czy mycie włosów, spanie i tak dalej. Pełno tego jest. Można sobie przeglądnąć. A, bo wyciągają teraz te rzeczy z tego modułu, części magazynowej.
This is Mission Control Houston. You're getting a live look at the inside of the International Space Station, losing video communication from the International Space Station. It will only be momentary. We'll have those views back to see Bob Benkin and Doug Hurley enter the International Space Station.
No bo że stracili łączność na chwilę.
When they do, it'll be the first time that humans will enter through this hatch for the first time in 9 years.
A i przez ten właz też ludzie wchodzą pierwszy raz od 9 lat. To też grubo.
Dragon, so we had to I had to load the procedure from my iPad and hand it in to them, so that's what took a little longer.
We copy, Chris. Station Houston on 2 for Chris. When convenient, PO requests an additional voice check through the mic. And Chris, we're not hearing you in MCC. We are apparently getting it through to PAO. Just stand by. Chris, PAO is working comm reconfig. I'll call you if we're ready for another check.
Houston and SpaceX Endeavour in 6.5 LIO cartridges sealed and installed.
SpaceX copies.
Station Houston on 2 for Chris. We wanted you to confirm that the mic is in channel 1. It needs to be in channel 1. A thought here is that it could have been bumped over to 2. And Chris, we see you trying. We're still not hearing you in MCC. We're working on it.
Ty, co to za lama? Tam świecąca.
To jest taka pierdółka, nie, która miała pokazać, że już są, mają te Zero G.
And Chris, nothing in MCC. We see you trying. The word here is that as long as that is in channel 1, any problems past that point are on our end, so we're looking into it. We'll be right back to you. Station Houston, we're ready for another voice check through the mic. Station Houston, we have you loud and clear through the mic. Thank you.
SpaceX Dragon on the big loop in 7.1.
SpaceX here.
Okay, Anna, in 7.1, it appears that the AVV inner Bravo is open, as well as the PPRV ISO valve.
I copy that AVV inner Bravo appears to be open, as well as PPRV ISO valve.
Ziomek już się mikrofonem bawi.
Go ahead and cycle them to close if you're good with that call.
Yes, we are good with that call and appreciate the
Ci
status.
już
Thank you.
zrobili wszystko, co mieli zrobić, tylko czekają, aż ci wylezą.
This is Mission Control Houston. If you're just tuning in, hatches were open at 12:02 p.m. Central Time. We are moments away from Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley entering the International Space Station.
Kurde, moment away, ten moment away to już jest od godziny.
Again, this is Mission Control Houston, moments away from Bob and Doug entering the International Space Station.
Ty, no ja mi się wydaje, że oni szybciej...
Shortly after they enter, we will
Jak
conduct
księżyc
a
wyszli,
welcome
już
ceremony.
oni
There will
wychodzą na
be
stację
VIPs here
ISS.
in Mission Control Houston Ficker 1.
Tam pewnie wylądowali pół godzinki, godzinka i wychodzą, nie? A tutaj to... Kurde, godzina po otwarciu włazu, a ci tablety oglądają. Już to zaczyna drażnić.
SpaceX copies. All valves appear closed visually now, and arrival configuration complete. Excellent to hear.
Houston copies. And with that, Endeavour, welcome to the International Space Station. Please come aboard.
No w końcu. Jest zaproszenie na pokład.
Endeavour copies with pleasure. We'll be there in a second.
No nie wierzę. Będą tam za sekundę.
Dobry.
Nie wierzę.
Ty, ktoś tam się wynurza, to rodzi.
Jest! W końcu! W końcu!
Główkę widać.
We have Bob Behnken from SpaceX Demo 2 mission entering the International Space Station.
Ja pierdzielę, w końcu!
Followed by Doug Hurley.
No nareszcie. 7 godzin streama równo mojego. Ale ten entuzjazm w Houston to taki pożal się Boże był. To powinny być owacje, krzyki, kurde, szampan na te wszystkie monitory. Dobra, bo oni teraz powinni coś powiedzieć, no. Tego głowa boli, no.
Gdzieś się walnął.
Patrzę, czy mu krew nie leci. Ej, no nie wierzę, nie słychać. A tam nawet mówi mu Houston, żeby przełączył na 1 czy coś.
And Station Houston, we see you, and it's a great-looking photograph. So thanks for that. Stand by one. We'll call you when we're ready for the event in the next few seconds.
Ciekawe,
Got a whole bunch of very happy and grateful people making their way into MCC right now.
Tak, to powinno bez problemu ich być słychać. Ten tam się masuje. O Boże.
Demo 2 crew now aboard the International Space Station. They entered at 12:22 p.m. Central Time. The station at the time was 262 statute miles over Turkmenistan.
Jej, aż go współczuję mu
Crew all
normalnie.
gathered in front of the cameras at the Node 2 forward end of the International Space Station. Just behind them is the hatchway to the Crew Dragon on this Demo 2 mission. We're standing by for a welcome ceremony. We'll have VIPs here in Mission Control Houston ready to greet the crew.
Dobra, cześć, to
Ale
już lecimy.
nie widać, żeby mu tam ciekło krwią. Tak się tam starali, poduszki kładli w tym włazie.
No i tak się walnął.
A i tak się pierdzielną.
So close.
Kurde, szkoda, że ich nie słychać. Nie da się wyciąć, wszystko na żywo.
Nie no, na pewno będą jakieś szoty z tego.
Ale ciekawe, gdzie się pierdzielną.
And Station,
Tak,
we're
się
just
trzyma.
about
Ale nie
ready.
widać po nim, nie? W sensie na jego czole nie widać tam, żeby nic było. A w kosmosie to powinno... A nie, bo to się przyklei do ciała, tak jak woda, nie? To nie będzie tak uciekać od niego.
All right, Station, it's Houston on Space Ground 2. Confirm that you are ready for the event.
Houston, this station, we are ready for the event.
Biedny człowiek.
Copy that.
Taka
And, sir,
chwila, go łeb
Administrator
napierdala.
Bradenstein, welcome to MCC. Please call
W
Station
końcu ich
for a voice
słyszymy
check.
chociaż.
Station, this is the NASA administrator. Can you hear me?
Nic po nim nie widać.
We hear you loud and clear, sir. Welcome to the space station.
Thank you, Chris. It's good to see you. And welcome to Bob and Doug. I will tell you, the whole world saw this mission, and we are so proud of everything you have done for our country and, in fact, to inspire the world.
To opóźnienie.
We sure appreciate that, sir. It's obviously been our honor to be just a small part of this. We have to give credit to SpaceX, the Commercial Crew Program, and, of course, NASA. It's great to get the United States back in the crewed launch business, and we're just really glad to be on board this magnificent complex.
Well, we have some VIPs with us here, and I'm sure they have some questions that they'd like to ask you, but I have one of my own before I turn it over. And I just wanted to find out if you guys got any sleep on your way up there the last, I'd say, I got 19 hours. Did you guys get any sleep?
Podobno nawet dobrze spali coś tam.
Yeah, I think a lot of folks in Hawthorne were asking the same question, sir, but we did get probably a good 7 hours or so opportunity for sleep, and I did succeed at sleep, and Doug did as well. So the first night is always a little bit of a challenge, but the Dragon was a slick vehicle, and we had good airflow, and so we had a excellent evening, and just excited to be back in low Earth orbit again.
Amazing. Well, one of the people that is here with us today is Senator Ted Cruz, and of course he's a huge advocate of America's space program, and he's been somebody who has helped us so much as we transition from one administration to the next administration. And the reason missions like this can have success is because of continuity of purpose. And Senator Ted Cruz was a leader on a bill called the the NASA Transition Authorization Act. And because of that, we have had a lot of political support, and we're very grateful for his leadership. Senator Cruz, would you like to say a few words?
Well, congratulations, gentlemen. The eyes of the world are upon you, and everyone is proud of you. All of America is watching you, and today and yesterday represent big days. We're looking at a decade since we've had American astronauts launched on an American ship from American soil. And I can tell you, I sat with my wife and kids in our living room watching on TV yesterday, and I suspect we did what just about everyone watching did, including both of you, which is held our breath as it took off. And we're glad to see you've landed safely. We're glad to see you've docked. And so let me ask you, that Dragon is an amazing vehicle. How does she handle?
It flew just like it was supposed to. It was we had a couple opportunities to take it out for a spin, so to speak, once after we got into orbit last night, and again today about 20 minutes before we docked. And my compliments to the folks back at Hawthorne and SpaceX for how well it flew. It is exactly like the simulator, and we couldn't be happier about the performance of the vehicle.
What do you guys hope to accomplish in your time on the International Space Station?
Well, while we're on board the space station, of course, with the new spacecraft, we do hope to put her through her paces, and so the good ship Endeavour is going to get a lot of checkout over the next week or two here, and hopefully we'll be able to declare her operational, and Doug and I will be able to take some burden off of Chris and his crewmates, Ivan and Anatoly, so that we can keep the space station operating at its peak possibilities. So we're looking forward to contributing any way that we can, and like I said, trying to keep space station as productive as possible.
As a country, we're in the midst of a tough week. We're seeing protests, we're seeing a lot of anger, we're seeing violence. And I have to say, this watching y'all's docking is a powerful inspiration of what we can do when we come together, of the power of unity, the power of ingenuity. And so I guess the last question I would ask you is since you have the opportunity to address, in particular, all the young people in America, what would you tell them in terms of what we can do when we can come together?
You know, that's a great question. 9 years ago, just about exactly 9 years ago, we docked with Atlantis on STS-135, the last flight of the Space Shuttle program, a 30-year program. And folks at SpaceX, folks at NASA, the Commercial Crew Program put their heads together and worked diligently year after year, making sacrifices, working hard. And then 9 years later, American launch capability was restored, and this is just one effort that we can show for the ages in this dark time that we've had over the past several months to kind of inspire especially the young people in the United States to reach for these lofty goals and work hard and look what you can accomplish.
Thank you, gentlemen. God bless you.
Thank you, Senator Cruz. We have another very special guest here that represents the Johnson Space Center. And, of course, it's my good friend from the House of Representatives, Dr. Brian Babin. And I want to be clear, he also was a big part of the NASA Transition Authorization Act, which gave us the continuity of purpose to make this happen today. So, gentlemen, here is Dr. Brian Babin from the state of Texas.
Thank you. So great to be with you guys. I was at the launch yesterday. I just want to say a huge congratulations. And, you know, there was a thunderstorm that blew in about 30 minutes or 45 minutes or so before liftoff. And it was in doubt there for a minute, but it was just an enormous achievement. I just want to say thank you for you guys. Really appreciate what you're doing for America, and the crew that's already been up there, Chris, and your two fellow Russians. To give you a great big thank you as well. I have a son who is a Navy SEAL, and I want to thank you for your service there too, Chris. And also, I would like to just see what I know you said that the craft, the Dragon, handled very well, but I want to see how it compares with the Space Shuttle. If one of you would address that, I would appreciate it.
Well, thank you, sir. It certainly has been a long endeavor for us and our namesake spacecraft. We're proud to have her on board the International Space Station after all that the teams around the country and across America have done to get us here today. As far as a comparison with the Space Shuttle, both Doug and I took a few minutes while we were accomplishing the approach and docking to, in our spare time, talk a little bit about it. We were surprised a little bit at how smooth things were off the pad. The Space Shuttle is a pretty rough ride heading into orbit with the solid rocket boosters. And our expectation was, as we continued with the flight into second stage, that things would basically get a lot smoother than the Space Shuttle did. But Dragon was huffing and puffing all the way into orbit, and we were definitely driving or riding a Dragon all the way up. And so it was not quite the same ride, the smooth ride, as the Space Shuttle was up to MECO. A little bit less G's, but a little bit more alive is probably the best way I would describe it. Anything else, Doug?
No. Sounds good.
Bob, what is MECO?
Sorry, I have to apologize for actually using the term MECO. It's a little bit confusing between the Space Shuttle and the Dragon vehicle. So it's a main engine cutoff is what MECO stands for. Those happened at different times in flight for the two vehicles. For the Space Shuttle, that was when you were all the way in orbit. For Dragon, that was just a little bit after 2 minutes. And then we had the single engine cut off for second stage when we achieved orbit. So that time under the single engine under Dragon with one engine was more of an experience than the shuttle was for that 6.5 minutes or so that we were under that second stage motor.
Well, I would just like to say, in fact, Doug, did you have something you wanted to add there? I met your mother and father yesterday, Doug, and great folks. They're very, very proud of their son.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Hopefully they enjoyed the launch. I know for parents, it can probably be pretty nerve-wracking for them to experience a launch. This was their third, so I'm glad everything went okay, and hopefully it was a good show. We haven't obviously heard or seen any video yet, but we're looking forward to seeing the launch replayed sometime.
I can assure you that it was a great show. It was one of the treats of my lifetime, I would have to say, and many other folks that were sitting there looking all across the country and even the world. And I can tell you, as Senator Cruz said, we've gone through some really, really rough times over the last few days, and to have that successful launch. The public-private partnership between NASA and SpaceX, and you guys being so well-trained and having it go off without a hitch was a tremendous blessing for our country. And I can't tell you how many emails and communications I've gotten from people that who were so disturbed by what's been going on, transpiring around the country, to have the great news and the wonderful liftoff and everything going without a hitch. So I just want to say God bless both of you. Thank you so very much. Bless the rest of you folks up there as well. We thank our Russian partners. And thank you, Chris. Y'all are all in our prayers, and we're looking forward to seeing you successfully complete your mission and back safely on Earth. God bless.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and just so you guys are aware, the show was in fact spectacular. The ratings on NASA TV beat everyone else. Not just some of them, it beat all of them, and that includes, just so everybody is aware, the whole world saw this. It trended #1 on Twitter. It was the #1 thing talked about on social media in general. This was an amazing moment, and it represents a transition in how we do space flight from the United States of America. NASA is not going to purchase, own, and operate rockets and capsules the way we used to. We're going to partner with commercial industry for access to low Earth orbit, and those partnerships are going to enable our providers to get customers that are not NASA and drive down our costs. And we're going to have numerous providers that are competing on cost and innovation and safety. And we're going to have more access to low Earth orbit than ever before. And this business model, now that it's been proven on commercial resupply of the International Space Station, now commercial crew to the International Space Station, this model is going to apply, and I know Senator Cruz has this near and dear to him, when we go to the moon. And of course, when we go to the moon, it's going to be done because of the great people here at the Johnson Space Center and so many other centers across the United States of America. But when we go to the moon, we're going to land on the surface of the moon with commercial landers. And of course, we're very proud of the Commercial Lunar Payload Services Program being managed right here out of the Johnson Space Center as well, so that we can take small payloads to the surface of the moon. And all of this is leading up to an amazing day where we have humans living and working for long periods of time on the surface of the moon, but doing it with a purpose. And that purpose, of course, is to go to Mars. Humanity is going to explore more and be able to go further than ever before because of the public-private partnerships. We all know that if the government is creating the demand and the government is creating the supply, we will always be limited. But when we have partners that are interested in exploring commercially and doing the things that are necessary, to get capital investment, then we're all going to end up better. So I want to just say the whole world saw this. This is a new era in human space flight, and we are so grateful for the service of not just our 2 astronauts that embarked on this mission, but the 100,000 plus people that participate in it, in this mission, everything from the suppliers to the main contractors, to the NASA team, the SpaceX team. What an amazing day for our country and, in fact, for the world. I'm going to turn it over for a second to my deputy, Jim Morehard, who's been a great deputy at NASA.
Gentlemen, congratulations. You know, Jim's mentioned going to the moon. And yesterday and today, one, you've inspired the Artemis generation, which is our next generation. And that's what this is about.
Niestety
It's
trochę
really
musi być
bringing
Wolfson.
the children that we've got and our
Mieliśmy jeszcze
grandchildren
wzmianki o
forward,
Bogu tutaj.
so they'll be the ones that are going into deep space. This is the dawn of a new era, and we just thank you for being at the beginning of it. Thank you so much.
It was absolutely our pleasure, but it's just a huge team effort across the board from SpaceX to NASA that made this all happen. We were just the lucky guys that got to fly the rocket yesterday.
I have a question for Chris Cassidy. Our crew here decided to be about 3 days late. You got to work them overtime, I presume, now to get them caught up on all the activities that they missed out on. Any plans for them?
Well, the day they missed out on was a good one for them to skip. It was Saturday house cleaning, but I took care of it for them. We'll catch up next weekend. But in all seriousness, we've got a few things to take care of tonight. Make sure we're all safe and we know the plan in case something bad happens. And then we're looking forward to some operational stuff later in the month. Maybe we'll get outside and do some spacewalks. And our efforts in these coming weeks will be in that effort. So we're all super excited to have 2 more crewmates to the Expedition 63 team.
Awesome. And, of course, here in Houston, this is the home of the astronaut office, and the Johnson Space Center is led by Mark Geyer, and I'm going to turn it over to Mark for a few comments.
Thank you, Jim. Hey, it's great to see all of you there. Good to see you, Bob and Doug. I know we talked a few days ago. You look a little taller than I remember you. And but I also want to thank Anatoly and Iman and of course Chris for what you guys have been doing since you all arrived. And I know there's been a ton to do, and you've been really busy, and I appreciate that. So I also like this visual of our international partnership. We have had a tremendous partnership with Roscosmos, and we will continue to do so. But it is nice to see crew arrive from this side of the space station. So that was pretty cool after 9 years. I did have one question for Chris, though. What might you do to ensure that Bob and Doug stay longer? Do you have any strategy there?
Well, we'll slow down the rate of which I'm eating food, and maybe we can stretch out our consumables a little bit. But that's a great question. We'll have to come up with some conniving scheme here in the next few days.
All right, thank you. Thanks, guys. Look forward to greeting the 3 of you eventually back in Ellington after your work is complete. Thank you.
And, of course, Mark Geyer has an amazing deputy, Vanessa Weiss, if you'd like to come and say a few words.
Thank you, Jim. Hi, guys. You look really good. I just want to say on behalf of everybody here, we just want to thank you. It was an amazing launch, and we love seeing the docking. You guys all look really good. Just thank you for all that you're doing, and we can't wait for you to return, but not too soon. Station wants you to get a lot of work done, so looking forward to all of that. But thank you, and God bless.
Thank you, Vanessa. We appreciate that.
All right, we also have with us Steve Jerzik, who is the Associate Administrator for the agency. For people who don't know what that is, that, of course, is the Chief Operating Officer of the agency. But he also ran the flight readiness review for this mission. He did really an amazing job, and I can't say enough about his leadership at the agency. Steve, if you'd like to say a few words, ask a few questions.
Hey guys, it is just great to see you all on the station. I can't tell you how my adrenaline shut down when you guys opened the hatch. I mean, I've just been on edge ever since yesterday, and the weather cleared. I can't tell you how great it's been to see you on station. It has been a team effort. I felt like the last 2 years I've kind of been part of the team, working through issues, and it's been a heck of a year and a half with Demo 1. And the in-flight abort test, and working through issues like parachutes and the escape system, and I just could not be more proud of the team for getting to this point. It's amazing, and you obviously have been part of that. I really appreciate you all showing up in Washington, D.C. at our reviews, and because the last thing we do at those reviews is look at you all, because you guys are the risk takers, and make sure you're okay with where we are and where we're headed. So I really appreciate that. I really appreciate your active participation in that. And I could not be more, like I said, more proud of the team. And congratulations. And it is awesome to see you guys on station.
Well, thank you, sir. We're just proud to be a part of the team that got to bring spaceflight back to the Florida coast. I appreciated the comment earlier that it was nice to see a vehicle come to the forward portion of the space station, but I'll tell you what, that's the only way Doug and I know how to do it. So thanks to the team for providing it to happen our way. We appreciate that.
Well, Bob and Doug, just so you're aware, I'm being given the wrap signal. Doug, did you have something to say before we wrap it up here?
Oh, no, sir. We're just happy to be here, and Chris is going to put us to work, and hopefully we will fit in and not mess too many things up.
I have no doubt that you guys are going to do amazing work. I just want you to know the president came to the launch and the vice president came to the launch. About half the cabinet was at the launch. We had members of Congress and members of the Senate from both sides of the aisle. And this was an amazing moment of unity for the nation. It was an amazing moment for the whole world to look up. In the midst of the coronavirus pandemic and some other challenges, we were able to have this very, very special moment where we could all look at the future and say that things are going to be brighter tomorrow than they are today. And you and the NASA team and the SpaceX team gave us that opportunity, and for that we are so, so grateful. I would also be remiss as the NASA administrator if I didn't promote what comes next. And of course, this is the beginning. We are now launching to low Earth orbit again, but we will soon be going to the moon. We will be going to the moon sustainably with commercial partners and international partners. We're going to use the resources of the moon to learn how to live and work for long periods of time. Ultimately, we're going to take all of that knowledge and we're going to go to Mars. And of course, this time when we go to the moon, we go with a very diverse, highly qualified astronaut corps that includes women, which is why we call the program Artemis, named after the twin sister of Apollo, and she, in Greek mythology, was the goddess of the moon. This is the beginning. There is so much more to come, and I'm glad that our representatives of the Johnson Space Center are here because we're going to be asking them to fund this project. And what an amazing day that you guys have given us. So thank you from not just me and the people here, but from the United States of America and people all around the world. I'm more popular on Twitter than I've ever been, and it's because of you guys. Thank you.
To the crew on the International
Thank you to all
Space
of you.
Station.
Thank you very much.
Hey, Chris, we ask that you just hold your position for a few minutes. There's, of course, a number of photos we'd like to take. And then a quick note for those down here in the room. To Senator Cruz, Congressman Babin, Administrator Bridenstine, Director Geyer, and all of our distinguished visitors, thank you for your participation in today's historic event, and thank you for the leadership that has enabled it.
Ziomek tam z kijem z baseballowym stoi? What the fuck? O co chodzi? O co chodzi? Myślę, że może chciał się zapisać na kartach historii właśnie w ten sposób.
Coś się za bardzo uśmiecha.
Station, this is Houston ACR. Thank you. That concludes our event as we count down to 20 continuous
Kurde, ale
years of
fajnie
humans
zobaczyć
living
takie
and
rzeczy.
working on the International Space Station.
A płaskoziemcy dalej istnieją.
Ta, wszystko w studiu nagrane.
Co taka przerwa się zrobiła? Już sygnał chyba okrąży Ziemię. Co ta babka w ogóle tam
That concludes our coverage of the SpaceX Demo 2 mission in conjunction with NASA. On behalf of all the teams that participated in this mission, from Hawthorne to Houston to Mission Control to the Kennedy Space Center, this is Mission Control Houston.
No to chyba tyle prawie 24-godzinnego streama, nie? Ja pierdzielę. Tak, coś, co może się tak stać, Bobson, że będzie ziomek z kijem memem, nie? Ale to jest... Jeśli chcesz być popularny, to w takim momencie to jest dobry motyw, nie?
No, na pewno...
Ale ja pierdzielę. Jak za te kilka lat będą streamy z lotów na Księżyc, przecież ja pierdzielę. Po prostu będzie coś niesamowitego. Po 50 latach, bo tu jest na orbitę, to wiesz, to jest tylko takie o. Na orbitę ludzie często latali, tylko że tutaj Ameryka jakby wraca do gry i na fajnym poziomie. Ale to jak zaczną, jak polecą pierwszy raz od 50 lat na Księżyc. Ja pierdzielę, to będzie dopiero reality show. Masakra. Rzucą te ujęcia chyba... To jest ujęcie oczywiście z ISS-a, tyle że pytanie, ciekawe czy to jest na żywo teraz, czy ten... Ty, Kamil, jesteś na moim streamie, czy gdzieś poza?
Ta, na twoim.
To mogę ci pokazać, jak wyglądało dokowanie, bo to jeszcze jest tam zapisane na streamie. Zacznę od takiego fajnego ujęcia. Tylko gdzie to było? Potem było, jak ziomek przygotowywał 6 godzin temu, to ja zacząłem praktycznie, no już byłem troszeczkę po streamie. Tu już było widać, jak rakieta robi się, znaczy rakieta, Boże, Dragon, ta kapsuła robi się już ostra na zdjęciach i tu właśnie było chyba, no to jest tu, jak było zajebiście widać planetę nad kapsułą, jak oddalili obraz, po prostu miazga.
To już patrzę.
To jest zajebiste.
Już płaską ziemię.
Płaska ziemia, tak. Jeszcze na górze, nie? Do góry nogami.
Dobra, idę się powiesić.
Getting a view of Dragon. We're coming up pretty soon on that approach initiation.
Jakieś tam ujęcie. To też były fajne ujęcia, jak przelatywał właśnie nad Morzem Kaspijskim i tak dalej. Gdzieś tam było, jak wlatywał w nocne niebo, to było widać nawet burzę w jednym momencie. Pamiętam, wtedy na streamie najwięcej czekaliśmy, żeby wyleciał po jasnej stronie.
Pretty cool. You can actually you can see the solar panels and actually the thermal radiators there. Here's a great view from a camera behind Bob.
Tu już było widać tutaj? No, za mocno. A tak, tu już było widać te światełka Dragona z ISS-a, z tych takich fajnych, i to był ten wschód słońca właśnie. Takich fajnych ujęć. No tu już, to już się czekało, jak tu było to ujęcie takie ostre, jeszcze przed tymi manewrami, już bardzo takimi szczegółowymi. Właśnie jak odpalał te silniki manewrowe, kurde, to było coś. Tu już chyba miał te 200 coś metrów, czy troszkę więcej niż 100 metrów? I tu jak już powoli, no tu już powoli zbliżali się do Kingporta, to było to ujęcie, no i to jest już to ujęcie. Co było 60 metrów, 40 metrów i dokowanie.
Right underneath the nose cone within that red ring are the forward bulkhead Dracos. That's what we were using while we were conducting all those burns.
Tam nawet 1 metra na sekundę nie leciał.
Right now we don't have a reason to use those. We'll only Dracos, a solar, the white craft.
Potem, no tu jak cienie się też przesuwały po tym, cienie tego międzynarodowej stacji. Zajebiście to wyglądało.
Once everyone's go, we'll be able to give Dragon the final go-ahead for the vehicle to autonomously fly in and dock with the International Space Station. Should be coming up on waypoint 2.
Albo w Ameryce zamieszki, może dlatego ziomek jest.
At this point, it'll be 20 meters away from that docking port.
Może to 20 metrów było do Kingportu.
Number 2 attached to pressurized mating adapter number 2 at the very forward end of the Harmony module.
Czy nie, to było jeszcze bliżej chyba.
Right there on the right around the center, you can see the forward hatch. It's got a window in it. You can see a couple of handles, and there's some features that look sort of
zajebiście żyć w takich czasach, gdzie masz tak ostre ujęcia z kosmosu na dokującą kapsułę.
So pretty wild too to see. We're so close that we're getting shadows from the
tak. Niestety ludzie to małpy w większości na tej planecie. Jedni wysyłają statki kosmiczne w kosmos, a drudzy biorą tego, jak się to nazywa, poziomicę do samolotu, ustawiają ją, kurwa, lecą na drugi koniec ziemi i myślą, że jak polecą 90 stopni, to poziomica im pokaże inny kąt. Jest taki film na YouTubie, nie? Po prostu... U Skyfana to było, gdzieś to pokazywało, po prostu mistrzostwo świata. Kurwa! To już był bliziutko chyba tego. Tak, tu loga i tak dalej. Nie, to jeszcze troszeczkę był od tego punktu. O, tu już, nie, tu już się zbliżał, tu już ostro się zbliżał. Aha, waypoint 2, czyli teraz są 20 metrów do Kingportu. No tam widać nawet jak przyhamowali lekko i zaczął się bujać ten, jak to nazwać, ta cała, kurde, ten korek wielki, nie wiem jak to nazwać. Fajnie było to na żywo oglądać, musiałem się czekać, aż to wszystko kurde się zbliży. Tu chyba zahamowali przy tym drugim waypoincie i ruszyli już do ostatniego dokowania, jak byli pewni, że jest wszystko perfekcyjnie. Tu było fajne to ujęcie właśnie. Jak te silniki manewrowe to poodpalały się. Masakra. I to było też perfekcyjnie z zachodem słońca, bo w tym momencie zachodziło słońce, że już ta kapsuła Dragon robiła się no w pewnej chwili było totalnie ciemno, nie? Dosłownie zaraz po zadokowaniu. Tak perfekcyjnie się udało zgrać w czasie to dokowanie, żeby wszystko było widoczne na nagraniach. Gdzieś to będzie lepsze ujęcie jeszcze z tymi silniczkami manewrowymi. I podobno wszystko działało automatycznie, nie lecieli tym manualnie, więc jak to musiało być wszystko zgrane. Ale dziwiło mnie to, że jak zadokowali właśnie nie puścili tam tej euforii od Houston. Szkoda trochę. Albo wszyscy byli obsrani jeszcze, że nie wiedzieli, czy zadziała. Kurde, jakie długie było to logowanie. Logowanie, dokowanie. Oj, tutaj chyba. Bo tu już 5 metrów i tu już był ten kluczowy moment.
You can actually see the centerline camera pretty clearly there, sort of with the contrast
Ta kamera dokująca. Od ISS-a to chyba... Nie, to chyba było od Dragona. Sobie ciężko wyczuć nawet.
2 meters. We are inside the hands-off point, the chop, the crew hands-off point. 1 meter to go.
Wszystko perfekcyjnie.
Soft capture confirmed. Stand by for retraction and docking.
And we just heard it, soft capture. We have docking, that coming at
No i to tyle było z dokowania praktycznie. Tak to wyglądało, zero euforii, zero tego. Niby tu już wszystko się ustabilizowało. I potem 3 godziny czekania, przygotowywania tego ciśnienia i tak dalej. Na żywo tylko jest już ten. A gdzieś tu jeszcze jest może powtórka tego startu, bo nie przewinasz tak daleko. O, jest powtórka startu. No też 30 sekund do startu było. Start też świetnie wyglądał, tylko że zlagowało, coś się tam zawiesiła kamera na statku, raczej na barce, gdzie ta barka miała Falcona przechwycić i nie było widać momentu lądowania Falcona, ale ktoś tam podobno to nagrał, gdzieś tam na YouTubie da się znaleźć to lądowanie. W pale się po prostu nie mieści.
seconds into flight, stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
Gdzieś tu było to odłączenie i potem... Potem jeszcze na orbicie było jedno odłączenie, ale ciekawi mnie to, bo ty, Bobson, jeśli jesteś jeszcze na streamach, będziesz wiedział, czy te drugie odłączenie, to tam zostawili właśnie tego śmiecia kosmicznego w postaci tego silnika, czy to też jakoś wraca na Ziemię? Bo ja tam nie wiem. Tak się aż nie interesowałem. Gdzieś to było tam dalej. O, tu było to właśnie. Co się... Czekali na to? Zawiesiła się kamera właśnie? Pyk, teraz? I teraz się pojawiła. Jak już wylądowała, najgorzej. Jak to wszystko po prostu SpaceX ma dopracowane, to się w pale nie mieści. I tu właśnie chodzi mi o to oddzielenie na orbicie, gdzie już oni mieli wyłączone silniki, nie? I została tylko Crew Dragon. A, od wibracji, że on to napisał. Kurde, aż żałuję też, że na spokojnie nie mogłem sobie tego w domu obejrzeć. Tylko wczoraj tak na ognisku, trochę tak chaotycznie. Nie no, w pale się nie mieści po prostu. Dobra, starczy. Chociaż jeszcze... Ty, Kamil, kojarzysz jak wygląda wnętrze Sojuza? Tych statków?
Jakieś tam zdjęcia gdzieś widziałem kiedyś.
Bo jak to jest znaczy jak to można porównać, jak latali, kurde, Amerykanie. Czekaj, niech znajdę tą fotę, gdzieś tu była taka charakterystyczna, jeszcze czuję, że przewinąłem. Kurde, chyba przewinąłem. Gdzieś to niedawno mogłem tak wyszukać po tym kapsuła Sojus, a teraz tak... O, jest, dobra, z tego zdjęcia... Kurde, tak latać. Tak latać w kosmosy. Masakra. To w porównaniu teraz właśnie ze statkiem Ilona Muska, to się w pale nie mieści. Bez kitu, jak porównać Kamaza do Tesli. Aha, że on sam się zdoorbituje. Spoko, o to mi chodziło. Tylko to już jest taka część, która jest nieodzyskiwalna, tak? Że się spali w atmosferze gdzieś tam pierdzielnie. Czy sobie ją odzyskają jakoś? Za kilka miesięcy lat to podejrzewam, że nie będą jej odzyskiwać. Dobra, wychodzimy. Włączymy mój standardowy wygląd streama. Starczy tego, bo nie chcę mi się teraz tam przemieniać. To trochę słabo, że drugiego stopnia nie odzyskają. W sensie, no, koszta, nie? O to chodzi. Ale i tak tam Musk mocno te koszta zniżył, że odzyskuje tego Falcona całego i ten Dragon chyba też będzie używany kilkukrotnie, nie? A, to się nie opłaca już. A, bo tam jest... A, spoko, dobra. Może kiedyś, jak będzie jakoś łatwiej. Mogę to wrzucić, ten widoczek jeszcze. Miazga po prostu. No tak, właśnie to wiem, że jest 7-osobowa ta kapsuła. No ale wiesz, to też oszczędność jest, bo te siedzenia wyglądają wygodnie, nie? Więc oni jak się wypchają w 7 typa, podejrzewam, że tam na dole jak jest ta ładownia, to tam jeszcze mogą wepchać zamiast tej ładowni jakieś tam siedzenia i też będzie w miarę dużo miejsca. No wiadomo, tam lot na stację będzie wyglądał troszeczkę tłocznie, ale to tylko lot na stację czy na orbitę. A dalej to myślę, że inaczej. W ogóle też Bezos miał jakieś plany ze swoją stacją kosmiczną w jakimś tam dalekiej przyszłości, ale to, co on tam narysował, naszkicował, to jakiś hardcore był. Tak, wiem, że ta dolna część jest otwarta od dołu. Chodzi mi o to, że tam zamiast tych skrzynek, co były, co oni tam pokazywali, no normalnie by wypchali z 2 siedzenia, z 2-3 nawet siedzenia, podejrzewam. Bo wiesz, tam 2 osoby sterują, reszta jako pasażerowie, nie? O to mi chodzi, no bo po co wszyscy mają do kokpitów zaglądać? No miazga. Dobra, piszę do Patryka, czy będzie chciał grać jeszcze w tą terrarię, bo trochę godzinę później. Napisał, że się spóźni. To nawet dobrze. Ale zajebiście, nie, no to jak to się oglądało, to... No tak, no ale w porównaniu z tym, co wiesz, mieli w Sajuzach, to jest luksus, nie? A w kupie raźniej podobno. Nie no, miazga. Podoba mi się to strasznie, ja naprawdę już... Ja będę teraz śledził wszystkie jakieś takie lepsze, jakieś takie większe starty właśnie SpaceXa. Chociaż też Boeing coś będzie szykował, nie? Na pewno też to będą pokazywać, żeby się bardziej wypromować. Bo na razie to tylko Boeing ma jakby tą licencję, żeby startować z NASA i właśnie SpaceX. A reszta musi sobie jeszcze zasłużyć. No ciekawie. Ja będę z niecierpliwością czekać na jakieś kolejne starty, jakieś kolejne tam misje. Aż żałuję trochę, że nie oglądałem tego Falcona Heavy startu. Bo ty, Bobson, jesteś, widzę, strasznie w temacie, kiedy będzie jakiś taki, kiedy jest planowany taki jakiś następna większa misja, jakakolwiek, na przykład, nie wiem, powrót, kurde, z orbity tego Dragona wraz z tą ekipą, bo wiem, że muszą być podmienieni po prostu. Ktoś tam musi być podmieniony, żeby wrócili. Dragon za 4 miesiące wraca. Ja sobie normalnie kalendarzyk odpalę jakiś tam kosmiczny i będę to śledził, bo zajebisty temat. To jest zajebiste reality show. No, ale Starlinki to wiesz, Starlinki to są takie te misje tych... A w ogóle Starlinki są streamowane, czy to jest po prostu taki start tych sond kosmicznych i tyle? No w sumie nie sond, tylko jak to się nazywa tych... No w sumie chyba sąd, nie internetowy. Muszę nabrać języka kosmicznego, bo mi strasznie brakuje. Częściej trzeba w kerbale grać. Bo ja nie wiem, czy Starlinki są streamowane gdzieś, czy nie. W sensie dopiero teraz zacząłem śledzić... Nie wiedziałem, że ten... Aha, zawsze mają strumienie ze startów. Zajebiście, to będę śledził teraz sobie tego... Bo NASA to NASA, ale właśnie SpaceXa subskrybujemy tutaj oto w tej chwili. Wszystko pokaż. I pewnie zapisują to, nie? Wejdźmy sobie na chwilę. Wideo. Starlink Mission. No tylko to nie to samo, nie? Bo tutaj wiadomo, są ludzie, mogą coś powiedzieć, to jest całkiem co innego. Ale widzę, że mają już doświadczenie. Ale sobie tak zobaczymy jeszcze na szybko tego Starlinka ostatniego. Ale będę teraz śledził, nie? A zapowiadają to gdzieś? Mają jakiegoś swojego Facebooka czy coś? To znaczy dzisiaj, poleciało wczoraj, dzisiaj już wyszli, już są właśnie w tym momencie się tam rozgaszczają w Międzynarodowej Stacji Kosmicznej. Wyłączymy to, bo to się przygłaśni. Wiesz co, czekam na info od Patryka, bo tam pisał, że się spóźni. O, to ja sobie tą apkę zaraz pobiorę.
We're in the hangar as the storm passed, so we didn't see any adversity. As I mentioned, nearly 10 years that the U.S. has launched astronauts into space from U.S. soil. Demo 2, nearly 10 years.
Tego Dragona. Ja pierdzielę. Nie no,
years
miazga,
that the
miazga.
U.S. has launched astronauts into space from U.S. soil. Demo 2 is an end-to-end flight test from launch to docking to splashdown, and it is the final major milestone for SpaceX's human spaceflight system to be certified
No,
for
ludzie
NASA for
wierzą
operational crew
chyba od
missions.
zawsze, że Ziemia jest
Ken
płaska.
and Doug Hurley will be the first two NASA astronauts to fly aboard operation.
Dobra, ja to już się odbyło, pokażcie mi to, co było.
Over 4 minutes away from clear, as I mentioned.
Dobra, 3 minuty do startu, tu teraz. Jeszcze żyję tą misją, nie? I to mnie strasznie ciekawiło i nie skupiam się na tym, co tutaj widzę.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Liftoff.
A wiadomo, ile ten Falcon może sobie lotów wykonać? Ja pierdzielę, aż kamerę zmiotła.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
That the up main engine cold state second, expecting MECO to occur in about.
Mają tu też kamery zamontowane w środku tego, czy tu sobie darują? Nie, nie mają.
MECO.
A, nie mają, dobra.
Successful MECO. Successful stage step. And it appears we have ignited that second stage engine for SES-1. Now we're just a few seconds from fairing deploy. Again, this fairing has flown before on a previous mission.
To jest niesamowite, jak to działa, po prostu miazga. Ten to ma łeb, kurde. Żeby to wszystko tak ogarnąć. Znaczy, w sensie całe SpaceX, ale Musk, że to tak rozwinął.
Reused this fairing. And now those halves are making their way back down to the sea, where hopefully we can scoop them up. Which it's making its way with first on the orbit as we look the grid control system.
Naprawdę nie rozumiem tego. Jest pierdyliard teraz streamów ze startów Falcona, ze startów po prostu z SpaceXa, a ludzie dalej wierzą, że Ziemia jest płaska. To jest nierealne po prostu dla mnie. To jest niemożliwe, kurwa. Bo ja nie wiem. Nie wiem, jak można być takim idiotą.
No oni ci powiedzą, że to w studiu i to...
Tak, że masoni i kurwa reptilianie rządzą światem, że na Antarktydzie są tunele podlodne. Kurwa mać. Ja już z takim Błażejkiem chodziłem do roboty w Amazonie, że już tam statki kurwa pod Antarktydą pływają i pod Grenlandią. Nie wierzę.
Że Ziemia jest wklęsła.
Tak. Że Ziemia jest w kształcie Donata, a w środku jest Jezus.
Który świeci.
I to jest słońce. O chuj. O, można się pośmiać przynajmniej.
Ziemia jest Donatem, a w środku jest Jezus.
Który świeci.
To jest piękne.
A, no widzę teraz, o czym mówiłeś, Bobson, że ledwo co widać lądowanie tego Falcona.
We have a rocket. Awesome. This is the 4th landing for this booster. And as you can hear, everybody here. All right. And we have second engine cut off.
No jak w Kerbale, ja jeszcze czuję jak w Kerbalach, jak zobaczyłem tą mapę.
We are in a good orbit.
Kurde.
All right. So now stage 2 is going to coast in this orbit for a few minutes. And during this time, the stage will actually start to spin around its central axis, which gives the start.
Niesamowite po prostu. Czemu ja wcześniej tego nie śledziłem?
You know, few array and over the next. Oh, there they go. All right, that's those 60 Starlink satellites. Look at that cool glow around them. Wow.
Boże święty, jak to jest piękne.
Now, shortly after, as I was saying, after just coming up in the next, few hours or so, we're going to see the solar arrays deploy, and over the next, now with you can, so until next time.
To teraz teleskopy będą musiały sobie orbitować powyżej tych Starlinków. Chociaż podobno z Ziemi też jakieś lepsze efekty mogą uzyskać obserwując. Ja pierdzielę. Dobra, czekaj, tą aplikację najpierw. Next Launch. Ja sobie ją wezmę od razu, bo kurde, będę to śledził. Będziemy grać w kerbale, będziemy przy tym widoku. Tylko sobie tak czarny. Zgubiłem ten czarny lewa. O, żeby było ładnie. Tu będzie po prawej właśnie tego SpaceX, po lewej będą kerbale, a na górze będę ja. To jest kurde teraz tak będą streamy z kerbali wyglądać. Arbasat, nie, no wiesz, już daruję sobie to ogarnianie, bo nie chce mi się tam ogarniać takich jakichś starszych na ten moment. Ja tylko sobie tą apkę ogarnę. A to będzie na tym? Czekaj. Jest apka, ale nie widzę. Napisałem tak i nic mi nie wyszukuje. A nie, chwila, zgubiłem literkę T. Dobra, biorę to. Nie, dobrze, źle wpisałem, wiesz? Nie, gdzie ten Patryk, kurde. Czekaj, będziesz grał w Terrarię? Coś nie chce mi pójść ta aplikacja. Zostawię sobie ją. Ja na ten moment wyłączam streama, bo nie ma sensu. No, działa, dobra. Nie ma sensu już tu więcej tego przyciągać. Tak. No troszkę tam inaczej się nazywa, ale spoko, już mam. Tak jak mówię, nie ma sensu przyciągać. Jeszcze dzisiaj sobie na pewno w coś tam pogram na streamie, więc stream wróci za jakiś czas, zobaczymy za ile, a tutaj z tego długiego 8-godzinnego streama ze śledzenia SpaceX'a to by było na tyle. Nie wiem, czy zapiszę tego streama, zobaczę jeszcze.